The beauty and drama of the Australian coastline is truly awe-inspiring. Stretching over 30,000 kilometres, it wraps endlessly around desert, rainforest and cities. Countless towering cliffs and rocky headlands connect over 10,000 beaches and bays. Some wild and untouched, others world famous and teeming with life. But the Australian coastline is famous for something else. In this episode of Savage Australia, you'll witness the most terrifying shark attacks in Australia's history.
I knew at that point that I was getting attacked by a shark.
Life-changing moments.
I just saw this row of teeth.
And horrific brushes with death.
This eye was right there in front of me.
Heroic rescues.
We're in a boat at the moment, we're racing in, we just had a shark attack.
And those that didn't make it.
Pretty sure that he was on his own out swimming. His wife was on the beach at the time.
You'll see the danger.
These massive mako sharks come screaming up and push me out of the way and eating the marlin.
And the drama. Oh, yeah! Sharks on Savage Australia.
Could be any Australian beach, from Bondi to Broome, from Manly to Mooloolaba. From the moment a fin is sighted offshore, the reaction will be the same along 12,000 miles of coastline. Lone swimmers head for shore immediately the sound reaches them. The bell rings out a warning that their lives are in danger, that somewhere not far away is a shark which may be a man-eater, a killer.
The stark fact is, right now, Australia has the highest number of fatal shark attacks in the world, with Western Australia recently becoming the deadliest place on the globe for attacks. Since 1788, the total number of shark encounters stands at 1,264, with total fatalities at 272. However, since 1990, figures have shot up with 43 fatalities. So what's going on?
If we look at the shark attack statistics in Australia, there certainly seems to be an increase over the years. But I think a lot of people forget that population has increased dramatically. We're also becoming more and more wealthy, so there's more and more people enjoying their leisure time, spending longer days on the water, popularization of surfing as a sport. Those have all been contributing factors to potentially showing this increase in shark bites.
So where in Australia is the safest place to brave the waters? Strangely enough, it may well be the place with the biggest population, Sydney. Yet, over the years, it's certainly had its fair share of tragedy. New Year's Eve, 1934, was a black day for Sydney swimmers, with 2 attacks in the space of 3 hours. The Georges River in Sydney's south was the scene of the 2 horrific attacks. 19-year-old Richard Soden was racing mates across the river when suddenly he screamed and sank under the water. Dragging his mauled leg from the jaws of a shark, he swam to a sandbank where he died in his mate's arms. A few hours later, Beryl Moran was standing in the same river when she heard a splash and saw movement in the water. She called out as she realised it was a shark circling her. It grabbed her by the right arm, dragged her under the water and tossed her in the air. She tried to push the shark away and it grabbed her left hand too. Despite her horrific injuries, Beryl went on to live until the age of 92. She married, had children, changed nappies, cooked dinner, and rode a bike, all without hands. Marcia Hathaway was a popular actress, but in 1963, she became the victim of one of Sydney Harbour's most infamous attacks. Marcia was wading in pretty Sugarloaf Bay, enjoying a perfect afternoon with her fiancé as the killer inched ever closer. Suddenly, it pounced, sinking its massive jaws into Miss Hathaway's right leg. She screamed in agony as her fiancé wrestled the shark and tried to stop it dragging her to deeper water. It tore at her calf and thigh until the water was foaming blood red. Pulled from the water and bleeding heavily, Marcia Hathaway was lifted onto a waiting ambulance. The vehicle stalled as it attempted to drive up the steep hill leaving from the beach, and more than 20 people were unable to move it. Another ambulance was called, but Marcia Hathaway was pronounced dead on arrival in hospital. Marcia was the unlucky last person to be killed in the waters around Sydney. For almost 50 years, there was peace in the harbour, as swimmers and sharks happily coexisted. But it was never going to last. At age 31, Paul de Gelder had given more than a third of his life to the armed services. 5 years ago, he qualified as a clearance diver, one of the toughest jobs in the Navy. But nothing could prepare him for what happened here. In the shadow of the Sydney Opera House and just metres from the protections of the Australian Navy's firepower.
It was just over there, near the front of that ship.
It was February 11, 2009, when Paul met his fate.
There's sharks everywhere. You just put it to the back of your mind and try not to worry about it.
At around 6:30 in the morning, Paul and his team were testing anti-terrorism equipment in Sydney Harbour at the Navy Sydney headquarters. Paul was making his way across the surface of the water, and in an awful instant, his life changed.
I was swimming on my back. I had my fins on and a wetsuit on, and around I got hit in the leg and looked down and there was a big toothy grin.
This is the actual moment captured in this terrifying footage.
I just felt a huge whack in the leg. And then I looked down and just straight into the eyes of this massive shark's head. So I tried to jab it in the eyeball with my right hand, but I couldn't move it. And I looked down and I just saw this row of teeth all the way from the top of my knee, all across my thigh, all across my wrist. The lips were pulled back, and the shark just continued to shake me like a rag doll, just tearing the meat out of my leg and tearing my hand off my arm.
In one bite, the shark took his whole hand and the entire back of his leg.
And then all of a sudden I was free. It was the longest swim of my life. I didn't think I was going to make it out. I didn't think the guys were going to get to me in time. I thought another shark was going to come and grab me, or that the same shark was going to all of a sudden grab me by the ankle, and I was just mentally prepared for that to happen. But it never came.
For some reason, the shark had vanished and his Navy mates came charging to the rescue.
Over here, go, look!
The guys got to me in the boat and pulled me in, and out of sheer relief, I just passed out.
But by the time they got him back to the wharf, he'd lost a lot of blood.
He was in one of his less lucid moments. He was pale and white, eyes were closed, and at that time, I actually thought he was dead.
I think he came pretty close. He was lucky he did not have the major artery in his leg severed by the shark, and that was protected. I don't know how, but it was. But if that had occurred, I think he may have actually even died in the water.
The shark bite that happened at Woolloomooloo on the Navy diver was a very interesting scenario. There hasn't been a shark bite in Sydney Harbour for many, many decades before that. We are still not 100% sure of what the Navy were doing, but suffice to say that they were working with new technologies to be able to detect enemy frogmen, and it's very possible that potentially that attracted the bull shark into the area.
It wasn't long before Paul was on the road to recovery.
Well, when de Gelder got attacked that year, we had tons of small tuna in the harbour. Tuna are #1 for sharks. They love them, and there were bull sharks everywhere. So that was probably the biggest year for sharks. From what I understand, he came to the surface and was splashing around, and yeah, he attracted some unwanted attention.
It's a fact that some of the wildest and craziest man-made shark moments happen on fishing trips.
I'm shaking just looking at this thing.
There's one thing with sharks, is it turns people mad. They get macho, throw in a bit of alcohol, and it's just a recipe for disaster.
But Josh Neal took things to extremes when he jumped into the water to try and wrangle this shark with a piece of rope.
If you try and jump in and wrangle it with a rope, you are seriously asking for trouble.
Unsurprisingly, when he tried to grab it by the tail, the shark did what sharks do.
And when you sort of judge an animal's ability, you think you can handle it. But obviously, on this occasion, it didn't work out that way.
Fishermen's tails may be tall, but Terry Selwood's tail was taller than most. The 73-year-old's fishing trip off Evans Head in northern New South Wales rudely interrupted when a 200-kilo great white suddenly leapt into his boat.
This thing hit me in the forearm and spun me round and knocked me off my feet, and I fell on the floor on my hands and knees, looked over and I thought, oh, a bloody shark.
Stunned, Terry was slashed as the shark thrashed about.
This was a cracker.
Marine Rescue responded to a call that surprised even them.
Retrieved him from the vessel, and because he had some injuries, we brought him straight back in, and then we went back out and recovered the vessel and towed that back in with the shark on board.
Talk about uninvited guests. I don't know how you plan for that or prevent it. That's the 1 in a million. That's the coconut landing on your head, that one.
North of Sydney lies the fishing mecca of Port Stephens. It was here that fishing magician Al McGlashan had a day he'll never forget.
So the wildest encounter I've had is we're up at Port Stephens and we were filming how to release marlin. So we fought this marlin, it was playing up all the way through the fight, you know, and we get it to the boat. Normally a marlin will just chill out and relax. This one just kept thrashing and kept sitting right beside the boat. I hadn't thought about that, I jumped straight in. And as I've sort of drifted away from the boat a little bit, all of a sudden these massive mako sharks come screaming up. And pushed me out of the way and eaten the marlin. First thing, I felt sorry for the poor old marlin because we're trying to let him go. And the second thing, I thought, holy moly, how do I get to the boat? And I'm like, I'm not going near the boat. I've got to climb over a great big shark to get in the boat, so I'm just going to stay. And I'm like shrinking in behind the camera going, I'll pretend to be small, you know. Came up and bit the marlin in the middle and then mouthed his way down to the tail. And then when he got the tail, he just put the teeth in and just snapped it off. And of course, by now, the blokes in the boat finally have woken up to what's going on. And then I thought, you know what? I can't see the marlin. I'm surrounded by blood. I'm getting out of here. Those moments where you see nature in the raw like no other. So yeah, it was absolutely insane.
In 1964, on the southwestern coast of Victoria, Henry Bourse was filming a documentary on sharks. While filming underwater at Lady Juliet Percy Island, Henry became surrounded by playful seals. All of a sudden, the seals vanished. Unsure of the reason for their sudden disappearance, Henry swam towards the surface. But before he reached the surface, a great white shark bit into his left leg.
Just out of nowhere, it hit like a train. He grabbed my leg, pulled me under and shook me from side to side. And he had me under for maybe something like a minute and a little more, and I was more concerned about drowning at that moment than I would have been about the leg. It was then that everything went quiet, and I realized I was free, and I fought my way to the surface for a breath of air. And on my way up, I felt around the leg and realized that the leg had been severed.
As his diving partners came to his rescue, Henry told the crew to keep filming.
There was one of the other divers there, and I grabbed his shoulder and said, shark, shark, you know, I've been attacked by a shark. And then realised that he wouldn't be able to see much because of the blood in the water. The shark had stuck around and circled, and the other two guys sort of kept it away.
This is the moment Henry was dragged into the boat, bleeding profusely.
And at that time, because the shock had completely taken over and it all sorts of feels as though it's happening to someone else, they got me on board the boat and tied a tourniquet up on my stump to stop the bleeding.
Henry's fellow divers worked hard to keep him alive for the 90-minute boat ride back to shore. Arriving to crowds of onlookers, a local doctor quickly injected Henry with plasma, bringing him back from the brink of death. Henry Bourse has now passed on, but not before he spent another 25 years in the ocean he loved. The coastal waters of South Australia are also abundant fishing grounds, with crayfish, abalone, scallops and sharks patrolling the waters. And for fishermen in South Australia, entering the water is always a calculated risk. In the summer of 1963, 23-year-old Rodney Fox was competing in the state spearfishing championships off Aldinga Beach, 50 kilometres south of capital city Adelaide. He had his sights set on a large reef fish, which would definitely win him the big prize for a second time.
I dived down to spear a fish, and I was just about to spear it when this huge, big crunch hit me in the chest, knocked me through the water, the mask off my face, the gun out of my hand, and I knew I was in really big trouble.
He then realised it was a great white shark. A man versus beast struggle ensued.
I tried to gouge around the shark's eyes as hard as I could, and it seemed to let me go. I got up to the surface, a boat came, picked me up, raced me off to hospital, and they stitched me up, and I'm here today.
The fact that Rodney survived is hard to believe.
I'll get in the water somewhere sometime, but I don't know whether I'll go in this gulf here where there's been 2 or 3 attacks in the last few years.
His wetsuit was the only thing that stopped all his innards from spilling out. Several major organs were fully exposed: diaphragm, left lung and clavicle punctured. The great shark's jaws had also crunched through his scapula and ribs. This attack is regarded as one of the most severe ever to have been survived. Rodney's mutilated body was sewn back together with 462 stitches in his chest and 92 in his right hand and arm. Rodney Fox, a miracle survivor of one of the world's worst non-fatal shark attacks. And these days, he's one of the foremost authorities on the great white shark. The northeastern coast of Australia belongs to the state of Queensland. The 4,300 kilometres of coastline includes the famous Gold Coast area, through the rainforests to remote Cape York at Australia's northernmost tip. The warm waters and the abundant marine life attract millions of tourists each year, and some visitors you wouldn't want to meet. Queensland has witnessed 39 shark attacks so far this century, 6 of them fatal. In 2017, personal trainer, amateur boxer, father of 2 and recreational spear fisherman Glenn Dixon was attacked not once, but twice by a bull shark off the coast of far north Queensland. Dawn breaks on February 18. Conditions are perfect. Blue skies, calm water, and plenty of fish. Glenn Dixon had many reasons to keep coming back to this tropical paradise.
The beauty of the reef, being able to go down and not hear any noise and kind of relax, but at the same time, hunt fish.
It was also how Glenn spent time with his good friend Rick Bator, a US Navy master diver with 32 years of experience. Rick was used to seeing sharks every time he went diving.
We have some pretty good fair-sized tigers that are out there that can be upwards of 5 meters.
Glenn and Rick were joined by Peter Kosika and Aaron Butler, also experienced fishermen.
The water was quite nice and there was fish life everywhere, bait everywhere. I was loving it. Big caves, swim-throughs.
Within minutes, the shark was spotted. Peter saw it first.
I seen a big side pectoral fin and the body of the shark. I couldn't see the head or the tail because it was sort of in the dark. And I come up and I said to Rick, there's a big shark down there.
3.5 meters, maybe. Big shark.
But Glenn had become separated from the group after diving through a cave. He speared a parrotfish and was floating to the surface behind Eva Rock when the shark attacked.
All of a sudden, I felt a massive pull and shake. It got pulled slightly underwater, and I knew at that point that I was getting attacked by a shark. And as I watched blood rise, that image is imprinted in my head. I'll never forget it, watching the shark come through my blood. So my instincts immediately kicked into survival mode, and I knew that rock was there. So I used everything that I had left to pull myself towards the rock. And he came back and got me again.
As Rick was swimming back to the boat just a few meters away, he heard a muffled scream.
When I turned around, the water was just bright, bright red. And he was trying to claw his way up a rock face. And I could see his body moving in a way that you can't move your body, so that the shark was shaking him.
Get in the boat! Glen's been hit by a shark!
Immediately, it was just a blur. We were all in the boat, and we zipped around the corner there. I think it would only took 15 seconds, maybe at the most.
I wasn't giving up at all. I didn't think I'm gonna die. I thought I'm gonna get on that rock. That's all I could think.
My worst fears was that he was gone from the waist down both legs. As we pulled him overboard, he sort of looked at us. You can imagine he was really white. He'd lost a lot of blood. He sort of looked at us and half smiled, eh? And we thought it was weird, like...
Biggest smile on his face.
Yeah, it was just a funny sort of thing. You pull someone with their leg nearly ripped off and they're smiling at you, but...
I seen this light and it was very bright, and then it would go away, and I think that's when I got punched in the chest. And it was enough to bring me back. And then Rick in my ear telling me, you got to go back to your family, you're not going to die on me today.
We're in a boat at the moment, we're racing in, we just had a shark attack.
Are you with the patient now?
Yeah, we're with the patient, he's not in a good way.
As Glenn lay dying in the boat,
He's not in a good way, mate, he's not in a good way.
his thoughts were on the ones he loved.
My son, my daughter, my family. In that situation, you can't think deeply. You could only see pictures of their faces. That was enough to keep me driving forward. I never gave up. I could have gone to sleep. I remember having the choice. And I just remember, no, screw that. I'm gonna feel that pain. And Rick said, keep feeling the pain. So I just focused on my breathing. I focused on that pain, and that's all I was gonna do.
Luckily for Glenn, Rick had 3 decades of first aid training while he was in the Navy.
He had a 360-degree cut around his thigh, about right here. It went completely all the way around, and every vein and every artery was severed. And the very first thing I did was put a tourniquet about mid-thigh. The first tourniquet didn't do anything to improve his color. His color was ashy white, had no pulse, had no respirations. And then I saw a little bit of blood, and I put the second tourniquet on. And the moment that happened, he came back 2 shades of color different, and he coughed, and then he screamed.
He's still conscious, mate, he's awake. We've got a guy that used to be in the Navy in America. He's got him in the recovery position. We've got a tourniquet on. I'm sorry if I'm yelling, mate. I'm just...
No, you're right, mate.
Finally, after an agonising 45 minutes, Port Hinchinbrook Marina was in sight. 4 excruciating hours after the attack, Glenn finally arrived at Cairns Base Hospital. In surgery, a team of 11 doctors worked on Glenn for more than 5 hours. There was no question his right leg had to be amputated.
Just accepted it, because I know after being awake and knowing and remembering it all and knowing what trouble I was in, I knew my life was more in trouble than my leg. So if I had to lose my leg for my life, I accepted that pretty quickly.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Glenn returned to his family with a firm attitude towards the culling of sharks.
That's cool. I jumped into their territory and I always knew the risks of what I was doing. They were here before us. So why should we have the right to come in and kill all them?
The well-known shark-proof enclosure at Coogee Beach, New South Wales, is a fine example of the combat waged against the shark menace. Day and night, people visiting this pretty beach are glad to accept its strong protection.
Since the early days, governments around Australia have taken a hardline approach to protecting their citizens and visitors. Millions are spent each year on controversial shark control programs. Shark nets are used as a preventative measure right across Australia. Hundreds of sharks are caught every year, but the netting has received criticism, as it also captures dolphins and turtles. And the nets can easily become damaged, leaving swimmers at risk. Another frontline measure is known as drumlining. The drumlines are a series of large baited hooks strung between buoys, floating hundreds of metres offshore. Drumlining has also attracted widespread condemnation from environmentalists.
We have nothing to gain from killing these sharks. We're gaining zero research, zero data, zero benefit for beachgoers, and we're potentially severely impacting the recovery of some of these endangered species, such as the great white shark.
One of the newest innovations in shark attack prevention is drone surveillance. These unmanned aerial cameras can detect sharks in real time and distinguish man-eaters from other marine life. If a shark is spotted, a warning is immediately issued to swimmers below via an automated inbuilt megaphone. Its species detection software is reported to have a 90% accuracy rate. Where these two surfers are completely unaware of the shark just metres from them, the drones are able to warn them of the danger. Byron Bay is the easternmost point of Australia and a haven for holidaymakers. Endless beaches and a rich history make the town of Byron and the surrounding region one of the most desirable destinations in Australia. But beyond the white sands lie the second most dangerous waters on the Australian coastline.
A woman has looked on in horror after her husband was attacked and killed by a shark in Byron Bay.
Reports of fatal shark attacks in the area have become all too familiar.
Bystanders spotted the swimmer in shallow water.
Beachgoers pulled the 50-year-old from the water as onlookers tried desperately to save him.
Families and communities have been shattered. The lure of its ocean and its dangers, a deadly mix.
Police on arrival at the scene immediately had everyone out of the water.
Just off the coast is Julian Rocks, where in 1993, a great white killed honeymooner John Ford in front of his new wife, Debbie.
Mrs. Ford saw what appeared to be a 4 to 5 metre shark and has told police her husband did not surface.
The shark was followed by 3 boats and eventually hooked. Then the hunters realised it was the size of a VW combi van.
It was the biggest shark that's been here for years. It was huge.
According to local fishermen, a white pointer that big hasn't been seen in the area since the whaling days. It was about 6 metres long.
The crew tried to bring in the shark.
When we were fighting the shark out, it spewed up the remains of the body, what it had in it at that stage. But they did recover human remains before we even hooked the shark.
It eventually snapped the line and swam away. The final act in what is now referred to as the honeymoon shark attack. As recently as 2015, the famous Shelley Beach at Ballina, just south of Byron Bay, was closed. Rescue operators worked around the clock, attempting to find the shark responsible for killing 41-year-old Japanese surfer Tadashi Nakahara. His grief-stricken friends paid tribute at the location of his death, where a shark reportedly bit off both of Nakahara's legs. 2 surfers pulled him out of the water after the attack, but he died from blood loss on the shore. West Australia has the longest coastline of any state or territory in Australia, at 20,781 kilometres. It includes the areas in the north, such as the incredible World Heritage Ningaloo Reef, Shark Bay and Margaret River. The city beaches around Perth, stretching south to the towns of Albany and Esperance. WA has the dubious honour of recently becoming the deadliest place in the world for shark attacks. Since 2000, there have been 14 fatal attacks. That's more than Hawaii, California and Florida combined. It's been calculated that skin divers in some parts of WA have a 1 in 16,000 chance of being attacked. Not great odds. The southern coast of West Australia is a known migratory zone for great white sharks. But nobody in the tiny holiday hamlet of Chains Beach had ever seen one, including 14-year-old Matt Pulella.
Only bronze whalers, like just small ones, 2 metres long, nothing this big.
Matt and his best mate, Jay Muscat, love to fish. They dived here half a dozen times before. Jay had bought a GoPro camera and he was planning to shoot a video to post on YouTube. He ended up shooting his own death. On the day of the dive, Matt was on shore.
We were going to go diving for crays, and I didn't want to go to Chains, and I've called him up and I was just going, oh, maybe we should go somewhere else, and because he'd dove it the day before, and he said, oh, there's plenty of fish out there, it's just going to be all right, we'll be fine, and I was like, nah, whatever.
But to Matt, something just didn't feel right.
Like usually you relax before a dive, but I just wasn't relaxed at all. He just looked at me and he's like, oh, I'll be fine, don't worry, we'll be all good.
The 2 boys started out along the rocks.
After shooting at a fish that I missed, I went to load my gun and the bridle had snapped on it, so I couldn't use it anymore. So Jay's going, oh, don't worry about it, you use my gun.
The boys didn't know it then, but the fateful decision to swap guns would almost certainly save Matt's life.
I grabbed his gun and we were swimming up a bit, and a big school of Samson fish swam through, and they were swimming real fast, and usually they're pretty curious and they stop and look at you and stuff, but they didn't stop. And they just kept swimming, and I was like, all right, this is a bit weird.
Matt spotted a snapper, armed his gun, and Jay, who was swimming in front, set his GoPro camera to record. Then, all hell broke loose.
There was just like a tremendous amount of weight just on my back. Like, I don't know if you've ever been tackled in football or something, your head rings, it was like that. So it's like I'd just been king here from behind, absolutely incredible. And then it's just pushed me under and I popped up like there's all white water. And through the white water you could just see this real thick plume of blood.
A monster great white had attacked the boys from behind. Just as Matt duck dived, it barreled over the top of him and headed straight for Jay.
I thought I'd been hit by a boat or a dolphin. I don't know what had happened. There was a lot of bubbles and stuff. Obviously it was coming through the surface, and then just a lot of blood and just this shark hanging off Jay, and he was kind of kicking, like just keep his head above the water, I guess. And 5 metres of white hanging off him.
Both of the boys came to the surface, Jay desperately struggling to fight off the shark. It had severed his femoral artery. He would have seconds to live.
As I was on the surface, he was on the surface, and we both like yelled at each other, and he's like yelled out, and then he would have gone unconscious pretty quick.
Swimming in a blood-stained ocean, Matt was now all alone and a long, long way from help.
And I looked back and it's coming through the blood, and there's a set of jaws, a massive set of jaws just swimming straight at me. Lots of teeth, wetsuit. I think I can remember 2 rows. In that space of probably 10 seconds, everything that people have ever told you flashes through your head. So I've been told to shoot him in the nostril, that's the best way to stone a shark. So I'm just thinking, I got to shoot this thing in the nose because that's the most sensitive part of a shark, but it didn't give me that option, so I just pointed my gun straight up at its mouth, and by the time I'd raised my gun, it was already halfway up. So I just shot the gun straight down its throat, into its guts.
The shark's jaws were halfway down the gun when Matt pulled the trigger.
Its turned side on and its eyes have rolled back into its head. And they're kind of rolling up and down and it's just gone to the bottom. And all the line hanging out its mouth, and with me, I'm going down with it. It's dragging me under. And I'm just going, I better let go and stuff because it's going to go bad. So I let go and just looked up. Jay was floating face down. That's when I kind of made the call to swim to the rocks. Otherwise, if I stayed, I probably would have got chomped as well. I had nothing to protect myself with.
Matt made it to the rocks, but the feeling was bittersweet.
It's great relief because I knew I was going to be all right, but at the same time I knew Jay wasn't going to be all right.
Matt managed to wave down some fishermen passing in a boat. They picked up Jay's body. Matt's dad knew they were going diving that day, but couldn't have imagined the outcome.
I think he saved his own life by the fact that he stayed alert, watched the shark and then saw it come at him and then took the decision to fire at it. So, yeah, I think he was very, very lucky.
Sean Pollard loved to surf, and there wasn't a day that went by without him catching a wave. So, when not working as an electrician, Sean was focused on finding that perfect break. Preferably the hidden gems on quiet beaches that experienced surfers crave. But on those remote surf beaches in Western Australia, sharks come with the territory. That would often worry Sean's girlfriend, Claire.
Each time we go down to go surfing, that's always one of the things that I always mention about, sharks and stuff like that.
Seen a couple of small ones, nothing big. I kind of had a way of dealing with it was I believe that they're not real.
In the summer of 2014, Sean and Claire hit the road and headed for Esperance on the south coast to a beach known as Kelpies. As remote as it is beautiful.
We got down there about 8 and Sean got in the water straight away.
What Sean didn't realise is that 11 days earlier on the same beach, 2 great whites had been spotted by locals, and again a day later. These shots capture a great white terrorising a surfer.
Yeah, I surfed a little right-hander, a couple of little fun ones. The swell was quite small, so it was waiting a long time between sets. I was paddling down the beach and I just felt this massive big bump. And then the shark come underneath me. I could feel my knee. Felt like it had just dislocated. That's when I saw the shark and I don't know, it's just a big beast.
He can feel the pain, but not see the damage. In fact, that first bite had bitten deep into both legs, from his knees down to his feet. Sean turns to shore, but the shark circles.
It swung back around and had another go at me. I pushed myself up off my board to shield myself, and that worked. I was trying to paddle calmly so I wasn't splashing around like I was panicking, but once it got directly behind me, it charged. That's when it really went in for the kill.
In a flash, the beast, as Sean described it, charges for a third ferocious time.
I spun around to try and face it. That's when it come up out of the water. I didn't even see its teeth. It took me across, and I was its eye was right there in front of me. It started shaking. Its head, both my arms in its mouth. Took me underwater. I remember having to hold my breath and just shook its head 7 or 8 times. Hardest thing I've ever felt. It was so strong.
The shark won't release Sean, but traumatically, he is freed when the shark takes his left arm and right hand.
Next thing, I popped up. There was blood everywhere. It ripped my forearm off, and like sucked the meat off my bone like a chicken bone, pretty much. I could see the elbow socket, and I just tried to move my arm, and so that's not normal. I thought I had to get to the beach.
Sean looks around for his surfboard, which he's been using as a shield, but it's floating out to sea. And then he's suddenly aware of a new threat. There's not one, but two sharks.
I could see the shark was between me and my board. My board was further out to sea. And that's when I got bumped from behind by another shark. It was a short moment, man. I was just looking up at the sky and I was waiting for it to attack me again.
But it's right then that the ocean throws Sean a lifeline.
A wave popped up and I could see the shark through the wave, but it broke before it got to me, and I managed to like body surf it a bit on my back and I got away. And I kept kicking and another wave came and washed me a bit further in.
It was the wave that saved his life.
If that wave hadn't come at that time, it probably would have come back.
Sean's girlfriend Claire, meanwhile, was unaware of what had happened, but she could see something was wrong.
I'd looked up and could see his board really far out, like heaps further than what it normally is, but I couldn't see him. That was a bit strange. And then I did see him coming in on a wave, like body surfing, and he was sort of like looking over at me. And then as he stood up that first time, that's when I realised, because he was like lopsided.
As luck would have it, a group of beachgoers had just arrived. Amazingly, all of them had first aid experience. As Sean's rescuers rushed to his aid, a call was placed to emergency.
Police emergency, how may I help you?
We've got a shark attack at Wiley Bay Beach in Esperance, past Wiley's Head. Kelbed Beach it's called.
In Esperance?
In Esperance, yeah.
All right then, no worries. I'll get a job on.
Yeah, guys lost both his arms, got bitten by a shark.
Okay, so Wiley Beach, the locals will know where that is.
Call it Kelpies or Kelbed, the police or the ambulance, they know where it is.
Sean was dragged from the shallows and treated on the beach until the ambulance arrived. All the time, Sean was conscious, in shock, and incredibly, not without humour.
I remember saying to Claire, Mum's going to be pissed.
In the end, Mum wasn't that pissed, as Sean made it to hospital thanks to the amazing resourcefulness of the people on the beach that day. He survived intense surgery and rehab to come out the other side.
It was only because of my family and friends. Otherwise, if I didn't have them, I don't think I would have come out of the water that day.
The way people use the ocean has changed over time, and that has coincided with the rise in Australian shark attacks. But why do sharks attack people? Remember, we're talking about a wild, unpredictable animal. Hard data on behaviour and habits remain elusive. Despite countless studies and research projects, the science can never be exact.
We all love the water. That's something all Australians love, but we've got a lot of sharks, so your encounters is going to be really high.
The risk of a fatality from shark attack in Australia remains low, with an average of 1.7 fatalities per year over the past 26 years.
If you want to minimise your risk of being bitten, you really do need to be shark aware. Don't swim and surf at dusk or dawn. Don't swim and surf when it's turbid water, for example. And in that way, you can minimise your risk.
So the chances of actually getting attacked by a shark, they say it's like, it's easier to win the lottery.
Let's face it, you're never going to win the lottery, so maybe it's best just to relax and enjoy. Australia, a place of beauty and tranquility. But beneath the calm exterior lie powerful forces ready to unleash destruction without warning. In this episode, you'll see freaks of nature, Tragedy in paradise. Devastation on a grand scale.
It looks as though bombs have hit all along here. It's like a war scene.
The despair, the terror.
The whole building you could feel dropping.
And the triumphs of the human spirit. On Savage Australia, Earth. Australia is old, very old. It's only been an island continent for around 55 million years. But the rocks and minerals beneath us date back well before that. The world's oldest known material, some pretty everyday looking grains of sand, are found in Western Australia. These are 437 million years old. Australia is usually considered a relatively quiet continent, a sleeping giant in a world where the landscapes dramatically change in front of our very eyes. Earthquakes have shattered New Zealand and Italy, tsunamis have inundated Japan and Indonesia, and volcanic eruptions have blasted Iceland and Russia. But beneath the surface of the Australian continent, there's plenty going on.
A lot of people don't realise that Australia, the whole continent of Australia, is moving north at 7 centimetres a year and crashing into Asia.
The stress from these collisions deform the rock. When the stress in the rocks becomes too great, they will break and move permanently. In other words, an earthquake. On average, Geoscience Australia locates more than 600 earthquakes each year.
We've come to know where some of the hotspots are, places like the Gippsland Basin in Victoria, the Flinders Ranges through South Australia, and the Southwest Seismic Zone in Western Australia are our most active areas. We get roughly 10 magnitude 4s, 2 or 3 magnitude 5s a year in Australia, and those are the ones that really give everyone a good shake.
This is Newcastle, coal capital for 160 years, hub of the Hunter region. A great industrial metropolis, the nation's third busiest port, commercial, administrative, educational and shopping centre for 410,000 ambitious Australians living well.
Australia's 6th largest city has long been one of the country's industrial powerhouses. Since the 1970s, coal has been shipped around the world from the busy natural harbour. The BHP Steelworks was the beating heart of the city during 2 world wars and for many decades after. The unofficial capital of the New South Wales Hunter region, Newcastle's residents were tough, working-class Australians. Between 1842 and 1987, there'd been about 13 small quakes in New South Wales, including the Hunter region, but at worst, they'd caused minor damage and a few scares.
In the early 1800s and in 1925, there were 3 earthquakes, so it does have a little bit of a seismic history.
On December 28, 1989, Newcastle's history would dramatically change course. At 10:28 a.m, Newcastle was hit by a 5.6 magnitude earthquake. The residents were totally unprepared for such a catastrophic event. A local news reporter covering a transport dispute suddenly found himself covering the story of his life.
We hope that something good comes out of this.
Union management relations, though, how would you describe them?
Terrible.
Mate, let's go call the 2 at work immediately. Here, race back. Get into the car. Don't worry about me, I'll follow you.
When the earthquake occurred, people will feel the primary wave arrive, and that's generally just a really sharp jolt. And then following that are surface waves, which are much slower, and there's a lot of shaking associated with those waves as they pass through.
Well, this is Beaumont Street, Hamilton, just minutes after the blast or the explosion or the earthquake, and it looks as though a bomb has hit. Bombs have hit all along here. It's like a war scene. People are standing around just dazed. There has been some loss of life, it appears, and buildings all up and down the street have just collapsed into the roadway.
Just came underneath the buildings. Everything just flew off the walls, and it just, I don't know.
Did your building collapse?
No, we were really lucky. And I came out here and I noticed all of this.
There was no rhyme or reason. Unscathed buildings sat alongside collapsed awnings. Single walls were blown out in some places. Other buildings were totally destroyed.
Even here at the northern end of Beaumont Street, the Kent Hotel has been absolutely devastated, and there are people probably caught underneath the rubble here, but rescuers can't get to them because the wall overhead looks so unstable it could come down at any moment.
In Australia, we hadn't had a lot of sort of very large damaging earthquakes prior to Newcastle, so not a lot had been done in terms of earthquake-resistant building codes. So the impact for that city was very devastating.
People spilled onto the street, some dazed and stunned. Others were doing what they could to rescue or comfort the injured. Power was out, phone lines were down, and information was scarce.
Glasses on tables were thrown all over the room, and at this stage there's a whole area of the Hunter Valley has been blacked out.
Tony Briscoe reporting from Newcastle there, and as we told you before, the ambulance service is sending all available vehicles, perhaps a fixed-wing aircraft as well, to the Hunter region, where there are reports of several injuries.
As reports trickled in, it was clear this was no ordinary earthquake. Fears of a massive explosion at the BHP steelworks proved unfounded, but with the power out, it was forced to vent its ovens to prevent a build-up of dangerous gases. A serious fire broke out at a nearby technical college when the force of the quake caused flammable chemicals to burst into flames. In the suburb of Hamilton, lives were feared lost under collapsed awnings and dozens of buildings were destroyed.
The injured were brought here from as far away as Maitland, pushing hospital resources to the limit.
We have no power, no services, can't operate there. There is major structural damage at Royal Newcastle Hospital.
Staff evacuated intensive care patients and earthquake victims and set them up across the road on the beach. As the hours dragged on, hopes of finding survivors faded. Crews using sophisticated heat equipment scoured the ruins for signs of life.
One by one, the bodies were brought out, and still no one was sure how many were left behind.
By nightfall, it was clear there were no more survivors. Rescue operations turned to salvage. Heavy machinery was brought in, and the full extent of the club's destruction was revealed.
One by one, the massive excavators lifted 10 flattened car bodies out of the hole. Originally parked on street level, the impact of the two-storey collapse had forced the cars down 3 metres to the basement.
As the night wore on, rescuers located 2 more bodies, bringing the number of confirmed dead to 9. Back in Hamilton, where 3 people had been crushed to death by a falling awning, the exact moment of the earthquake had been frozen in time on the historical clock tower.
I didn't know whether it was a bomb or what it was. All I knew there was just bricks hailing through the roof.
Prime Minister Bob Hawke offered his support.
Together we'll try and ensure that all the assistance that is necessary will be provided.
And by now, news of the tragedy had made its way around the world.
It was the first fatal earthquake ever in Australia. The quake registered 5.5 on the Richter scale.
The epicenter of the quake, which measured 5.5 on the Richter scale, was just 18 kilometres west of Newcastle. The tremors, which lasted nearly...
The quake hit at mid-morning, flattening dozens of buildings.
Are still missing. The worst hit area, the city of Newcastle, about 75 miles north of Sydney.
Eastern Australia is recovering from a big earthquake tonight. That quake hit 5.5 on the Richter scale, and it was centered near Newcastle, 80 miles to the north of Sydney.
The final death toll for Australia's first deadly earthquake was 13, 9 in the Workers' Club, 3 in Hamilton, and 1 heart attack victim. It would take many years for Newcastle to recover. Australia is blessed with spectacular cliffs and towering rock formations. from the coast to the sheer escarpments of the Great Dividing Range. Dramatic, awe-inspiring, and potentially very dangerous.
The cliff is there because it's formed by ongoing processes of the environment and geology. It's steep because it's continuing to fall. Rocks are falling off all the time. They just happen episodically. For a disaster to happen, then we need someone to be present when that episode of rockfall occurs.
In 1996, the coastal village of Gracetown in Western Australia, students and teachers from the local primary school were watching an inter-school surfing competition when it started to rain.
There they are, simply watching a surfing competition, sheltering from a rainstorm, under cliffs that were always going to fall down at some time.
Without warning, a 15-metre stretch of Huzzers Cliff collapsed. The crowd was buried under 30 tonnes of rock and sand.
The teacher came up and said, you know, the cliff's gone. I knew, that's a big cliff.
Then someone yelled out that they could hear somebody, and we flew across there. And
within minutes, hundreds of locals were on the scene, armed with shovels, ropes, picks, anything they could lay their hands on. They pulled away boulders, dug desperately into the sand, clawed away with their hands.
They moved mountains of dirt. They pulled rocks off cliffs that you'd never seen.
And as day turned to night, they refused to give up their desperate mission.
They broke ropes pulling, they just found strength from anywhere. You know, it was unbelievable.
Families of victims watched and waited, hoping for good news that never came. One by one, the bodies were brought out. And then it happened. From under the rubble, rescuers heard a muffled cry. Against all odds, 10-year-old Sarah Otto had survived the rock fall.
We dug a hole and I slipped my hand in there, and this little girl grabbed hold of my hand, and it was just unbelievable. I just couldn't believe anybody would have been alive in such a situation. And,
especially as she wasn't the first one we got out. We got 3 more out before her.
You weren't so lucky?
No. Well, her mother was beside us, she said. She kept talking about, she thought Mum was there and we could see the other body there, and she's a tremendously brave little girl. She said, don't let me go. And I said, there's no way I was going to let you go.
It's just tragic. It is absolutely tragic. You know, I hope I never come across it again. It was just chaos, and the one flicker of light was when we found this little girl, and I thought, hang on, you know, we may be able to find some more.
But it wasn't to be. Despite everyone's efforts, Sarah was the only survivor from that terrible day. The final death toll was 9, 5 adults, 4 children, a primary school teacher, a former town councillor, a local surf guru, a mother and son visiting from Melbourne, and Sarah Otto's mum. They were all part of a small, close-knit community that was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The New South Wales resort town of Thredbo is nestled at the foot of Australia's highest mountain, Mount Kosciuszko.
This is one of the most thrilling sports in the world, and Australia's alpine country offers some of the world's best skiing. Soon the chalets will be full. New roads in the snowy mountains have opened up new fields, so the rooftop of Australia looks forward to a boom season.
At its peak, it attracts about 70,000 interstate and overseas skiers and snowboarders every year. But Thredbo is known for something other than great skiing. It's also famous as the home of a disaster 40 years in the making. In the 1940s, the massive hydroelectric scheme was being constructed through the snowy mountains. As part of the scheme, a road was built.
The Alpine Way was never meant to be other than an access track, a simple 4-wheel drive track. It was constructed by a bulldozer, pushing over the trees and then pushing the soil on top. And it was remained that way until the date of the disaster.
There were stark warnings of what was to come. A section of the road simply disappeared in 1978. It happened again in 1992. The warnings were ignored.
Should have seen it coming. The picture was written there in the rocks for everyone to see.
A massive pile of soil dumped over the side in the construction of the road was lying on a steep slope.
It was just sitting there waiting to fail. All we needed was another ingredient, the water. The leak started, saturated a whole mass of soil in the old Alpine Way and on the edge of the car park, creating the first landslide.
On the night of July 30th, 1997, the tight-knit community of Thredbo was ripped apart.
It happened just before midnight with no warning. Hundreds of tons of rocks and earth avalanched from just beneath the Alpine Way, the main road, onto the Carinya Lodge. One person was sleeping there, but that building cannoned on down the hill, crushing the Bimbadeen Lodge. And 19 people, mostly resort staff, were there. All are now missing.
A desperate search for 20 people after a landslide buries 2 ski lodges in the Snowy Mountains village of Thredbo.
The longer it goes, obviously their chances are diminishing.
The next morning, Australia woke to the news of devastation in one of its premier ski resorts. A section of ground below the busy Alpine Way road had given way. 3,500 tonnes of liquefied earth, rocks and rubble had flattened buildings, trees and cars. Tons of concrete slabs had collapsed on each other, trapping the lodge's occupants as they slept.
There's no buildings there where there was buildings when we went to bed.
Police were on site within an hour, and by 2:30 a.m, more than 100 professionals had arrived. Rescuers like paramedic Paul Featherstone.
It was between buildings, and it actually, everywhere else, looked brand new, like it hadn't been touched. But just this devastation. Then on the right, people are actually skiing, still skiing down the slopes.
For rescuers, this whole emergency's become so frustrating. It's now been 8 hours and it's still considered far too dangerous for them to be allowed in to begin a search.
We heard a lot of tragedy before that, the people that were here during that night, horrendous situation for them where they heard people, but because the slope was so dangerous, one of the hardest decisions to make was to pull those people back.
Finally, nearly 11 hours after the landslide, the site was stabilised and rescuers swarmed over the rubble.
There's roofing material that's in a position that you wouldn't believe it would be, halfway up a tree, that's stopped the movement of a large boulder that's certainly causing us concern. Motor vehicles that were parked on concrete slabs are in positions that one couldn't believe that they would be in.
Piece by painstaking piece, they carefully removed the bricks and crumbled concrete. One wrong move could trigger another slip, potentially sending rescuers to their deaths and ending the faint chance of finding survivors.
So part of that was finding people, and if we found no deceased, the area was marked because we had to move on, hopefully, that we'd find someone alive. So those were sort of hard things for rescuers to have to do.
Rescuers probed for signs of life with fibre optic poles and listening devices. 2 hours into the operation, there was a brief ray of hope when noises were detected from somewhere inside the debris.
Hear me under there? Make some noise!
But from beneath the rubble came only silence, and so the search went on. Tragic stories of the dreadful night began to emerge.
Well, he was walking on the road with his wife and happened to be a few places ahead of her, and he survived at that stage, and she was gathered up in the slippage as it came through.
As the day turned to night, the operation dragged on in the numbing cold. Rescuers kept praying that under the next piece of rubble, they'd find some sign of life.
Most Australians and Aussies are all hard, Everyone wants to keep on going. Mate, I think everybody up there has this, deep embedded thought that there is a chance.
As the rescue effort dragged into its second day, residents came together to support each other and try to make sense of the disaster. Bonded by grief, they flocked to the village church, just 500 metres from where their friends and colleagues were buried under the rubble.
We pray for the whole community of Thredbo, who can't understand how such a thing could happen.
By now, exhausted rescuers were battling fatigue, crippling cold and fading morale. Just 3 bodies had been located, and there were still 17 people unaccounted for.
We never predict that no one is alive until we've proven it. And it was sort of that night that we found Stuart.
Stuart Diver and his wife Sally had been asleep in their room when their lodge collapsed, pinning them under slabs of concrete. Stuart was trapped in a small pocket surrounded by water with barely 5 centimetres of room above his face. Sally was not so lucky. Lying next to him, the level of the water had risen around her and she drowned. For 54 hours, Diver lay there, struggling to keep his nose above the rising and falling water, and then came the words he would never forget.
There's a rescue party overhead, can you hear me?
A miracle has occurred and signs of life were detected. Some muffled sounds from under the slab.
Those few faint murmurs brought the tired rescuers to a silent and hopeful halt. A fireman's shout answered by a tired man's voice. Ski instructor Stuart Diver was alive.
I repeated the call and had a voice come strongly back to me.
We all know the tragedy of it, where he lost his wife. He heard her scream and he had hold of his hand. It was to go through that and then be laying there for 60 hours thinking about nothing else and freezing cold, and he was in like a little tomb. So initially we thought, you beauty, we only got to clean this mess out and we'll get someone out, you know. And then when we got there, we realised he wasn't there, but he was underneath.
Now came the dangerous task of extricating him from under 3 massive concrete slabs.
The job all of a sudden became tremendous, how we're going to get him out. Because these slabs on top were laid with other slabs, you know, like it was just going to be a mammoth effort. And was why a lot of heavy machinery wasn't used initially, because I thought if you missed something, something could slip, and if there was someone else alive, you might cut them in two.
At great peril to the rescuers, they have tunnelled under that slab towards where the sounds were emanating from.
They finally established visual contact via a 10-centimetre hole.
When we cut the manhole, I could just squeeze my hand in top of his chest. That's how tight he was laying in this freezing cold, black conditions for all those hours before he hurt anybody, and then all those hours after he hurt us as well.
For the next 11 hours, Paul held Stuart's hand and became a vital lifeline.
We set up a casualty treatment area with top physicians right at the manhole entrance where we were going to drag him out, because we had to pull him out vertically. And after he'd been horizontal with hypothermia for so long, that can be catastrophic. So we filled him up full of fluids and drugs, and we got him as best as we could, pulled him up onto this treatment area, and his vitals didn't change. And it was then the first time that we realised that he will survive.
At around 5 p.m, almost 12 hours after first contact, Stuart Diver was freed.
When he first saw the light, the sky, he just looked at me and said, that sky's fantastic.
You can hear the cheering all the way up the valley now. Just a spontaneous outpouring. It's been a long time coming, and unbelievable when you consider what's happened here over the last 3.5 days.
To me, the roar of the crowd is just what it's all about. It's about human life and everyone pitching in. You know, it wasn't just me. It was thousands of people pitching in to get this one man out of that situation.
Stuart was flown to nearby Canberra Hospital, where he was given a hero's welcome. Amazingly, he'd suffered only minor lacerations and some frostbite.
I'd like to thank everyone who was involved in my rescue, the fire brigade and all the rescue services, along with the medical teams at Thredbo and here in Canberra, and to all the people who have prayed for me and given me so much support over the last couple of days. It's been overwhelming, and I don't think I would have made it through without the involvement of all those people. It's been fantastic, and thanks very much.
Meanwhile, the rescue operations continued. Stuart Diver's 1 in a million survival gave them new hope, but as the hours turned into days, it was clear there would be no more miracles. It was 1 week later when rescuers recovered the last body, bringing the final death toll to 18. One of the most bizarre examples of shifting earth is the formation of sinkholes. They can be big, they can be small, and they can occur in the strangest places. Queensland's Linda Ray Mackay awoke one day to a shocking change to the backyard of her Ipswich home. The sinkhole was first spotted by a neighbour at around 9 a.m.
I heard a bang and a splush. And when I looked over the fence, I had about a 6-foot round hole.
And in a few hours, it went from curiosity to a potential threat.
Really would like some people out of here, thank you. Come on.
What started as a mystery turned out to be a 113-year-old relic of the region's coal mining past.
What we believe is that this is an exploration shaft. It would have been a 2 metre by 2 metre square vertical excavation, probably about 100 metres deep.
Authorities were concerned about their house, but 24 hours later, the hole had been filled, which left the Mackays jumping with joy. Sinkholes are not uncommon. The underlying cause is usually erosion brought on by flowing water. In some cases, underground cavities collapse, weakening the ground above them. Queensland's Stradbroke Island has long been a favourite retreat for holidaymakers.
Holy shit.
In 2017, campers found one of their favourite spots disappearing before their eyes.
Seriously, can you step away from the edge?
Jason Pearce and his 3 daughters were on the sand when it all began to shift.
And you could feel the vibrations through the ground when the rocks hit the bottom of the sea.
We kind of jumped back really quickly and then we're just like, whoa.
The normally popular Amity Point was proving to be anything but friendly. A chunk of beach the size of an Olympic swimming pool had vanished.
Big difference, just amazing.
Fortunately, nothing was lost. 2 years earlier, just near Rainbow Beach in Skip Point, overnight went from this to this. 23 kilometres of pristine coastline bisected, leaving a sinkhole 100 metres wide and at least 10 metres deep. The water devoured caravans and camping equipment, trapping it in the sludge. Dashcam from a camper's car shows 2 men's frantic efforts to save their caravan. Beaches like this are created by sand drifting on prevailing currents. If the sand base becomes unstable, it's undermined by the water and eventually collapses, taking bites out of the Australian coastline. Moulded by wind and waves, beaches are often backed by a buffer of sand dunes to protect against damage from storms, as well as providing a reservoir of sand to replenish and maintain the beach at times of erosion. But the sand dunes themselves are now under attack from the activities of man. From encroaching development to four-wheel driving and increased foot traffic, the threat has become a major environmental issue. Increased coastal degradation and the destabilising of a highly sensitive ecosystem risks leaving our coast at the mercy of the elements. It's this inherent instability of the sandy shoreline that can trap the unwary, especially children. Over the years, the lure of these seemingly harmless beach playgrounds has resulted in many tragedies. Records show there were 31 recreational sandhole deaths since 1985 in the United States, United Kingdom, Australia and New Zealand. And there were 21 incidents where a person was rescued from a collapse, in several cases by bystanders who performed CPR. The victims, mostly boys, ranged in age from 3 to 21 years, with the average age about 12. In fact, statistics show sand is more dangerous than sharks. Just seconds from death, 11-year-old Nathan Good was buried alive.
I was just shocked. Scared. Screaming and everything. It was really scary.
Nathan and 2 friends were taking a shortcut across the dunes at Cudgeon Beach in Queensland.
They started digging like really hard and frantically to pull me out, and I just got out because I was in a ball with like that much of space to breathe, so it was running out really fast.
Paramedics and police took over.
The sandbank was actually continually falling in on top of him, so we had to make some makeshift barricades with our spine boards out of our vehicles and then dig the sand out from around underneath him.
Lucky Nathan emerged with only scratched knees and has learnt a valuable lesson.
Don't play in sand dunes.
At Markoola Beach, 10-year-old Bryce and his 9-year-old mate Michael were digging tunnels in the side of a small dune when the sand gave way.
Then I saw it fall down on me, so I had to turn my face so I could breathe. It was just blackness at me.
Only their legs were left protruding from the sand.
I was saying to myself that I'm going to make it, and I thought I was going to die at the starting.
Bryce kept breathing in an air pocket. His mate wasn't so lucky.
It was really scary for me because I fainted from the air. I couldn't breathe.
No one's sure how long it was before passers-by came to save them, but paramedics say it was just in time.
I think it was any longer, I think it would have been a real tragedy.
The boys were keen to meet their saviours.
Are you the one who saved us?
Yes, all of us, all of us.
And the father was grateful beyond words.
I know these guys, I really do. I want to know these guys the rest of my life. Well, that's good to know, and I hope it's going to be useful for somebody else.
There are two main types of erosion. Both pose dangers to the Australian coastline.
A slow onset coastal erosion is really a process which takes place over geological timescales, so centuries to thousands of years. And what we're looking at there is waves in general, day-to-day waves, day-to-day tides, slowly eroding and reshaping our rocky coasts. A great example of a rocky coast which is eroding through slow onset erosion is the Victorian coastline and the 12 Apostles. I think there are now only 8 left, and they're collapsing over a human timescale, so we need to be aware of this. They're a great tourist attraction, of course, but in time, over geological time, probably there'll be none left.
The most alarming form of coastal erosion is rapid onset, when huge chunks of coastal areas are destroyed by massive seas and storm surges. This is Collaroy and Narrabeen on Sydney's northern beaches. In 1946, 6 shacks collapsed and a house floated out to sea. It had been identified as a coastal erosion risk as far back as the 1920s. But the warnings have time and time again gone unheeded. In 1967, the homes and apartment blocks along the beachfront were threatened with collapse as their very foundations were exposed. The landmark Flight Deck apartment building had its pilings exposed by a storm 1 year after it was built. The building was saved by dumping thousands of tons of fill and sand to construct a seawall. A few beaches south, workmen and residents battled to save a large section of the famous Manly Beach, which was threatened by monstrous seas. More than 60 feet of seawall toppled into the ocean. Racing against time and the heavy rain, machine operators constructed a temporary rock wall before the tide rose. Debates about the effectiveness of sea and rock walls have spanned decades.
Seawalls work in certain situations to provide the foundation for the coastal roads and then the houses behind to maintain the beach profile and beach width. So in certain situations, seawalls are a great solution, but in others, it can actually exacerbate the situation and lead to the loss of the beach.
In 1974, more misery as an even bigger event hit Sydney's northern beaches. Huge seas attacked much of the east coast.
All along the coastline, the forces of nature have taken their toll, and it's been a heavy one at that. Mile after mile of beachfront is just eroded by the constant pounding of the heavy seas.
Amazingly, more high-rises had been built since the last wave of destruction, and predictably, their foundations were undermined once again. Valiant attempts were made to shore up the seawall, a temporary fix until the next inevitable attack from the seas. North of Sydney, Wamberal was also being hit that year.
When the cottage tumbled into the sea this morning, it marked the end of a 3-day battle to try and save it. Huge steel girders had been placed under it during the weekend, and today the owners were intending moving it back from the cliff edge. But the heavy seas and unusually high tides beat them. The house went soon after 8 o'clock this morning. First it was the front veranda, then room after room followed it down the hill. And at the same time, the filling, a quarter of the filling underneath that second house gave way. And with another huge tide expected tonight, the locals here say there's no chance of saving it.
At 8 o'clock, the last little bit of sand just went in front of the pier here and away it went. And it went mighty quick.
Meanwhile, Queensland didn't escape the drama as 4 cyclones and 2 massive storms battered the Gold Coast, smashing the foreshore and destroying the Holiday Haven's waterfront homes. Ignoring the warning signs, this infamous stretch of coastline has now exploded in beachfront development. In 2016, waves of up to 8 metres hit Sydney, destroying several homes in Collaroy and washing gardens and swimming pools into the ocean as a huge low-pressure system combined with king tides to cause widespread destruction. Metres of coastal land were sliced away and several million-dollar homes hung precariously on the edge of sand cliffs. This is what the beach looked like before and after. The southern suburbs of Sydney didn't escape, as this couple found out. Trying to mop up as the king tide built was proving to be a useless exercise. Cafes were engulfed, seafronts washed away, and surf clubs badly damaged. With over 6% of the country living within 3 kilometres of the coastline and sea levels rising, this problem is only going to get worse. Scientists predict sea levels could rise by up to 40 centimetres by 2050 and 90 centimetres by 2100. To put that in perspective, a report predicts that a sea level rise of just 20 centimetres in Narrabeen, combined with a 1 in 50-year storm surge, would see the ocean push the coastline back 110 metres. Other hotspots are Lakes Entrance in Victoria and Queensland's Sunshine Coast. The horrifying prediction is that $226 billion in property and infrastructure around Australian coasts are potentially at risk by 2100.
We all value the coast really highly. Problem is, in Australia, we're built right to the edge. Coasts change, and they're not static environments, and we need to understand and incorporate that into our thinking.
But to this day, houses continue to be built in these danger zones, ignoring the last 100 years of history.
The coast of the future has the real potential for being a different landscape that we're familiar with. And with sea level rise, global warming, that there's the real risk that storm surges will reach higher and further inland.
The interior of the driest continent in the world can be a forbidding place, intensely hot and covered in iconic red dust. It's an environment rarely visited by coastal communities, but sometimes the inland comes to them. In 1939, New South Wales experienced grainy skies and roads choked by powder-fine dust that took months to clean up. Another storm hit Melbourne in 1983, engulfing the entire city in a matter of minutes. Sydney's also copped its fair share of dust storms. 15 years ago, this brownout caused havoc in the CBD. But that was nothing compared to what Sydney woke up to on September 23, 2009, the day that dawned red. A 1 in 70-year dust storm formed many kilometres away, settled over the city, turning the iconic sights into apocalyptic visions and transforming the everyday morning commute into an unforgettable experience. The massive, rusty cloud had swept across half the country, propelled by an intense cold front that first struck South Australia.
So in an extended drought period where you've got exposed surface, that is, there's little grass because it hasn't grown, means that you've got the ability for the soil to be available for when you have a big wind event to pick it up and have that mobile in the air.
Relentlessly, the storm turned eastward into New South Wales, hanging like a blanket across a giant sweep of eastern Australia, eventually affecting 3 states. The mining town of Broken Hill, right in its path, saw an eerily beautiful but daunting sight.
There's a lot of soil in that air, man.
This family's home was swamped by the surreal storm in a few seconds.
It's just got blacker. Oh my gosh. I think we better go inside, Ted.
Yeah.
Oh, that is horrible. It's just gone completely black. I can't even see anything on the camera. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy sh**. That is like dark time.
Over 10 years of drought, so the environment's dry, you get a windy, dry day, picks up the dust and it puts it like completely lost visibility in dust.
It went on to savage farmland, the precious topsoil blown out to sea and flattening crops.
Knock the flour off the canola and lay the wheat down as well.
One more blow for the region in the grip of a terrible drought.
There's quite a potential desperate situation developing out there.
The dust front moved quickly, hitting Canberra and crossing the Great Dividing Range.
That's just the freakiest thing ever.
Strong winds saw it engulf Sydney overnight.
It's several hundred kilometres long and probably something like 150 kilometres wide, so very, very extensive.
Transport ground to a halt, Sydney's ferries sitting in an empty sea of red. Commuters have been stranded many times before, but never for anything like this.
With an 1,100-tonne vessel, we need to see what's in front of us.
While to the north, Lismore was hit by lunchtime. Soon after, Brisbane was in a haze. By nightfall, the dust was slowly settling, leaving a huge clean-up in its wake. Just like a dust storm, the Earth has a habit of rising up against us when we least expect it. Despite measures like maintaining safe infrastructure and enforcing tough building codes, we're largely powerless in the face of these events. In the end, survival can come down to the skill and patience of our rescuers.
The human value of what happens in these disasters is what it's about. It affects so many people at the end of the day. And having the right resources to make sure that if something happens to a human being, we're doing the best we can to get them home.
Australia's native plants and animals have adapted to life on an isolated continent over millions of years, evolving over eons into unique and amazingly varied species. Then came Europeans. But it's not just the people that changed the land forever. It's also what came with them. Over the next hour, you'll witness the devastation of the lands and the waterways, the ceaseless slaughter of native animals, and the savagery of man's revenge. On Savage Australia, Feral Invaders. Since 1788, about 11% of the country's 273 native mammals have gone extinct.
Australia is an island ark. It's home to an extraordinary diversity of life. One of the major impacts on this diversity of life are pest animals.
The appalling fact is that millions of animals are killed by feral attack every single day.
Whether it be wild dogs, feral cats, rabbits, foxes, they all have a major impact on our threatened species, wildlife and our landscapes more generally.
It's an unmitigated environmental disaster. It's ironic that over the years, Australia has developed some of the strictest quarantine laws in the world. If it grew or breathed, we'd bin it or spray it. But even though countless pests have been stopped at the arrivals hall, the horse had bolted a long time before.
Tally-ho! The dogs are on the scent and the wild pigs dash for cover.
Feral pigs are a foreign menace that rip into sheep and lambs and decimate the Australian landscape. Hunters in the 1940s trained their dogs to bring down pigs without hurting them, so they could be sold later. It was dangerous, and sometimes the dogs wouldn't survive.
It's easy to see how they kill lambs. Now would you like a rip from that tusk?
60 years later, Australia's foremost feral animal expert, Tony Peacock, says that feral pigs are leading the Australian foreign pest epidemic.
He's a big bugger. Big old fat ass. Now, we don't even know how many feral pigs are out there. It could be 20 million pigs. But the reality is, if there's 20 million of these guys, you can see how much ploughing he's done. That's 20 million ploughs in the Australian landscape. It's not an option to just stick your head in the sand and decide that it's not a problem.
Domestic pigs have been around since the arrival of the First Fleet. They were kept by early settlers, unrestricted and in semi-feral conditions. Stock could readily escape and wander, and by the 1880s, pigs had run wild in New South Wales. Feral pigs have since become an agricultural and environmental nightmare. They're found in all states and territories, particularly around river systems and wetlands. Destruction of crops, especially sugarcane in Queensland, have turned farms into battlegrounds. And farmers are on the front line.
It needs a serious attack, and it's got to be a planned attack. Almost an all-out war against them.
The ploughed up earth is carried with the rainwater down creeks and into the ocean, silting up the Great Barrier Reef. It's an environmental pigsty. And just next door, another of Australia's iconic landmarks is suffering from the effects of this feral invader. The Daintree rainforest in northern Queensland is renowned for its ancient beauty. Believed to be one of the oldest forests in the world, it's home to animals and plants found nowhere else. It's a nature lover's paradise, but many areas have been ripped apart, ravaged by feral pigs.
This sort of diggings here cause extensive erosion and siltation of the streams.
Nearby banana and sugar growers have lost millions of dollars, and endangered wildlife is under siege. It's estimated there are around 12 animals per square kilometre, but authorities and locals have fought back. Contracted trappers have been catching up to 400 pigs a year. It's arduous work, particularly in the wet season when the pigs go to ground. The pig hunters use old logging tracks and follow the paths of creeks and rivers to access the impenetrable rainforest to lay traps baited with bananas. The pigs are shot while still in the trap. Feral pigs are mostly disease-ridden and full of parasites, so the meat is essentially inedible. One of the proposed solutions to the problem of feral animals, including pigs, is recreational shooting. 2,500 kilometres south, in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales, it's a frosty early morning. And these intrepid shooters are out hunting down their prey, the feral pig.
I love animals, but these animals are killers themselves. There are millions of them. It's a good thing for some of us to be doing something about.
We're environmental sheriffs. There we go.
This morning's hunt may serve a practical purpose, but it's not all about pest control.
Yeah, when I go for a shoot, and just the peace and quiet of it, you're not stomping around the bush, you know, you're being very gentle, very quiet, you're stalking. Generally, it's just communing with nature and then killing it.
But when it comes to dangerous feral invaders, size doesn't matter. These little creatures have brought disease and destruction on a grand scale. Australia already had around 60 species of native rat, but the problem started with the arrival of these guys, the black and brown rat. They carried with them death. In 1899, the dreaded bubonic plague had spread to the Pacific, and Australian colonial authorities were acutely aware that it was only a matter of time before the disease reached their continent. It arrived via rats aboard cargo ships from Hong Kong on the 19th of January, 1900. Ships brought wave after wave of infection to the crowded, unsealed streets around Sydney Harbour, packed with hastily built shanties for the city's dock labourers. Squadrons of rat catchers were formed in the next few months. Tens of thousands of vermin were killed and burned in special rat incinerators, with some councils paying 6 a head, making the pestilence very profitable. The infected were quarantined at Sydney's North Head, with more than 1,700 people sent to the station. Many would never leave. Between March and July 1900, the rocks and waterfront areas were barricaded off, disinfected and often demolished. By the time the outbreak was over in August 1900, a total of 303 cases had been reported, with 103 deaths. An early warning as to the dangers of a seemingly innocuous feral invader. But the rat has a nasty little cousin, the house mouse. Plagues of house mice occur in the grain-growing regions of southern and eastern Australia around every 4 years. As the mice congregate around food sources during plagues, their density can reach a staggering 3,000 mice per hectare. One suggested cause is that, as an introduced species, mice don't have natural predators in Australia, allowing their numbers to grow alarmingly. Serious mouse infestations have occurred in grain-growing areas for more than a century. Plagues are common following exceptionally good cropping seasons. In 1993, in South Australia, Australia's biggest mouse plague caused approximately $96 million worth of damage. The mice destroyed thousands of hectares of crops, attacked livestock, damaged vehicles, and ruined buildings.
Kill one and 150 come to the funeral.
Solutions have been hard to come by. Apart from some natural methods, spraying crops with the poison strychnine has been found over the years to be the best way of controlling the vermin. In desperation, genetic solutions are now being considered. Scientists are looking at sex reversal, creating a population of only one sex, which would eliminate them in one generation. But the technology, for now, just isn't available, and the house mouse remains an ever-present threat. Roaming the Australian bush, there are bigger versions of the feral menace, packs of wild dogs. Domestic dogs gone feral, the iconic pure dingo, and hybrids between the two. Dingoes are descended from wolves and arrived in Australia around 5,000 years ago. They're seen by many as being partly responsible for the extinction of the thylacine, or Tasmanian tiger, on the mainland around 2,000 years ago. There are more dingoes now than at any other time in their history, due to man providing handy waterholes and the ultimate fast food in the form of rabbits.
Since rabbits have come out to this country, rabbits arrived out here probably about the turn of the century, and they tend to occur in very, very large numbers, and together with the provision of waters, it provides a haven for dingoes.
Not many animals, apart from humans, hunt for sport.
They'll get into a mob of kangaroos and they'll kill 3 or 4, and they'll eat one or one and a bit and they'll leave the rest, just for fun.
But dingoes have also developed a taste for humans. In Uluru, Central Australia, 1980, a dingo attack made world headlines. A dingo snatched and killed 9-week-old baby Azaria Chamberlain from the tent where she slept. Her mother, Lindy Chamberlain, initially accused of murdering Azaria, was immortalised by this phrase:
"Dingo's got my baby."
The body of Azaria was never found despite extensive searches. The blood-stained clothing was the only evidence the child had been killed. Australia Museum's David Bock thinks it was classic dingo behaviour.
The dingo was clearly being opportunistic. It would have been hanging around the campsite, looking for food, and it just saw this as an option and took it, and the rest is history.
Doubts surrounded the death until dingo attacks became more frequent.
There's only one known remedy for this national pest, and that is ceaseless killing by every available means.
It's been this way in Australia for 150 years. For many, one of the gentlest animals in existence has been seen as the most destructive, despised creature to walk the earth.
He's an introduced animal, and I think the only way we're going to get relief out of him is to try and exterminate him completely.
But despite every effort, the rabbit remains. 2 mating rabbits can produce 33 million relatives in just 3 years. And the effect rabbits have had on the ecology of Australia has been devastating. Looking at this, you'd think there was enough grass here for livestock, native animals and rabbits. But it's an illusion. The rabbits have destroyed permanent grasses and shrubs and left the greener surface weeds. A few years later, this land will become a dust bowl, riddled with erosion. Even the rabbits will die, and it's a cycle that's been repeated through the years.
If fodder is plentiful, they eat the best of it. If scarce, they eat the lot. Unless checked, they stop the regrowth of pastures and natural vegetation.
And it was all the European settlers' fault. In 1859, the Clipper Lightning arrived from England with a dangerous cargo, 24 wild rabbits. They'd been imported by British farmer Thomas Austin, who missed the noble sport of shooting rabbits in the countryside. Now he could sit on his veranda of an evening and pop off a few. As he put it, the introduction of a few rabbits could do little harm and might provide a touch of home, in addition to a spot of hunting. Little did he know what a devastating feral scourge he'd inflicted on the nation.
And within 70-odd years, I mean, the 20-odd rabbits had grown to over 10 billion rabbits, which had a devastating impact on the landscape more broadly.
24 became thousands, then millions, then tens of millions. The spread of rabbits was helped as people realised there was big money to be made from rabbit meat and furs. And so drovers and trappers carried pairs of rabbits, letting them go well ahead of spreading populations. Pretty soon, much of the best pastoral country looked like a huge rabbit warren. Back then, wool sales were the lifeblood of the nation. Because of rabbits, the loss of pasture cut Australia's sheep numbers by half, bringing the country's economy to its knees.
Australia was in a really sort of bad place for many, many years with rabbits.
By the 1880s, things were desperate, but a possible breakthrough came from a very unexpected place. In 1898, a scientist in Uruguay discovered a virus called myxomatosis, and it was suggested it could be used for rabbit control in Australia. But opposition to the idea was intense, and for the time being, the idea was dropped. Instead, they tried so-called rabbit-proof fences built along state borders, but the rabbits just got through by digging under them. As the 20th century rolled on, the trappers were having a field day. They were desperate times, and methods used to control the rabbits were often brutal and inhumane. Rabbit drives involved rounding up thousands of animals and clubbing them to death, with children encouraged to join in the slaughter. It may not have been high-tech, but it was cost-effective. There was only one way out, and the authorities resorted to a solution proposed over 50 years before.
In the 1950s, we released myxomatosis, a disease that devastated the rabbit population and then led to a resurgence of much of our wildlife that was affected by rabbits, and also gave agriculture a boost.
They're ugly, full of poison, and totally unstoppable. We're talking about the cane toad. At last count, there's 1 billion of these little critters hopping around the Australian countryside, and they're killing our wildlife. Most of northern Australia has succumbed to these feral invaders, and they've reached 3,000 kilometres south, as far as Sydney. Now they're sweeping west towards the fragile Kimberley, wiping out native wildlife as they go. But there are many people doing their best to draw a red line in the dust. The Kimberley is a vast tract of wilderness. 420,000 square kilometres. An ecological marvel, miraculously unspoiled. Until now.
Spread that grass!
Nightfall brings forth an army, the last line of defence, in a desperate bid to stop an advancing enemy. The cane toad.
Get those ones around the light, there's a lot of them.
The toad has pushed 2,500 kilometres west to the town of Kununurra, the latest battleground in its relentless march through northern Australia.
Make sure you have a look underneath the bridge too.
Ben Scott Virtue is Commander-in-Chief of the Kimberley Cane Toad Busters. The dedicated band of locals joined by volunteers, tourists and backpackers trying to make a difference. Picking them off by the bagful. Each battle is a small victory for Ben and his team. But when you look at the sheer size of the region and the kind of terrain involved, it's clear who will win the war. The Kimberley will fall to the toads. And like many others, Ben has no sympathy for the creature.
The only good toad is a dead toad.
Cane toads are foreign invaders, but they were invited. Imported to Australia in 1935 by the Queensland government, they were supposed to eat the beetles which were destroying the state's sugarcane crops. They never did eat the beetle, but today more than 1 billion cane toads are eating their way across the continent, and it's the poisonous glands that cause all the problems.
Well, cane toads, they're the most hated feral. And the problem with cane toads is what eats them.
On a creek in the Kimberley, scientist Sean Doody monitors the monitors, keeping tabs on families of goannas he believes will be wiped out by the end of the year. The toad's poison is a death sentence.
Well, Merton's goannas love frogs. They see a cane toad, think it's a frog, grab it, and they actually don't even get them down. They die from just mouthing the toad.
It's taken 76 years, but these slimy invaders have become faster, hardier and more adaptable. Scientists say their evolution in the Australian bush has delivered almost a super toad that has conquered Queensland, most of the Northern Territory, and here in Western Australia, they're on the doorstep of one of this country's most iconic national parks. If something's not done about them right now, this Bungle Bungles area could suffer the same fate. Toad busters like Ben Scott Virtue are determined to fight this war to the final amphibian. The Kimberley is his line in the sand, and D-Day is fast approaching. This is Lake Argyle, south of Kununurra, and Ben is here to check on how close the looming invasion has come. The news is worse than anyone feared. The calling cards of the colonisers are already in evidence.
It looks like an olive python. I'm guessing that, unfortunately, this... Oh my God. Has fallen prey to a cane toad.
And it seems the toads have developed another amazing ability.
Here we go, mate.
These marathon swimming specimens are an astonishing 6 times faster than their ancestors of 50 years ago. And that's the secret to the cane toad's prolific spread.
Who knows? They are an incredibly hardy animal. I wouldn't put it past the toad to have swum even from that distance over on the eastern side of the lake.
Scientists call the rapid evolution the Olympic Village effect. Elite individuals mate together to produce faster, stronger offspring. It was the birth of the super toad.
This wet season we've seen the largest movement that has ever happened on our recorded history. 85 kilometres in a couple of the corridors, toads have moved over this wet season. Absolutely phenomenal.
Winding its way through the beehives is Piccaninny Creek, the first creek system that the toads will use to access the heart of the Bungle Bungles. The Kimberley will be lost, and unless a long-term scientific solution is found, the rest of toad-free Australia will inevitably fall.
What's the saddest for me is my kids are not going to be able to come out here and find the frillies and find the blue tongues and find the yellow spotted monitors. They're going to be gone.
But things are looking grim. Scientists seeking that silver bullet recently lost government funding. And even if it finally comes, the war might already be lost. Just after dawn in far northwestern Australia, a highly trained Springer Spaniel is on the trail of a very damaging predator. A feral cat. The dog has been taught to single out the smell of these wild cats from the vast array of animal scents in the Kimberley. Suddenly, the target's in sight and the dog becomes a cat-seeking missile.
You got this, Sully! Go, 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 go!
There.
This is almost all the rewards you need. It's just the fact.
It may look like your average moggy, when in fact it's the face of a deadly menace. Historical records date the introduction of cats to Australia at around 1804, with cats first becoming feral around Sydney by 1820. By the early 1900s, concern was already growing at the pervasiveness of the cat problem. 100 years later, and Australia has a crisis, with the cats roaming unchecked over 99.8% of the country.
The Australian feral cat population is certainly smashing our wildlife every single day of the year. 365 days of the year.
The wild cat population is estimated to be between 12 and a staggering 23 million, with thousands more living in Australia's urban areas, rubbish dumps and intensive farms. The result? Since 1788, about 11% of the country's 273 native mammals have gone extinct, with a major factor being the introduction of feral cats from Europe.
The cats are a major problem. They are one of the most efficient predators on the earth, and especially in this country where they haven't got a predator against them.
They are killing machines. They eat just about anything, including our endangered native wildlife.
And the authorities are desperate to eradicate them.
Our goal is very clear. Defeat the feral cats.
The black-footed rock wallaby is one of many native animals at risk of extinction, and although the tough zoo breeding programs are having good results, the wallabies can't be released into the wild because of the risk.
Anything the size of a mid-wallaby downwards is just a wonderful meal for a feral cat out there, unfortunately.
The bilby is another creature under threat, with populations in the wild at critical levels.
Feral cats are our biggest major disaster in Australia. Of course, the red fox has been there, but lately the feral cat has just gone, and 23 million estimated Australian population.
The crisis has prompted the federal government to commit to culling over 2 million feral cats by 2020.
Right now we're engaged in the world's most concentrated program.
New technology has been developed, like this trap, that shoots a deadly toxin when it senses a nearby cat. The trap is proving successful with local wildlife numbers improving.
There are 250 quolls roaming now in the Flinders Ranges that were once locally extinct. We don't hate cats, we just can't tolerate the damage that they're doing to Australia.
But often the tried and true methods are the best. If you're trying to catch a cat, you can't go past a dog. But this cat's not going quietly.
Up the tree, good. Good girl, Sally. Right.
Come on, mate, come on. Let's go, come on. Let's go, come on.
Here he goes. Oh, there it goes. Come on, go, Sally, go.
This time the cat's in the bag.
Got it?
Yeah, we got it.
Conservationist Ali Levitt says getting rid of the feral cats is at the top of her to-do list.
We think across Australia, we estimate there's a minimum of 12 million cats. Say they're each eating 5 native animals a day, just to be conservative. That means you're talking about 60 million native animals every day eaten by feral cats.
The wild brumbies have become a fixture of our mountains, forests and plains, and to many embody all that's wild and free about this country, interwoven into Australian folklore. To others, they're seen as a threat and an enemy to be destroyed.
Horses that are uncontrolled in the parks do cause damage, and the reason is they've got hooves, and before we brought horses and sheep and cattle to Australia, most of the animals were very soft paws, and so these introduced animals do cause quite a lot of damage to the park and therefore the habitat of the native animals and plants.
And it was environmental damage such as this that led to one of the most contentious events in the history of park management. This is the Guy Fawkes National Park in northern New South Wales. Remote, beautiful, and the scene of a terrible mass slaughter. In the year 2000, the National Parks authorities decided the wild brumbies, which had lived in the park for a century, had to go. Deeming the horses a feral pest, 2 masked men in helicopters were deployed. Between them, they gunned down 600 brumbies, leaving just 80 alive. The carnage broke the hearts of many locals who developed a bond with the brumbies.
Terrible, terrible, especially when you see horses that have been shot and not killed, and it's crippled, and half a dozen bullets in them, guts and everywhere. You know, it's shocking, really.
For years, local farmers like Les Hume would ride in the park, trap the horses, and break them in for their own use, anything to save them from a bullet. In the wake of the brutal cull, the government began investigating the wild horse's heritage and found not only were they a destructive feral pest, but also the brumbies were of important historical value. Since the 1830s, horses from the east coast of Australia had been exported for use by the British Army all over the world. Coming from New South Wales, they were dubbed the Whalers. Often found in the bush, these tough horses were of no distinct breed. They were the descendants of domestic horses who'd escaped or been turned loose into the ranges after the settlement of Australia. Many of these were harness horses from the coach company Cobb & Co. These horses were bred tough. In World War II, the Aussie brumbies distinguished themselves as being able to travel further and faster over the cavalry breeds. There are many that are angry at the treatment of the brumbies since those glory days. At Armidale in northern New South Wales, Mark and Helen Stewart adopted this mob out of a sense of duty.
Marengo.
I think that the horses were used when it suited the government, and then they were betrayed. Then they were betrayed again, I feel, when the National Park shot them in their ancestral home, not far from where we are here.
Years later, another massacre loomed. The Snowy Mountains National Park, straddling New South Wales and Victoria, is Brumby country, and in these alpine regions, numbers have been exploding. There are many who wanted to see them out of there, And there were some who weren't going to wait around for the authorities.
150 odd horses over the last 12 months have been shot by people that haven't been qualified, and they're taking the whole thing into their own hands a little bit. You know, it's not professionally done.
The authorities freely admit they have struggled with the brumbies' place in the fragile range plains of our national parks.
They certainly don't belong in places like the Snowy Mountains. Now that there's so many of them, they get up into the alpine region above the tree line. In those areas you've got peat moss there, and so horses put in a trail just going in there to graze each day, drains that peat moss out. So you've got about 200 species of plant that is unique to that area, and they'll just disappear from Earth if they disappear from that area.
9 out of 10 brumbies are earmarked to be killed. Although most have understood the awful damage wreaked on the landscape by these feral invaders, the locals believe there were other solutions for the brumbies beyond the bullet. And so a group of local expert horsemen devised their own plan. They identified where the brumbies were and worked to get them out the traditional way, a muster. No easy feat in country like this. It's efforts like these, along with a massive public outcry, which finally led authorities to stay their hand. The proposed cull of the high country brumbies has been halted for the time being, or at least delayed.
Most people, when you explain the devastating impact of pest animals, they're accepting of control, but it has to be done in a way that's acceptable to the community, otherwise you shoot yourself in the foot.
The difference between the locust and the grasshopper is purely behavioural. Though not an introduced species, a locust can eat up to 10 times its body weight in one day and has become a hated enemy of farmers. When food and climatic conditions are favourable, huge swarms of locusts may develop. The threat begins with an infestation of juvenile locusts which hatch in huge numbers after rains and begin feeding on crops. At this stage, they are yet to develop wings. You can see the brown front line of the locusts eating their way through the crop fields. Huge efforts are made to destroy them while they're restricted to the ground by the spraying of poisons. Because once they mature and take to the wing, this is the horrifying result. Fronts can be up to 500 kilometres across, with the giant swarms travelling hundreds of kilometres every day.
I think there would be billions, possibly trillions of locusts potentially out there.
The first recorded swarm was in 1844, with further outbreaks from the 1870s onward. Massive plagues occurred in the 1950s, 1970s, and right through to the 2000s. And those who suffer most are the farmers.
We've got them where we always had them. That is, we've got locusts everywhere from Broken Hill across to Narandra and right down to the Murray.
You go to ground at night, they just chew away merrily and clean about 200 acres up for us.
I've been here for 30 years and it's the best crop we've had. It's the worst locust threat anyway. When I've had other vermin like emus and kangaroos that do a fair bit of damage, but these will do a lot more.
But it's not just the countryside and farmland that gets hit. Towns are often inundated with huge swarms, and the locusts have become a genuine threat to safety on the road.
They hit like hailstones on the car, and you've got to clean your windscreen fairly often.
Spraying is the regulation way of controlling the locusts, but other more low-tech methods have been devised. Or how about a hand-built insect vacuum? But it will take more than a locust buster to rid Australia of the ever-present menace of the locust. The Great Australian Outback, vast, untouched, and teeming with unique wildlife. Well, at least that's the common perception both in Australia and abroad. Beneath this fantasy nirvana, there exists a very different, very alarming Australia.
Our wildlife has suffered so badly at our hands, and it's paradoxical. You know, we're looking at one of the least densely populated areas on Earth with the highest mammal extinction rate. In Australia, we've lost around about 20 mammal species alone, which is over half of what the world has lost in modern time. Ecologist
Stephen Murphy is all too aware that even in the most far-flung corners of the country, Australia's precious wildlife is disappearing. Scientists and researchers say that this decline in species is like a death spiral. It's like Australia's natural fauna has literally fallen off a cliff. This land that once teemed with native animals is now eerily silent.
Whatever's happening in Northern Australia, it's a very subtle change, because you look out, you fly across Northern Australia, you look out the window of the plane and it all looks intact. Tropical savannas of Australia look like they're doing okay. But you get on the ground and have a look around and you realise there's a lot of things missing.
For the last 5 years, Stephen Murphy has been working in the Kimberley, tracking once abundant animals. Mammals like the tiny but feisty pale field rat. At one time, these little guys would have been a common sight.
They've been in the continent, evolving to Australian conditions for well over 1 million years. In the last 100 years, they've been annihilated. He might look just like a rat, but he's an Australian rat and he exists nowhere else in the world. They are what makes Australia, Australia. So he might look like a rat, but he's our rat.
Our most endangered species may not all be cute and cuddly, and certainly not household names. But the fact is, Australia was their only home. And researchers fear which animal might go next.
I project back in time, in the 1920s and 30s when there were still some of these mammals living in Central Australia, and I think, only if, we were back there then, knowing what we know now, and we might be able to do something about it. It's like someone dropped a bomb in the middle of Australia and it's still reverberating out to the coastline. It's exactly what it's like. Three major problems in Northern Australia are feral herbivores, so that's things like donkeys and horses, and unmanaged stock. Feral predators, so cats, and uncontrolled fire. And they're interacting in a pretty powerful way to cause these problems. Cats are extremely devastating to our wildlife. I mean, they're right throughout the continent, from the southern tip of Tasmania to the northern tip of Cape York and through the deserts. They're everywhere. And they're live prey specialists, which means they only eat wildlife. They are a major impact on a lot of the species that we're losing. And the big problem with cats is that they're very difficult to manage from a conservation point of view. They're difficult to trap, they're hard to shoot, you can't find them systematically, so you can't go out there and count on shooting them. And they're hard to bait, you can't, because they don't take dead baits. So basically they're holding us to ransom at the moment. When the occasional time where we do come across a cat and shoot it, we gut it. So check this out. This is the stomach contents from a feral cat that we shot just 2 days ago.
And when you see the impact of just one feral cat, you understand the scale of the problem.
That's a frog leg. Looks like.
These innards tell a tale of destruction that's repeated by an estimated 20 million feral cats across the country every day.
It's a rodent, one of the native rodents. We're up to, 1, possibly 2 frogs, a bird, I'd say judging by that fur, maybe 2 small mammals. So that's 1 cat in one night. You back of the envelope calculation, magnify up, and you're talking about hundreds of millions of native animals being eaten by cats every year.
So dire is the problem that the federal government admits it's powerless to save every endangered species.
We've got no real effective way of dealing with the feral cat.
Preserving our native wildlife has fallen increasingly to private donors. Steve works for one of the biggest, the Australian Wildlife Conservancy.
Look, I mean, imagine that, Butch. Imagine being a small mammal trying to live there. You've got no cover left whatsoever. So if there's any cat anywhere within cooey of this place, it's going to have easy pickings for the next, couple of months.
The Conservancy buys up large tracts of land and turns them into nature reserves. So far, they own 20 properties, totalling nearly 3 million hectares.
Okay. So mist netting is actually a really safe way to catch birds.
On the Mornington property in the Kimberley, Steve and his colleagues do painstaking research into some of our most vulnerable animals.
Quickly. There we go.
Like the Gouldian finch.
Juvenile. Pretty serious molt there.
Yeah, he's...
He would have been.
We are here, we have a crisis, we could do something about it. And there's no reason why we can't. Australia's a pretty affluent country. We should be able to spare the resources to fix this problem, which is in all of our interests. Whether we like it or not, we are part of an ecosystem, and if that ecosystem is collapsing around us, we would be very unwise to ignore that.
By giving these lands back to our native wildlife, Stephen Murphy is already seeing dramatic results. But we have to reverse this disaster of our own making.
When I wake up in the morning, I feel like there's a big job to be done. I love wildlife, I care about it a lot, and the fact that I will never be able to see a lesser bilby keeps me awake at night. It honestly does. And the fact that it's happening right now, on our watch in Northern Australia, it's chilling in a way.
The evidence of a crisis is clear, but is Australia doing enough?
Australia is still very much at risk from feral animals. I mean, our wildlife is in the crosshairs for many pest animals.
Australia's mammals once occupied vast areas of the continent. Thanks to the spread of feral predators, many now cling to survival on tiny offshore islands. Reintroducing these to mainland reserves will create important insurance populations for our disappearing species.
These are not easy things to do. We've come a long way. We've got a much better recognition in the community of the damage that feral animals do, and I think, let's not say it's all hopeless. We've actually achieved quite a lot over the last decade or so.
There is much to be done, but realistically, the only solution is controlling foreign predators. Our native animal survival ultimately depends on us winning the war on the feral invaders. Every day, millions of Australians head to work. It's where many have spent half their lives, most expected to return home at the end of the day. Some never did. In this episode, death underground, survival against the odds, and amazing escapes. Deadly demolition and construction gone wrong. On Savage Australia, Deadly Industry. Before European settlement, minerals in Australia were highly prized for their pigment-producing qualities and were used to create the amazing rock art, which is recognised internationally for its cultural and historical significance.
Well, Aboriginals have used minerals in Australia for a long time. Pigment's obviously one of them, ochre, which is clay, white, which is kaolin, the yellowy ones, which are limonitic clays, and also the redder ones, which are hematitic clays. Well, it didn't take long after European settlement to begin mining. It formally dates discovery of coal from 1797, both in the area that became Newcastle and also south in the Illawarra, and that coal was exploited from 1799 on.
But it was the gold rush of the 1850s that attracted the attention of the world, with immigrants flocking all over Victoria and New South Wales, including towns like Ballarat and Bendigo, to seek their fortune. Soon, Australia was producing over 1/3 of the world's gold.
The 1850s in part was the era of the individual and the small group miners, men panning, women panning too, cradles and so on, very low-tech.
Some had no luck. A few struck it rich.
Gold mining continued, and you got development of machinery and a whole new industry, which is far more technologically based, was developed over time.
The men of the Golden Mile work under the earth in a maze of drives and tunnels and shafts. 1,000 feet below the surface. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet under the ground, ripping out millions of tons of ore with machines and high explosives.
Australia now, because of all of the exploration and the developments and the ongoing mining we have, we're one of the world's largest producers of a whole range of minerals and energy.
But along with the wealth and national prosperity came tragedy. Appin Colliery was one of a number of mines operating near the Illawarra escarpment in New South Wales. On the night of July 29th, 1979, a small mining community was rocked by a massive explosion. "45 men were working in the mine when the explosion was ignited by a rush of methane gas in a remote tunnel about 3 kilometres underground. Rescue attempts were hampered by the unstable conditions, including fires, cave-ins and deadly gases.
By daybreak, bodies of the victims lay still trapped amid the rubble of the mine. Ambulances waited at the top of the mine shaft for them to be brought out.
Eventually, a specialist disaster squad headed down to retrieve the bodies.
A coal train bearing the 10 bodies surfaced shortly after 6 o'clock tonight. They were found 500 metres underground in a canteen just off the main shaft. Mine officials say the men were extremely close to the centre of the explosion. They had no chance of survival.
The remaining bodies were brought to the surface throughout the day. 14 men died in the disaster. In 1972, an emergency broke out at the Box Flat mine in Queensland, when 14 men entered the shaft to extinguish an out-of-control fire.
At 2:45 this morning, tragedy occurred. A call from the number 7 shaft, where 14 men were below, came from a miner, a member of the Mines Rescue Brigade who'd gone down to help. John Roach called on a telephone, said the situation was getting worse and the men were to abandon the mine. It is believed they are actually in the process of coming above when the blast occurred, burying these 14 below and instantly killing 3 men who were standing at the mouth of number 5 shaft.
The mine was sealed that day.
It was considered so unsafe to try and recover the 14 bodies still left in the mine. And that's a very sad thing when you have to leave the men there rather than at least recover their bodies.
Yallourn, a thriving town of 4,000 people in the Latrobe Valley of Gippsland. Its powerhouse is the keystone of Victoria's light and power supply. This power comes from brown coal. Yallourn Powerhouse produces more than 2/3 of all the electricity used in the state of Victoria.
The Morwell River has been moved 6 times to allow access to new coal deposits near the Yallourn mine. The river had been diverted through the mine precinct and was close to capacity after significant rainfall. Alarmingly, small leaks had begun appearing in the surrounding tunnels when suddenly the earth gave way. The land split open, forming a giant chasm, unleashing a raging torrent which poured into the open-cut mine. The scale of the damage was mind-blowing and entirely preventable, the result of gross mismanagement of the river system.
In flood conditions, it broke through the bank, flooded the mine, and they couldn't dig out the coal and therefore couldn't generate the electricity that they would normally do using the coal.
Luckily, there were no casualties, but it was a spectacular event which caused a 2-week power crisis throughout the state. The Tasmanian town of Beaconsfield is in the heart of the Tamar Valley wine region, where the past is tinged with stories of gold, wealth and tragedy. Located on the western banks of the Tamar River, Beaconsfield was once Tasmania's richest gold town. On April 25th, 17 men set out for work underground at the Beaconsfield gold mine. 3 men would not come home: Larry Knight, Todd Russell and Brant Webb. All 3 would be working together that night. The joint task, 920 metres below the surface, was to line the walls and ceiling of the tunnel with steel mesh to guard against rock falls. It was a routine assignment on what seemed a routine day.
It was just quiet as any other normal day.
Actually, it was really good, actually.
It was.
Bloody magnificent. Because normally there's something going on, you know, like the ground's always shifting and moving, you know. Most of the time you're hearing something or seeing something.
Todd and Brant were working out of a basket. The third man, Larry Knight, operated a forklift cherry picker machine. It was this machine that held them there. But the quiet was shattered when a seismic event measuring 2.3 on the Richter scale, akin to a mini earthquake, occurred about 40 metres from where the 3 were working.
We'd only just been letting out of the basket 30 to 40 seconds prior. All I can recall then is just this almighty crack and wind blast.
It was something else.
Yeah, it actually pushed me around into a fetal position with quite a substantial amount of rock on top of me.
14 men were unharmed after reaching a safety chamber. 3 were missing.
I just remember the first thing was Todd yelling, you know, "Are you all right? Are you there?" You know. I pulled my lighter out of my pocket and I went, "Oh, this is really bad, you know. This is a really bad scenario we're in here now."
The cage was partially filled with rock, with the 2 men half buried.
I was screaming for Larry to get us out. There was no answer from Larry. I called again, probably 2 or 3 times. And then Brant here answered me. I said to Brant, "Are you right? Are you right?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I can't move my legs." He said, "My legs are pinned." I said, "Yep." I said, "I'm in the same boat, mate." I said, "I've got a lot of rock on me." And the more I tried to get myself out, the more it packed around me, and it was taking my breath away. It was putting pressure on me. And I'm saying to Brant,
a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. I'm saying to Brant,
a lot of pressure.
"We've got to get me out of here. Got to get me out."
Very shallow breaths.
Yeah, very shallow breaths, which is getting towards my last breaths. And yeah, I shut my eyes and I just imagine, I could just see the picture of the wife and the 3 children. And I said to myself, "I'm not dying here." I said, "No, I'm not dying here. This take a bit more and a bit of rock to stop me."
It was more than a bit of rock. Above them were tons of rock ready to fall in on them, and all that was holding them up was a piece of wire mesh.
We had a section of mesh, that by that, to protect ourselves.
The safety cage had been almost completely destroyed. Brant frantically cut away his clothing with a Stanley knife in order to reach Todd.
I cut the straps off me to get myself out, and then I had to cut down the inside of my boot to get my foot out because there was just too much rock still there, but I knew the severity of Todd because he was going down pretty hard, weren't you?
Yeah.
Once Brant had freed himself, he was able to lift the rubble off Todd and let him breathe again. But the ordeal was far from over.
I said, I'm gonna go and find a way out. There's got to be a way out. We followed the air, where the air was coming from, and that's what I was following. I was following that air.
Brant then dug a tunnel through the rubble with his bare hands, trying to find a way out. He made a 5.5 metre tunnel before turning back.
Brant got back in the basket. He was very wet and shivering with, what I thought was near hypothermia. So at that stage I said to Brant, "You've got to come close to me." So as much as he disliked it, he had to come close so I could give him a cuddle to give him a bit of body warmth, which, you know, it really worked well.
Good evening. A major rescue operation is underway in Tasmania tonight, where a wall collapse in an underground gold mine has trapped 3 workers.
No one had felt the tremor at the time, but the aftershock was felt deeply.
There is a very sombre mood around the community today.
We're all working as hard and as quickly as we can.
15 hours after collapse, a remote control earth mover with a camera is sent in to evaluate. It was a bad situation, but there was one positive, and it kept them alive.
We had very limited water. We had a drip, and we're pretty lucky because it was groundwater. If it was mine water, we'd end up with diarrhoea and, you know, we'd be in a hell of a state then. I had a music bar in my pocket, and then about day 2, I said, Todd, I've been holding out, I've got a music bar, you know, like, and we cut it in half to sing it.
But Brant said, we'll wait 24 hours. Yeah. I said, no worries, we'll stretch it. Then he said, we got to that 24 hours, I'm not hungry, we'll wait another 24. Yeah. So in the end, it got to 48 hours. And I said to Brant, we've got to cut this thing in half. Measured it up, so he gave me half, and he took his half, and we'd be sitting there, be taking just the littlest bites and putting it back in the pocket.
As the rescue continued on day 3, worst fears were realised.
7:22 this morning, one body was found during the rescue process at the Beaconsfield mine site.
Larry Knight was found buried under 120 tonnes of rock. Although one man had been lost, the search for Todd and Brant went on. Todd's father and his family were hanging in.
Thanks go out to all still working the rescue attempt to bring Todd and Brant home.
On day 5, rescuers began blasting a new tunnel, detonating at least 6 explosive charges.
4 and 5 were pretty horrific days for us. We didn't know if they touched the machine, if it was all going to cave in on us again. You know, it was this thing where, oh, geez, I hope they're coming, but geez, I hope they don't touch nothing.
The blasts dislodged the precarious rock suspended above Brant and Todd. They frantically tried to clear it, not knowing if the next blast would mean their end.
It was a bit daunting, but you kept telling me it's a rescue, they never go into recovery mode. But he had to keep telling that to me because I was just going there, he's just going to blow us up.
We just sit there with our eyes shut, just waiting. About 5 minutes later, the explosion to go off. You know, boom, 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 and you can feel the percussion.
Everything could be shaking and, you know, like, and needles and rocks would be flying. Yeah. And on that 6th time, we were sort of thinking, well, geez, they're getting close now.
But each time they'd fire, we'd look at Brant, we'd shake hands, there's another one, mate.
Todd recorded the time and date of each blast on his clothing. So, if an explosion killed them, rescuers would know they'd been alive right up until then.
I think you go through the whole gambit of emotions, you know, from despair at times, maybe, you know, maybe they were that strong a character, they always believed they would get out, you know. People who have got good family and friends and something to live for is the other driving factor, you know, so you can go through a lot for loved ones.
At about 5:45 p.m. on day 6, 2 rescuers breached safety protocols by entering the unsafe level. When they got to the rockfall, they started yelling out for the miners.
You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
Todd and Brant almost didn't hear the rescuers because they were too busy singing.
We were just trying to make time go by and singing just...
We were singing the Gambler, weren't we? We were singing the Gambler.
We got halfway through the Gambler and we sang the Coward of the Cow.
Coward, yeah.
I said to Brant, quiet, Brant, quiet. He said, what? I said, no, listen. And that's when we heard our first verbal conversation with guys.
Our first words were, shut up in there, you blokes. They're yelling out, shut up, because they're trying to yell out to us, and we're in there singing top of our voices.
Hello, are there 2 of you there? How are you, boys?
I think Brant done everything but kiss me.
I think I did actually kiss me anyway.
They were so tantalisingly close. There was a chance they could be dug out from above. To do that would require them to cut through the wire, but the 2 men were afraid that cutting the cage would cause it to collapse.
Because they had to cut some of the wire away to get the stuff to us. The tension on the wire wasn't just like a normal cut with the wire. You could hear it like pinging when they cut it. Yeah, that's how much pressure was on the wire. So I think there could have been anything up to 1,000 or more tonne of dirt sitting above us. It was a consideration.
They were considering getting us out that way. We actually asked them not to get us out that way.
Both of those guys have been involved in mines rescue, so you had to be pretty well spot on with what you were saying and always take advice from them.
And we said, well, orchestrate a plan A for us because plan B is not much of an option to us. We don't know we're going to, what you're going to get out. Are you going to get live bodies out or are you going to get dead bodies out? So we'd done the hard yards and we thought, well,
we weren't going to die.
We can do them a few more hard yards yet, At the end of the day, we can hang on.
We've gone 6 days without food now. We can go another 6 days without food.
We need to be very clear. This is an extreme operation. This is going to be long and difficult.
Plan A was tunnelling from an adjacent shaft 12 metres to the side. But first, they managed to drill a smaller hole with a plastic tube inserted through it, delivering food, blankets, iPods, even hot omelettes.
They've put in a request for chicken sandwiches tonight. To have 2 guys alive is one hell of a change from Sunday evening, and the health that they're in is just quite remarkable.
They've got light, those snap-on fluorescent lights. They've had a change of clothes, dry clothing, that's important. So part one is they're getting their food, they're getting their supplies, and they are in regular communication with their workmates and their rescuers.
While it was smiles all round above ground, below was a different story.
I wasn't in a very good frame of mind at that stage. What went through my head was, well, now they know we're alive. That's great. Now they're going to put in a supply tube for food. Well, that's great. But now we're going to be stuck here for bloody ever.
Finally, on the 15th day, it happened.
You can see the rock starting to lift. Next thing it fell away, and I said to Brent, have a look here. You can see a light.
Yeah.
And he's breaking his way through the rock, and
real slowly,
And it started getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Next thing, the first thing we did, we put our hands down and shook the guy's hands. And
the next thing you know, it was like 2 possums in a hole looking out at me.
Brant was the first to be extracted, then came Todd.
Pull them out on their back, we put them into a troopy and bring them into a holding area before we brought them above ground. And that's where we had a medical team.
And I said to this doctor, I said, look, mate, I said, we are walking out of here whether you like it or not. I said, and we are having a shower. We walked into that cage to go underground. We're going to walk out to tag off.
What's the first thing you're going to say to your dad?
Took your time.
Yeah.
When the bell went, that's when we opened the door and
freedom.
We came out to freedom. And just to see that amount of people standing there, and that was, it was mind-blowing,
Then a guard of honour and a hero's parade past the people of Beaconsfield.
They're coming
Let's get them out with the doors
open.
Oh, fantastic.
There's Todd.
The Man Mountain.
But amongst all the joy and celebration, there was one family who was grieving. The family of Larry Knight, the miner who never made it out. And in a wonderful gesture, the aunt and uncle of Larry cheered them on. For 2 weeks, the world had watched as the drama unfolded. It ended with a day Australia will never forget. The greatest structures stand as a testament to man's ingenuity and enterprise. But often they also stand as a memorial to those who lost their lives during their construction. The industry is inherently dangerous.
You idiots.
And the fact is, Australia lags so far behind other countries on construction safety. In the UK in 2014, the number of deaths per 100,000 workers was 0.44. In Australia, it was 2.24, making construction workers here 5 times more likely to die on the job than their English counterparts. That same year on Australian construction sites, there were 12,300 serious injuries. That's 5 workers seriously hurt every hour of every working day. Even relatively minor construction projects can result in tragedy. A fire had broken out on a crane in a busy Sydney construction site. As fire crews were attempting to climb up, the heat and strain from the fire burnt through the cables. The boom buckled and collapsed onto the construction site below. One man with a fire extinguisher was still 65 metres up when the crane dropped. It was a mad scramble to get down.
It was a very brave effort for the crews to go ascend that height.
Amazingly, no one was injured. Just before midday on the 15th of October 1970, 2 years into the construction of the Westgate Bridge in Melbourne, workmen heard an eerie pinging noise in the air.
And I said, there's something going on. I think this bridge is falling. And I could hear this awful noise.
A storm of rust and flakes peeled away from the structure and the steel girders began to turn blue. The bridge suddenly fell away from beneath their feet. There was an explosion of gas, dust and mangled metal, causing nearby buildings to shake, and the thud from the impact could be heard many kilometres away.
Ambulances came from all over the city. They rushed the injured to the Royal Melbourne and Footscray and District hospitals.
At the moment they're bringing in a large crane. Apparently there are quite a few people trapped underneath the wreckage, and it's, of course, terribly heavy. And the problem is, of course, to get the debris off the people who are trapped underneath. We do believe that there are quite a few people trapped underneath who are alive, but the problem is getting this mass of concrete and steel and girders and pylons off so that the rescue workers can get at the people who are trapped.
A huge concrete and steel span on the western side had collapsed. It was over 100 metres long. The 2,000-tonne mass plummeted 50 metres and crashed into the workyard and Yarra River mud below.
Dead and injured were being brought out of almost inaccessible spots. This man was alive. He might have been saved by the fact that he fell into thick mud.
Many of the workers who perished were on a lunch break in the huts directly beneath the structure when it fell.
Well, actually, it was nearly time for dinner when the accident happened. And I just happened to get on the lift, one of the lucky ones. And when I come on the ground there, I happened to see everything coming down. I don't know what I felt, I tell you the truth. I just broke down.
Others were working on and inside the concrete girders, and some died after riding the concrete and steel to the ground.
Police skin divers were called in to search the river for bodies. It's thought that 67 men were working on the top section of the span when it collapsed. They either fell with the bridge or were flung into the river.
The tragic failure of the bridge was caused by a removal of a number of bolts in plating near the midspan in an attempt to straighten out a buckle in one of the 8 panels. As the bolts were removed, the bridge snapped back and the span collapsed. 35 workers were dead. It is still Australia's worst industrial accident outside mining.
There it is.
There's nothing quite like the sight of a massive construction's last moments. The demolition of these power stations went strictly to plan, destroyed much quicker than it took to put them up. This silo just outside Brisbane was about to bite the dust. Or maybe not. With 100 kilos of explosives, not quite enough.
Yes, it didn't quite go to plan.
At first, the initial shockwave had locals cheering. But unlike the building, the celebrations fell apart.
It didn't break, it didn't break.
The demolition crew tried pushing and they tried digging. Eventually, they brought in a giant jackhammer. After 40 long minutes, the 50-year-old barley storage facility for a local beer brewer was now 4,000 tonnes of rubble. These 5 stacks at a refinery in Sydney were to be brought down within seconds of each other. A plan years in the making. All of the stacks complied, except one. There was a wobble, but it wouldn't come down. It was hit again and again, but remained resolutely upright. After a lot of inspection, discussion, and dangerous close-up work, the stack finally gave in. But there was one fateful demolition when mistakes led to a terrible tragedy. It was the morning of the 13th of July, 1997, and the crowds lined the shore of Lake Burley Griffin in Canberra to witness the implosion demolition of the old Canberra Hospital. Boats of all types took up the best vantage points as the countdown approached.
3, 2, 1, firing.
But things went badly wrong as the blast catapulted huge chunks of debris hundreds of metres across the lake and into the crowded foreshore. At first, onlookers were not sure what to make of it. But then the realisation came. People had been hit.
There's just people crying, just absolutely, you know, this lady's just completely out. It was just outrageous.
Those on the lake ducked for cover as missiles smashed into the water around them, with canoes capsizing.
I just moved over and the next thing I know, banging into the water.
Rowing crews were amongst those caught in the deadly shower of rubble.
I was craned skyward with the rest of the members of my crew, looking at chunk-sized, football-sized pieces of steel and rock coming down all around us.
Debris landed as far as 500 metres away. Emergency crews rushed to treat victims amongst the chaos. 12-year-old Katie Bender had been standing with her family well outside the zone authorities deemed safe. She was hit by debris and killed instantly. 9 other people were hospitalised. The demolition gone wrong left both the hospital buildings and, tragically, our family's life in ruins. Many survivors of industrial accidents owe their lives to the skill and dedication of their rescuers, some of whom put their own lives on the line. This situation in a quarry in Queensland was one of those rescues. Upside down, trapped inside and hanging over the edge, the driver literally centimetres from death. For 90 minutes, this dangling rig driver became the focus of a terrifying rescue operation. With Queensland firefighters calling the shots, 2 excavators were shifted in to anchor the machinery. From there, ropes and ladders were rolled out and set to burst open the driver's door. Then began a death-defying walk of faith, a rescuer going up and over and then into the cabin as it remained hanging over the edge of the quarry cliff. Their target was secured with safety ropes and set off on a nerve-jangling climb to safety. His feet firmly on solid ground, a handshake turned to a hug as it all sank in.
I'm sure he's quite glad to be out of that little capsule.
He was shaken, but he was actually quite calm and collective. I was actually quite surprised. I was just talking to him just before and he was actually quite okay.
High in the sky, these domestic daredevils really earn their money. It's an office job with a difference. In 1989, Sydney city workers heard a noise like thunder, looked up and saw two men in a window cleaning carriage that was tilted to one side and falling rapidly.
The cable ran loose, spiralled, it snapped, and it free fell probably from about the second floor.
The noise gave pedestrians enough warning to run clear of the falling platform, which bounced into the windows of the building, then crashed to the pavement.
And it was sickening to think that somebody was in there and has been seriously injured, if not worse.
One of the men was catapulted off the gantry and died instantly. His workmate rode the carriage down and was attended to by city workers before paramedics arrived. He suffered head wounds, lacerations and internal injuries. Other building workers were clearly shaken by the incident, and a group of school children were completely overwhelmed by what they had seen. In 2015, this was the scene that confronted Sydney workers as a window cleaner hung from his harness, silent but alive and clearly in agony. He and another man had plunged from near the top of this building in their window cleaning cage.
Very quick, so it's almost like a penny dropping. It was that quick.
Starting to move downward rapidly, sort of spooling down the building like a yo-yo would come down.
The men fell 12 stories, with the office workers inside hearing and feeling it plummeting.
Just a whole lot of shaking, and obviously my colleagues in the office were panicking and screaming. We just saw the ropes just going at a rapid pace.
As the basket fell onto the roof, one of the guys actually threw out like a projectile, and the harness actually saved his life because he ended up being about dangling 3 metres off the floor.
He bounced over the awning, cantilevered over the side and was just hanging about 8 foot off the ground.
He hung there until a quick-thinking passerby came to his rescue.
We were just driving along the road and the guy was hanging over the edge, and we just pulled up underneath him to take his weight, so we cut the harness off him.
Rescuers arrived to find the two men down, one lying on top of a ute, another on the awning next to the cage. Both, miraculously, alive and conscious.
Quite significant injuries, including leg injuries, back injuries and internal injuries.
It's clear the result could have been much worse for both the window cleaners and the people below.
Lucky that the awning was there because people were walking underneath. It would have killed people 100%.
In a tiny dam on an isolated property near Foster on the New South Wales coast sits a mini excavator. Dan Miller had been working alone when the dam wall slipped away.
On the dam wall, doing nothing major, just moving rocks, planting plants, looked at the dam, thought, oh yeah, I'll take a couple of scoops of mud out, the track shifted, it's no big deal, anyone driving an excavator does it all the time. Moved the bucket again to try and brace myself, and then it was too late, it was going.
The excavator ended up in the dam with Dan trapped beneath it.
Didn't have time to jump clear. I hit the water, went under. The next thing I feel is the roll bar come across my back, and I'm completely underwater. It's very soft, very muddy. So I thought, I've got to get to the surface, push my arms up into the mud, and grab a mouthful of air. I pushed myself up for 10 minutes. I screamed as loud as I could. And then I just screamed, help, 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 help. Hold it for as long as I could, and went down, rest, breathe through the nose for a while. And by that time, a lot of crap from the water, diesel and hydraulic fluid, so it was just all through my nose, short breath. So I take a while, then push myself up, help, 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 help. Went to a very rational place. Thought I could just give up. There's no way, I'm not letting my daughter. I must think about how they're going to find me face down in a dam, dead on my property. It's like you can't, a 4-year-old, a 9-year-old and your wife. So that wasn't going to happen. Well, not without a fight. And then I saw the blue Subaru come up the road. I was, oh. So I was euphoric by then. And then I saw her walk around onto the dam wall, and poor thing, I felt so sorry for her. I felt more sorry for her than myself. The look on her face was just terror. She said, what should I do? I said, call Donnie, call Reg, the neighbours.
How he kept himself like arched up with just his nose above the waterline was quite incredible for that amount of time. I don't know how he's done it, but it's obviously the willpower to live.
The fireys stabilised the machine, climbed in the dam with me. They're just legends. They're just, mate, this is what we're going to do. Try and dig you out. Stuck their hands down in the mud, dug me out, and everyone just got in the dam and shuffled me out, and hosed me down, and yeah, they were just awesome. They were amazing.
A rescue crew works to free construction worker 28-year-old Justin O'Connor from a 6-metre deep hole. It should have been a relatively straightforward operation.
He fell into a hole, wasn't seriously injured, but he became wedged at the bottom of a rather deep hole. He just needed to be extricated.
On the 12th of May 1997, Justin went to work on a Melbourne construction project that morning. He knew he was walking into a dangerous workplace. He complained about it to his family a week earlier.
He said, you got to be careful. He says, you got to be careful. You got to be careful where you walk. You got to watch it. He kept on saying that.
Justin was hired to help drill a series of holes using a pile driver rig, but the holes were not secured after they were drilled.
If there is a hole that somebody can fall down, it should be covered over, or it should be guarded with protective handrails so that people can't accidentally fall down those holes. I mean, it's as basic as that.
In a safe workplace, earth is compacted before the drilling occurs. In this case, the earth beneath Justin's feet was loose and slippery.
He was walking across a narrow strip of uncompacted ground that was between two pile holes, presumably lost his footing on this uneven, broken ground that was, as I said, soft at the edge and dropping into the pile holes. And what we do know categorically is that he actually fell backwards into the unguarded hole. Went 6 metres down that hole, bum first, with his head and his feet up in the air, down like a V, and stuck at the bottom of the hole.
Justin was shaken, but not badly injured.
There's a Croatian chap that he befriended down there, and he was next to him when he fell. And one of the first things he'd said to him was, Tommy said, please, please, get them to do something about this. See, already, that's the sort of guy he was. His thoughts were sort of beyond himself already, you know?
Ambulance officers were first to arrive. Among them, a man experienced in underwater and tunnel rescues. But recent government restructuring had placed the tunnel rescue in the hands of the fire brigade. When it arrived, officers saw a different solution to Justin's predicament.
They decided to tunnel or excavate into the side of the hole and rescue Justin that way so they could get him, bring him out in a position where if he did have any injuries, it wouldn't further increase the injuries.
It's normal procedure in a trench collapse, but this clearly was not a trench collapse. It was a gentleman who'd fallen down a drilled hole and the hole was stable.
Meanwhile, water, thought to be from a drain punctured a few days before, began seeping into the hole. Justin tried to alert his rescuers about the water as it rose around him. They told him he'd been watching too many movies. He knew he was in trouble and kept warning them. They continued to ignore him.
He was coherent, he was patient, and he had a lot of courage. They should not have dismissed his cries.
At some point, the rescuers realised that pumps and breathing equipment was urgently required. But the pump they had was the wrong type, and their breathing equipment would not work underwater. He was clearly drowning, and the rescuers were gripped by panic.
Come on, pull the cord.
Finally, the help of the ambulance officer who was first on the scene was re-enlisted.
He's away from the hole, so he doesn't know what's happening. OK, well, I'll get my oxygen, I'll get this, I'll get that. I said, you don't need it. He's drowning. Just get down there and drag him out.
An hour and 40 minutes after falling into the hole, Justin was dragged out in a coma.
They could have changed course, but they didn't. There's a lot of stupidity there, we feel, you know, a little bit of arrogance.
Justin died 5 days later.
Clearly, in the hindsight, this man could have been saved and he should have been saved.
Figures show that in the 14 years from 2003 to 2016, over 3,400 lost their lives in work-related accidents throughout Australia. Risk management, improved technology and maintenance, and occupational health and safety regimes have combined to limit the carnage on the job. But when things get desperate, it's the rescue and emergency services we ultimately rely on.
People ask why you do those things, and the human value of what happens in these disasters is what it's about. That's what charges our battery to do it again.
Into the distant past, flooding on an epic scale has been a regular seasonal phenomenon across the eastern half of the continent. A powerful part of the natural cycle. But these life-giving waters can also carry death and destruction.
We're all stuck on the list. Big floods happen.
Over the next hour, destruction in the face of nature's fury.
How do we survive, Mum?
We witness human tragedy and despair. The foolhardy. The never say die attitude.
Mother Nature controls us all, doesn't she?
The true heroes in action.
Go get the bag up for me. Go, Don.
And despite the horrors, we see the incredible life-giving power of Australia's great floods. On Savage Australia, Flood. Since European settlement over 200 years ago, Australian towns have been built on floodplains despite dire warnings from local Aborigines.
Since 1900, 1,859 people have died in floods in Australia. That's more than earthquakes. That's more than bushfires.
Ignoring the dangers, in 1852, the town of Gundagai was rebuilt on a new site after floodwaters wiped out 71 buildings. 89 of the town's 250 inhabitants died. More people would have perished were it not for the heroism of local Aborigine Yari of the Wiradjuri people and his mate Jackie Jack, who saved more than 60 people using a simple bark canoe. As the years rolled by, the fledgling nation's population grew. The towns multiplied. Some became cities. But all the while, the warnings continued to be recklessly ignored. And so the scene was set for the catastrophic events to come. Around 100 kilometres west of Brisbane lies the town of Toowoomba, and nestled between them, the Lockyer Valley. An area of rich farmland known as one of Australia's food bowls. It was early 2011, and the area had been experiencing heavy rain and flooding for months. On the evening of the 9th of January, in the town of Grantham, it was a busy night for emergency services. A boatload of adults and children were rescued from their homes, cut off by water.
Everyone's happy. Yeah, smiles all around.
Locals rallied together to help a woman who ignored road closed signs and drove into floodwaters.
She just kept going.
Could you believe it?
I couldn't. I'm yelling out, stop. Come on, stop. Don't do that. Are you kidding me?
This is Link Gibson, wife of firefighter Danny Maguire. Less than 24 hours later, she and 2 of her children would drown. It's 1:30 p.m. on the following day. This is the moment a local flood began turning into one of the most notorious tragedies in Australia's history.
Oh, that is horrible.
That morning, 2 intense rain events had converged over the catchment area, and it spelt disaster. The lay of the land around Toowoomba and the surrounding area made it especially vulnerable. Situated on a steep incline, when the rocky creek burst, water filtered down quickly. Because rains had already saturated the ground, there was nothing left to absorb the sudden downpour. It went from almost no flooding to 10 metres underwater in less than half an hour.
The populations live quite a distance from the Great Dividing Range, and yet the rainfall in those areas, in those catchments, is very, very significant, and it happens very, very quickly. And this often catches townships that are in the lower lying regions of those floodplains unaware.
In a flash, this quiet Toowoomba Creek was turned into a raging inland tsunami.
That's coming fast. There's another one.
What followed was 3 hours of hell. It was described as a wall of water, 8 metres high, tearing through the city centre. Cars were picked up and tossed around like toys. Just about anything not fixed to the ground was washed away.
Look at that, that's insane.
The sheer force of the torrent was mind-blowing.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, is there someone in there? Oh no, look.
Yeah, look at that. There's a container.
There goes the container.
That's going to cause a bit of damage when I hit something.
That is heavy. Don't, oh mate, don't, just let it go. That is unbelievable. Oh, lucky.
He's calm.
But saving property quickly turned into saving lives as the rescue attempts began. A teenage girl stands on the roof of a car. That's her mother clinging to the side. Rescuer Peter McCarran risked his own life when he swims over to help.
I looked down into her face and she said to me, "I'm so sorry." And I said, "Oh, don't worry about that now." I said, "We've got to do something about this."
The daughter makes it to the pole, just as the car is swept away, along with Peter.
It was like being in a washing machine. It was just sort of moving me all directions.
The daughter loses her grip on the pole.
I yelled out to her, "Swim to me, swim to me."
But the surging waters tear them apart. Moments later, her mother loses her battle to hold on and is also swept downstream. For hours, no one knew if they survived. They were both found alive. The situation gets even more dangerous when a van emerges from a garage. The van becomes a floating missile. Further down the same street, it hurtles towards a man clinging to a tree.
Oh, yeah. They're going to get that little bastard off that tree.
It's going to hit him. It's going to hit him. Oh, no.
It did hit. But amazingly, the man clung on and was eventually rescued. But it wasn't long before, inevitably, the deadly waters claimed their first victim. Donna Rice had just picked up her son Jordan's school uniform to start grade 8. He and his little brother, Blake, were in the car while they were driving to the bank.
I mean, we were only any normal family going about our business here that day. The second it started, I thought, me, you know, Donna, driving on this, I hope she pulls up somewhere.
But it wasn't to be. They were stranded at an intersection when the wall of water hit. Warren McElwain was part of the passerby rescue attempt.
I was across the road and I saw a lady on the phone till the time the car went was probably 5 minutes, not even that.
On the phone to police, Donna was struggling to get help.
Yeah, I'm stuck. The water's just ready to come up the door.
Why did you drive through it? You're stuck.
I'm stuck there.
Yeah, why did you drive through flooded waters?
Because it wasn't flooded when we were coming across.
And you're saying in this place, 1 second, all the water come up.
Oh, well, it wasn't this bad then.
13-year-old Jordan Rice makes a final, desperate call 9 minutes after the one his mum made. Then Jordan and Donna start to panic as water rushes into the car. Another passerby joined Warren in the rescue.
I sort of called out for some ropes and a guy gave me some ropes and I tied them together and just headed out towards this car, but the water just kept coming up and by the time I got near the car, it just swept me off my feet.
Jordan, who couldn't swim, wanted them to save his younger brother first.
Mum put the boy on his back and he brought him across the rope to me and by that time I grabbed the boy and the water just kept coming up and I got to the side of the post and was just virtually trapped by the current.
Blake survived, but it was too late to save his brother.
The tour guide made it back to the car and he looked at me and just shook his head because we just knew there was just too much water and there was just no time. He was just pleading with me, just please save my mum, just please save my mum.
But the car was taken by the water, hit a culvert and flipped.
I just kept telling the boy it was going to be all right, and it just wasn't.
On the other side of the range and to the east of Toowoomba lies Spring Bluff and Murphy's Creek in the Lockyer Valley, where the torrent was heading.
Just come up like a wall of water coming down the hill here, and it used the highway as the creek, not the creek, so that's why I think so much devastation down through the valley.
Residents had minutes to spare.
My 5-year-old daughter was sitting there saying, "This is it, Mum, we're going to die. We're all going to die." And I kept saying, "No, we're not," but I thought we were.
Don't go in that, there's cars in there.
Some made it, others did not. This is footage taken 400 metres upstream of the home of Sandra and Stephen Matthews. The family sought refuge in the kitchen and used a washing machine to push the kids up through the manhole into the ceiling. They only had seconds before Stephen and Sandra were swept away. Their bodies were later recovered 2 kilometres downstream. Their children survived. The flood then continued to flow east towards the township of Murphy's Creek. Approximately 2 kilometres from town, Selwyn Schaaf, his wife Catherine and 6-year-old daughter Katie were at home. By about 2 p.m, Murphy's Creek was flowing into their home. They all made it outside to their ute and clung to the tray as it washed away. All 3 were thrown into the water. Selwyn and Katie disappeared, but Catherine managed to grab onto a tree for several hours until she was rescued. The body of Selwyn Schaaf was found in a lake just under 50 kilometres from his house. Katie's body was found in a creek 2.2 kilometres from home. The racing waters now combined with intense rainfall runoff from the east side of the range, which magnified the torrent even more as it flowed down the side of the Warrego Highway. It crashed into the town of Withcott, wiping out everything in its path. The floodwaters that hit Helidon Spa were growing increasingly powerful. It was here at about 3 p.m. that James Perry and his wife Jennifer and son Edwin attempted to drive through the floodwaters. The vehicle was washed away from the highway. The Perrys stayed in their car, then climbed on top of their vehicle and clung on as their desperate plight was captured both from shore and from media helicopters. Eventually, the car started floating towards some overhead power lines. They decided to dive into the creek and try their luck.
The mother and child have been located and are safe. The father is unfortunately one of those on the missing person list.
James Perry's body was never recovered. But unimaginably, the horrific afternoon was about to get even worse. All of the swollen creek flow had now combined into a wall of water and debris, making Grantham the epicentre of the disaster.
We're all stuck on the roof. Big floods happen. What's the date today?
Families were desperate and rescuers were shocked at what they faced.
That day when we flew into Grantham, there was just a horrendous scene in front of us. There was brown water as far as the eye could see. Buildings were getting destroyed. There was debris everywhere. There was things getting pushed along in the water like shipping containers. There was an aeroplane from the local airfield. On every rooftop that was poking out of the water, there were people just sitting there looking at us.
That day, the crew would winch 28 people to safety, including the aunts, who clung to a tree for 3 desperate hours as cars and other missiles came frighteningly close.
The one that nearly wiped us out in the end was this big shipping container that was coming towards us, and I thought that was it.
That's when we said goodbye to one another.
I just couldn't believe it. I thought, my God, they're like angels coming out of the sky, you know. I mean, we owe them a lot, don't we?
John Mann and his family were also plucked to safety. How the family made it to their roof after the floodwaters overpowered them is a miracle. Their one mission, to save 4-year-old Liam and 6-year-old Lachlan from drowning.
Got the pool boat that we used to use in the pool for the boys and put them in that and held onto them, and kind of one at a time formed a line and helped each other out the house, and we all held on to the boys in the boat.
Little Lockie, I can still see him putting his arms up because he knew this man was going to get him off the Pop's roof. And he went up and I just started bawling my eyes out. You know, I was just so happy. I knew, well, they're going to survive this. They're going to get through.
At about 4 p.m, the house of Matthew and Stacey Keep and their family was struck by rapidly moving water. In a series of tragic efforts to escape and save themselves, the group became separated. When the water struck, Matthew and Stacey desperately gathered the children in the kitchen. But then another wave of water struck and little Jacob was swept out of reach. The grandmother and little Madison had been separated from the rest of the family by the rising water. Matt found Stacey's mum, Dawn, clinging to a ride-on mower in the garage. It was the last time she was seen. The torrent sucked Matthew out of the garage and swept him 200 metres down the road. This footage shows Matthew stranded on the neighbour's roof, fearing the rest of his family had been wiped out. Meanwhile, Stacey was struggling to keep herself and Jessica above the water. She waited outside and held onto a downpipe for as long as she could. When eventually she let go, she was carried for more than 1 kilometre before the little girl was swept from her arms. Back in the house, both grandmothers were gone, but amazingly, the 2 children hung on, Jacob standing on the taps in the showers and Maddie floating on a couch wedged under the ceiling. Stacey was able to scramble to safety and spotted Matthew on the rooftop within shouting distance. Finally, Matthew was airlifted to safety and the surviving family members were reunited. The incredible day came to an end, but the tragedy continued. It's 7:30 the following morning, and somewhere out there, a family is clinging to the roof of their car.
It's an SO Bland at the Minden Crossroads. We're just doing a swiftwater rescue. Yes. We've lost one, we've got 3. And we're stranded on the island.
and I'm dialing from the local house that hasn't gone under yet.
Minutes before, the Swiftwater rescue team had attempted to save the Wickman family, barely visible through the driving rain. It ended in tragedy.
We attempted to save a family of 4. We could only do 3. We lost the child. Well, we were meant to have backup, but we've got nothing here yet.
You've got nothing there yet. All right then, so you need Swiftwater there to get through to you?
We are Swiftwater.
But you need more Swiftwater to get through to you?
Well, we've got them on safe, but we're in the middle of an island of water.
Yep.
It'd be really good if we could get them off, because I've got 2 grieving parents and one...
2 adults and 1 child.
9-year-old. We lost a 4-year-old.
The 4-year-old's life jacket was tied to a rescuer's, but the rope worked free and he was gone. The aftermath of this terrible event revealed the carnage and the desperation of panicked locals trying to flee.
The community was simply not prepared. Most were still in their homes. Most were not aware of the flood front that was coming down the river. It speeds up to 45 kilometres an hour.
A total of 47 people were rescued by boat and 43 rescued by helicopter. 2,300 houses were inundated, over 1,000 cars were swept away, and 1,100 kilometres of roads were damaged. But it was the human toll that shocked the nation.
When the overall event concluded, 25 people had perished.
Queensland is reeling this morning from the worst natural disaster in our history and possibly in the history of our nation.
As the rainfall in southeast Queensland continued, the dam levels near Brisbane were pushed to over 140% of capacity.
1 million megalitres, or 2 Sydney Harbours, flow into the Wivenhoe catchment every day.
As the dams overflowed, the massive water made its way into the Brisbane River, which began to rise ominously. Residents were told to prepare for the worst.
We have to be ready with a contingency plan to evacuate.
This incident is not over. This is still a dangerous natural disaster. The floodwaters are moving very fast.
Despite the warnings, it was almost too late, and when finally the Brisbane River peaked, all hell broke loose. This riverside floating walkway was torn from its anchorage points. A 300-metre concrete walkway sheared away, now a missile heading for the Gateway Bridge. But charging in to save a potential disaster was a tugboat. The skipper showed exceptional skills to nudge the walkway under the bridge and down the river to safety. Nothing was safe from the surging river. The aptly named Drift restaurant gave way. The big city cats were spun around like toys, and the smaller boats had no chance. The river became a floating junkyard, but the flood soon spread into the suburbs and engulfed them, wreaking havoc and ruining lives.
Underneath every one of those roofs is a family. Underneath every single one of those rooftops is a horror story.
The only thing that we have is what's in our heart and in our spirits.
People rallied together to clean up the destruction.
We now face a reconstruction task of post-war proportions. We've taken a beating, but we will not be beaten.
A resilient community determined to recover from another natural disaster. Most people who die in floods perish while attempting to cross a bridge, causeway or road, either on foot or in a vehicle. While most victims are aware of the dangers, the speed and depth of the water can take them by surprise. The majority of fatalities happen within the local area near where they live. Playing in floodwater is also a significant cause of death, particularly for children and young adults.
Don't be deceived by waters that look passable. As little as 15 centimetres of water will make you lose your footing. As little as 30 centimetres of water will stall a car, making it inoperable. As little as 60 centimetres of water will float most cars, including most four-wheel drives.
The water wouldn't have been 3 inches deep going across there at 4:45 this morning. And by the time I got stuck and turned around, it was like this.
Research has shown that many people simply ignore warnings and road closure signs. Without the expertise, bravery and sheer tenacity of the emergency services, many more of these stories would end badly. In central Queensland in 1990, another terrifying emergency unfolded. 14-year-old Dean Saunders had been playing with friends in a flooded street near his home when he slipped and fell knees first into an open drain.
I was supporting his head and talking to him, comforting him, because I didn't know how long we'd be in the water. So it was important for him to relax and to maintain his strength.
With the waters rising rapidly around him, rescuers held his head while council workers frantically tore up the road in hope of breaking the pipe. Hastily made sandbags were placed around the area and a fire engine brought in to pump out water. But the tremendous pressure was too much. His body was being sucked down the sewer.
Yeah, it sort of happened real fast. I was on my knees and my knees are sort of jammed, sucked into my waist.
What was going through your mind all the time? What were you thinking of?
I was going to die. I wasn't going to get out.
After an hour and a half, the pipe was finally broken and the boy freed. But you don't have to be young and foolish to get in trouble. This man managed to cling onto a tree after his car was swept away.
Just hang on, mate.
Come on, you can do it.
Under the constant attack of spiders and ants, he held on for 2 hours until the rescuers could reach him.
I was that cold and miserable. I was just trying to get the ants off me. I was biting at the back of my neck and legs and arms. And I was just hanging on for like anything.
People trapped in floodwater, there's a tendency to climb. In doing this, you're joining space with every snake, every spider, every animal in the area.
Stranded on the roof of his car, this guy decided to play reporter.
Just become totally inundated.
Then he realised he was not the only one marooned.
Guys, try and get on the roof of his car if you can, please.
2 vehicles are stuck on the road west of the Gold Coast. In total, 7 people were in trouble and the water was rising.
It's like a tsunami. The water came up that fast, we couldn't even get out.
And then the creepy crawlies came out to play.
Oh my God! So creepy. Oh, the rat's gone.
In the end, the rescue crews arrived just in time.
Oh, hey guys, watch out for snakes. There's been a fair few.
Both cars were totally submerged, and the people were only moments from having to swim for it. But sometimes it's the survivors themselves that come up with the miracle.
The car disappeared, everything disappeared from me, the kids, and all I could think about was the kids in the car.
It was really heavy rain, black night.
And I just remember this noise coming out of me, and it wasn't a scream, it wasn't... I just remember not even being able to do anything.
They were seconds from death.
Well, the call was 4 people in the water.
A family was trapped in a sinking car after being hit by a wall of water.
I thought my children were dead that night, and even in those first few seconds think that your mother was for sure dead.
Andrea and her mum Lily were on their way home when they were hit by a flash flood, which pushed them off the road and into a swollen creek south of Brisbane.
There's no reason in the world that we should be here today.
In the back seat was 8-year-old Caitlin and 3-year-old sister Tara.
The water was right, probably up here on me sitting in the car.
It was Andrea's instinctive split-second decision to put the windows down which helped save their lives.
Like, all I could see was water already at the front windscreen.
Mummy was saying, get your seatbelts off, and then Grandma was saying, it's all right, it's all right.
My mum can't swim, so in the first second or two, I just thought, my mum's gonna die. And then I moved from there to, okay, she's gonna die, that I've got to get the kids out.
Andrea fought against the pressure of the water to force her door open, but was swept away.
I remember being flipped and turned as I was going in the current, and in the next couple of seconds, the entire car went under. So my mum was in the front, and my 2 girls were in the back.
In the pitch darkness, Lily, unable to swim, knew it was up to her to save the girls.
I had a split second where I was still numb. You know, I've got 2 children here to get out, and I just didn't think Andrea had made it.
She somehow made it out the car window, but the car sank beneath her.
For some strange reason, I remember seeing people swimming on the TV, and for some strange reason, I put my hands up like that. I don't know why I did it. I don't really know if it was lifted me up or not, but for some strange reason, I thought I would maybe float up or something. I don't know. Within that split second, but this time I've swallowed all the water and everything. You know, I couldn't breathe. But I managed to get hold of a little branch.
She would cling to 2 spindly branches for the next hour and 20 minutes. With her mother and grandmother fighting to stay alive in the current, Caitlin held her breath long enough to save her little sister.
I remember grabbing her and then swam out the front window, and then I pushed my sister up, and then I didn't know where I was, but I was underwater, and I didn't even try to swim up, but then I felt someone grabbing me. It was Mummy.
But all of a sudden, my 3-year-old popped up in front of me, face down. So straight away I'm thinking, there's my dead daughter. I kind of managed to just grab her within reach, and I pulled her up by the back of her neck, and she started coughing. And then a few seconds later, Caitlin emerged.
When Swiftwater Rescue found them, they were all clinging to a tree, exhausted but alive. What this little girl did to save her 3-year-old sister saw her hailed as a national hero. There are some situations that call for unconventional methods. Robin Colley, her 14-month-old son Luke, and friend Donna were driving through a lightly flooded road in central Queensland when they rounded the bend and ran into a submerged tree branch. While they searched for a way through, the water rose rapidly and forced the trio to scramble into the back of their ute. Then followed a rescue so amazing, it became an international sensation. As Robin and Donna wait helplessly below, Garth Snodero and the RACQ rescue chopper hover above. Garth and his crew realise there is a baby down there, so they've come prepared. Garth exits the chopper and begins his descent. As he is lowered, it takes some serious manoeuvring to avoid the trees. Garth nears the ute and makes contact. It's the baby's turn first, but Garth has a surprise for them all.
The baby? Absolutely. Can I put her in your bag, darling? You go. Girl. You go, darling. Okay, get the bag up for me. Okay, darling.
Despite Luke's protests, he is eventually in the bag.
Stay down.
But as Garth prepares to leave, Robin is understandably worried.
I'll be back. Okay, I'm coming back, all right? I will come back to you both.
Remarkably, in mid-air, Garth opens the bag to comfort the distressed baby. The crewman is there to receive the precious cargo. Luke's out of the bag, but he's not happy. Meanwhile, Garth heads back down to make good on his promise. Donna is next to go, and she needs reassurance she's not going to fall out.
Okay, who's next? Now come with me. Take your arms down, forward, towards the right. Back to you. Lay down. Come on, you're not. Keep your arms down. Bring you all the way. Enjoy the ride. Say goodbye.
Garth is back for Robin, but he has some bad news. Garth even makes sure her sunglasses are safe. With everyone on board, Garth has to give a traumatised Donna one last hug and offer comfort all round. Happily, Robin's dog was rescued 36 hours later, safe but hungry. For some boys, floodwaters bring out the irresistible urge for a cheap thrill. As with the bunch of teens who decided to ride an inflatable boat down a flooded creek when they ran into trouble. But the rescuer who went to save them met the same fate.
One SES boat went in and it didn't go real well. It capsized and now there's another 3 to be rescued out there.
Eventually, all were safe, with the boys given a stern talking to.
I'm pretty sure I've learnt my lesson.
And it seems these thrill seekers don't mellow with age. This guy survived, but he certainly didn't make it easy. He was attempting to paddleboard across this flooded river when he fell off his board and became stranded at the base of some trees. He was hanging on for 4 hours before rescuers could get to him and ferry he and his dog back to safety.
I was scared, and my life jacket's only good for me, but when my dog jumped on me back as well, we got in trouble and lost the paddleboard and everything.
But the perplexing thing about this guy is he was also rescued the day before, also attempting to paddleboard across the river with his dog. The police had warned him not to try it again, but he decided he knew better. Perhaps they should have told the dog. And there was no shortage of crazy behaviour to waste the time of emergency services. 10 metres above the Bremer River, this guy risked his life for a cheap thrill.
I tried to stop him, but he was too far past the glass.
CCTV cameras captured every moment.
After he jumped, I knew he was going to die. I thought he was going to die.
Onlookers watched in disbelief as he struggled against the deadly torrent. He finally finds refuge on a half-submerged concrete block before making his swim to safety. He might have escaped death, but he had no chance of escaping the police.
Being an idiot, just dumb, just foolish. Any little bits of log in the water, if you hit that, it would break his neck.
There must have been something in the water. The day before, on the same stretch of river, 3 teenagers tried to make the 50-kilometre journey to Brisbane on a blow-up mattress. They managed to travel 15 kilometres before being pulled out of the water by a rescue crew. This lot are oblivious to the obvious dangers as they decided to take on the flood with some inadvisable river rafting. But if you're looking for risky behaviour, these guys win hands down. This footage captured wakeboarders being towed by a ute down a Brisbane road. With traffic all round, he wipes out. And the mayor didn't mince his words.
Well, you're a bloody idiot. Get out of there.
Melbourne is well known for its crazy weather and heavy rain. When it rains, it really pours. So you would think Melbourne drivers would be aware of the pitfalls. Apparently not.
No.
And when someone predictably drove into floodwaters under the notorious York Street Bridge, some good Samaritans were there to fish him out. Ignoring police warnings, another driver decided to test the waters.
Keep floating.
Meanwhile, local Paris Giordano and his mates were ready.
Take a look at this as the roads turn to rivers in Melbourne. Well, Aussie blokes, they like to make the best of a bad situation. That is exactly what this guy did. Put his best footy shorts on, grabbed the fishing rod and off he went.
Me and my mate were having a coffee around the corner. This time of year when there's a torrential downpour, somebody usually drives in there, so we thought we'd come and have a look. The other cars come in and I was already ready with the fishing pole, just being a larrikin in front of my mates, and yeah.
In 2010, a massive downpour lasting 3 days fell over the central Queensland area. The rain was generated by a monsoon trough, described as almost like a tropical cyclone over land. Over the 1st to the 3rd of March, rainfall totals of between 100 and 300 millimetres drenched the area, causing havoc. The water fed south and west into the river systems. An enormous body of water, half the size of Europe, washing down the eastern half of Australia. Transforming this into this, a vast inland sea. Not for 100 years had these huge plains of Queensland and New South Wales seen such a watery spectacle.
Oh, just mad, massive. Yeah, like, it's the biggest flooding ever, since history, you know.
And the very thing drought-stricken farmers had been praying for threatened to overwhelm them.
Well, out. Water's gone where it's never, ever been before. So, you know, I hope they don't come any bigger than this.
It quickly turned into a military-style operation as farmers everywhere struggled to save their stock from the rising tide.
We won't get them all, but what we can save is better than none, isn't it? Mother Nature controls us all, doesn't she?
I wouldn't have imagined how much water could come down to this country.
The lands where once lay only blood-red dust were now covered by water as far as the eye could see. The caramel-coloured arteries pumping life back into the land. 150 kilometres west of Bourke lived the Fisher family. Already incredibly remote, the floods brought a new level of isolation and optimism.
All our children, 10 and under, really have lived the entire drought, so they're now really seeing what this country can be like. And for me, the positives are probably that hopefully there's not as much dust in my house.
Amazingly, for all the mess and mud, the overwhelming feeling towards this great flood was relief.
It gets so dry during the drought and so depressing during the drought. When the water arrives like this down the floodplains, it really lifts our spirits, lifts our hearts.
We've had the 1 in 100 year drought. This is the 1 in 100 year flood. Let's hope we have a 1 in 100 year income.
And it's not just farmers who rejoiced. As life exploded in this vast inland sea, there were many who welcomed it, like environmental scientist Martin Tongs.
And it's bloody magnificent. Last time I was out here, it was bone dry. And so to see wall-to-wall water, it's just fantastic.
The thing is, we've got all the river systems running at one go now, and I can't remember when that last happened. That is really special.
When water breaks out of the river channel and then starts moving out across the floodplain, amazing things happen. You get things coming out of the floodplain soils that have been dry for 40, 50 odd years. You still get animals coming out of the soil.
For a decade, Australians looked inland and saw only drought. The Great Flood of 2010 changed all that, with Mother Nature delivering a much-needed drink to a very thirsty land.
It's uplifting. It's the best way to describe it is just it's a psychological boost, I guess you could say. It just changes your whole attitude. It's probably Australia at its best right now. Like it doesn't get much better, you know.
Although they are an important part of our natural cycles, it's clear Australia has a recurring problem with floods. Between 1952 and 2017, nearly 2,000 people were killed by floods, 1,400 were injured, and the cost of damage has been estimated at over $50 billion.
Absolutely no control, so you just
swing with the punches, as they say.
Floods can devastate local communities, but they also impact the entire economy, damage agriculture and infrastructure.
Historically, towns have been built on waterways. Over time, the population increases in risk areas. The challenge with that is to develop flood planning for future events.
While we are very good at dealing with emergencies, we are not so good at preventing disasters before they happen.
It's very difficult to gauge the planning on a year-by-year basis. We're subject to weather, natural cycles.
With rain events and storms predicted to dangerously intensify over the coming years, we had better start listening to what history is telling us.
You can't defeat a flood, but you can improve the chances.
It's 65 million years ago. The dinosaurs roam the Earth. But the world changes forever when a massive asteroid smashes into the planet. Earth's largest living reptile, and some say the animal most likely to eat a human, is the saltwater crocodile. They're massive, weighing up to a ton. That's roughly the weight of your car. And they measure up to 7 meters long. Incredibly aggressive and territorial, they inhabit the northern parts of Australia. The top end is the croc end. One man who knows his crocodiles is Australia's own outback wrangler, Matt Wright.
When they hunt, they're very stealthy and they'll just move in just like a log will in the breeze, and they'll just wait for that little bit of splash and a little bit of vibration on that water, and then they'll launch out.
Their jaws can exert a pressure of several tons. Preferring to hunt at night,
they can see 180 degrees in full focus and be able to zoom in on anything up to a kilometre.
Salties are renowned for the dreadful death roll. Not only intended to drown its victim, the crocodile rapidly rolls its prey in the water to remove its limbs.
Everything about a crocodile, the way their eyesight is, their hearing, their nostrils, the way they stick their head out of the water, is a very evolved predator.
Over the next hour, you'll see the most infamous croc attacks in Australia's history.
So that's the moment I broke my leg from this hole in there. Yelling, "Croc, somebody help, Croc, it's got me, I'm gonna die."
Unbelievable escapes.
The old story whereby a bit of complacency creeps in and people say it won't happen to me.
And tragic encounters that shocked a nation.
She was panicking a fair bit and we couldn't help her because the tide was running too fast and there was big crocs floating around in the water.
This is savage Australia. Crocodiles. Cape York, Australia's northernmost tip. Inhospitable and very dangerous. It takes a special kind of person to join the population of less than 20,000, as local policeman Trevor Crawford knew all too well.
It's common knowledge that if you're going to be living in this area, or whatever the case, you're going to have to learn to live with all of the creatures that are around this area. It ranges from tiger sharks, box jellies and crocodiles.
On Christmas Eve, Cassie Bond, husband and father of 7, fell victim to this oldest of predators.
It's the old story whereby a bit of complacency creeps in, and because there's been no attacks for so many years, people say it won't happen to me.
The Jardine River ferry crossing is about an hour's drive from Bamaga on the road to Cairns. Cassie was visiting family on the other side of the river. The ferry had broken down and Cassie decided to swim across the river to try to help repair it. He was just 3 metres from the ferry when the crocodile struck.
2 young girls who were on the ferry actually saw like a tide effect or a rippling in the water heading towards Mr. Bond as he was approaching the ferry. And before they even knew it, he was taken by the croc.
Cassie Bond's body was recovered an hour and a half later, intact but badly mauled. Queensland Rangers searched for the killer croc and set up 2 traps. Eventually, this female was found and the teeth were consistent with bite marks found on Cassie Bond. Despite the ever-present dangers, Far North Queensland is Australia's fastest-growing tourism region. Boasting lush rainforests, endless white sand beaches and crystal clear waters, it's the perfect environment for visitors to relax and drop their guard. And those who ignore the warnings can pay the ultimate price. In 2016, Cindy Waldron was holidaying in the Daintree National Park near Cape Tribulation with her close friend, Leanne Mitchell. One evening, the pair were cooling off in the waters of the idyllic Thornton Beach when suddenly Leanne felt something brush against her leg. Seconds later, Cindy was screaming, "A croc's got me!" Cindy tried to hold on, but she was dragged beneath the water. It took weeks for her remains to be discovered in the body of a 4.3-metre crocodile. But it's not only tourists who find themselves in trouble. Further north, near Weipa, where it's said there are more crocodiles than people, is where one man managed a miraculous escape. Mine worker and fisherman Todd Bairstow.
They're not circus animals, they're wild animals.
Todd was about to come face to face with the crocodile that nearly ate him alive.
There he is. There's the boy that grabbed you, and it's got its little girlfriend with him.
Still looks cranky, mate.
Yeah. So we're going to go in to see if we can get a bit up close and friendly with him without getting into a dangerous area where you're going to think you're getting attacked again. I wouldn't do that to you.
I recognise that smile, mate.
All right.
The last time Todd and this croc met was in a life or death battle on a riverbank in Weipa, Far North Queensland. Todd was enjoying a peaceful afternoon of fishing. But suddenly, the 3-metre reptile attacked.
And ended up facing him like this on the mud, on the ears in the water with just his snout sticking out. Get on both my legs, just growling like that. He can just growling at me. And I'm like, this is it, he's gonna pull me in.
Todd wrestled with the prehistoric monster for 30 terrifying minutes.
All you feel is you go slack and a little bite, next one, bang! Then I tried to put it on his head to kick him off. He didn't like that, and that's when he just spanned him and broke my first leg. And he just rolled and he just popped my other leg.
With one hand still trapped in the croc's jaw, Todd desperately grabbed onto a mangrove root with his free hand to stop the croc pulling him underwater.
I realised I had to get that bloody hand out or I'll end up croc shit. So I started just yanking this one as hard as I could. I managed to pull it off, pull it free, but at the same time I pulled my finger off. But what's the finger?
Todd now had a better grip on the bank, and so began a deadly tug-of-war, alone in the mangroves with a croc, and Dig, his faithful but clueless dog.
The dog come up and he was sniffing around, carrying on. So I grabbed him and I threw him over my back, and that's the moment we had both my legs. So I'm just holding there, yelling out, "Croc, croc, somebody help, croc, he's got me, I'm gonna die."
But help was on its way. Enter Todd's knight on a shining Harley, fellow mine worker Kevin Bevan. Kev heard someone had been snatched by a croc and headed straight for the creek.
Yeah, mate, he was bellowing for his life, bloody screaming. I ran out there and latched onto him, and he was just saying, "Don't let go of me, don't let go of me, it's got me."
Kev's like, "Toddy, Kev, get me, he's still on me, he's still on me." And Kev ran down there, and he grabbed one in my hand, and he pulled me up, and he got me a bit up, and the croc still had my leg.
I was actually a bit scared on how hard you actually pull a person when there's a crocodile hanging on him. So I just kept a weight against him, and he was lashed around my leg, and then he came free, and I sort of stepped back and dragged him like that, and I saw a big swell behind him, and that's when I thought, let's get him out of here quick, and me.
I was happy, mate. I was a happy man. I'll give you the hot tip. It's been on the bloody bank, mate. I started crying straight up, mate. I couldn't believe it.
if you get caught in a situation where a crocodile is sort of a bit more confident than it should be, and it's not an overly huge croc, and it, like 3 metre croc grabs hold of you, you know, and you've got a place where you can hold onto a tree or out-tie the croc, well, there's a good chance you're going to get away.
The Northern Territory. Wild, unbroken, deadly. Home of the saltwater crocodile. And our very own Matt Wright, a 21st century blend of Steve Irwin and Crocodile Dundee. Whenever most people come across a dangerous animal like a croc, their reaction is to back away. But Matt is not most people.
Yeah, but that's education. You know, a lot of people don't understand the animals that we have in our own country.
So how does Matt deal with a deadly apex predator?
Well, we just stay out of the kill zone. Settle down.
Inevitably, there are the comparisons with the late Steve Irwin and with Crocodile Dundee.
Right, so Crocodile Dundee, they did movies here, and that's, you know, that's Hollywood. But with Steve Irwin, you know, Steve was great. He's made his mark in the whole industry. He brought Australia to light. So to even be compared in that sort of light is a massive privilege.
It sure is a hard act to follow. Steve Irwin was a showman, a conservationist, and an icon. Check out this footage of the great Steve Irwin in action for genuine, unmatched commitment.
Okay, you keep on to it. You got it? Yeah, we got it. Oh, my God, where's in there? Okay, let's go over the rock wall.
But these days, it's guys like Matt Wright that are keeping Steve's legacy alive. And as Matt's reputation grows, so does the demand to deal with rogue crocs. And that's what has Matt flying down to a tiny community close to the West Australian border.
There's been a couple of crocs right near this community called Pepinati, and we're going to go in there and try and catch them and take them out. Unfortunately, we can't catch and relocate these ones because they are problem crocodiles. They've been trying to attack some of the locals. So our job now is to go down there, catch them, and if we can't get them into the farm, then I'll take them back home there. I'll build a pen for them there.
Along the riverbank and in the wetlands, a couple of big crocs have the locals worried. With freshly slaughtered feral pigs as bait, Matt flies the croc traps into location. Matt's offside at Chris Wilson points out the size of one of the animals they're after.
That's the back of his hand there, and that's his claws. So it's quite a significant size animal that we're dealing with here.
Along the river, a much bigger trap has been built by Matt's team. They spent days prepping this setup right at the community's favourite waterhole. Connected to the pig carcass is a trigger rope for the trapdoor. The trapdoor is lifted and the trap is complete. Now the waiting game begins. The next morning reveals our first animal. It's airlifted from wetland onto dry land, and she's not happy about it.
Hold it tight.
This female croc isn't what matters after. The rogue crocs are still at large. Surprisingly, the jaws are easily closed by hand and tape is used to secure the mouth shut.
It can get quite dangerous if you're not on your game and if you don't know what you're doing. Best thing is not to get complacent. You know your boundaries and you don't push them.
Overnight, a croc takes the bait. Trapping a croc is one thing, but getting it out of there the next day is another. Matt and his team live for challenges like this. The first task is to harpoon the animal, and it looks worse than it is. The barbs hook into the tough skin behind the neck, which Matt says the croc doesn't feel. Then he has to jaw rope it, which is a lot easier said than done.
Just get a little stick. You only need something small because he's going to poke his head up here in a minute. There he is right there. Here he comes, Willow. Willow.
Got him. You got him. Hey. So hold him there, tape, action. What's this?
The eyes are covered to reduce visual stimulation, which helps calm the croc.
He's still he's a long croc, but he's not in very good condition. So you can see this big scar here. Big bite mark on his tail here.
This croc might be a tough customer, but it looks like it's come off second best to an even tougher, even bigger specimen. And that guy is still out there. That night, the monster rogue croc appears. It rips into the bait and the trapdoor slams shut.
What do you got? Mate, we've got a massive animal in there. He's a gorgeous. Saw his head sitting up on the bank. Mate, that is an absolute stonker. That is the one we're after. That thing yesterday is going to look like a puppy dog compared to this.
That's his tail here. Tail's right up. I hope it's his tail. Otherwise it's his head right in here. Me.
This croc is a different kind of beast altogether and is not going to surrender without a real fight. Suddenly, he lunges for the gate.
Oh, get on top of that gate. Close that gate. Quick. Watch your foot. Go, watch your foot.
Yeah, mate. No, you're right. I'm watching.
Shit, he's a good animal.
This guy's turning out to be a nightmare and pushes Matt's abilities to the limit.
Get out that way, feet. Quick, go. Go.
No, Willow. Go. Come on.
The croc's still resisting. The struggle has taken so long, by now the word is out and close to the whole town comes down for a look. It takes almost 2 hours before Matt can lasso the animal's jaw.
Oh, yes! Yes, get into it! Get back. Get back.
At 4.8 metres, he's only a bit longer than the other road croc, but he's probably 300 kilos heavier, weighing in close to a tonne. It's been a hell of a battle. But Matt's captured one hell of a croc. It takes a bulldozer to shift the croc up the hill to the trailer. For the local kids, it's a thrill, but one old lady has mixed feelings as she bids farewell to her tribal totem.
Mama.
Hey. Say goodbye?
Yes, I said goodbye to him.
In northern West Australia, Broome is a laid-back holiday destination and situated close to the amazing Kimberley region. Balmy temperatures create a tropical vibe, perfect for a dip at the famous Cable Beach, and perhaps a cocktail to finish the day. But one particularly thirsty Broome resident took the laid-back concept a bit too far. Michael Newman, or Crocodile Dundee as he's now known, created international headlines when he made a late-night visit to the Broome Crocodile Park.
We reached one day for a swim and to get a suntan.
Apparently oblivious to the fact that it was late on a pitch-black night, the 36-year-old pushed ahead with his excellent adventure.
And I went up to the fence and I looked through the fence and I seen these two crocodiles. And I named one of the crocodiles Moonstar. And I was talking to him through the fence and I said, "Oh, you're Moonstar, you belong to the moon and the stars."
But rudely ignored by Moonstar, Michael decided to get close and personal with the other guy, jumping on the back of an 800-kilo monster he named Artesian, who promptly clamped his jaws onto his right leg.
So I'm holding onto the fence while he had my leg. And I said, "Artesian, let me go, let me go." I'd open his mouth and let me go.
Michael somehow got out and staggered back to the pub where his night had begun and had a few more drinks just to take the edge off, until staff pointed out he was bleeding all over the barroom floor.
I reckon if he wasn't drunk, he would have been in a lot of pain.
All patched up and having had a good think about it, Michael was a wiser man.
Well, I won't be going back near an alligator again, put it that way.
That's crocodile, Michael. But it's not always the humans that are the weird ones. This is one very confused reptile and one terrified workman.
Oh, my heart almost jumped out of my chest.
This big fella at the Australian Reptile Park north of Sydney was sure hurting a little bit after biting off more than it could chew.
It happened that fast and it was that scary, but yeah, I'm bloody glad to be alive.
Elvis the croc, all 5 metres of him, was lying peacefully in his pond when he looked up, saw workers mowing the lawn and thought, breakfast.
Next second, he was attached to the end of the mower, dragging it in, almost took me into the drink with him.
I had to scream at Billy, "Let it go, let it go, let it go."
And Elvis came off second best.
That's an enormous tooth for any croc.
Undeterred, Elvis dragged the mower into his lair, guarding it for dear life. It took hours to coax Elvis into giving up his prize. That's a very lucky lawnmower. For some, surviving an attack is just dumb luck. Driving 18-year-old Lee DePauw's decision to jump into croc-infested waters was, in Lee's words,
stupidity. No, there's crocs there.
Stupidity, and wanting to win the affection of British backpacker Sophie Patterson. To impress the tourist, Lee suggested he dive into Innisfail's Johnson River.
I started telling them about how backpackers are more likely to get eaten by a crocodile than Australians. So we decided to go down to the river and test the theory.
He was kind of saying, you know, I can jump in the water, the crocs won't get me.
It was confidence brought on by excessive drinking, which Lee estimates at
about 10 cups of goon.
I just carried on walking with him so that he wasn't on his own, and that was when he kind of said, I'm going to do this, and I just was in complete and utter disbelief.
Sophie could only watch on in horror as Lee dived into the water and a crocodile latched onto his arm.
Obviously the crocodile has sensed a lot of movement, a lot of swimming and splashing in the area, and that's what they're attracted to.
Started shaking its head and carrying on.
Lee was gripped by one thought.
Holy crap, I'm gone for sure.
But Lee fought back.
I punched it in the snout.
Then it dragged him 6 metres down the river, but Lee wasn't done.
My second hit, I got it straight in the eye, and then it let go. Swam back to the stairs with one floppy arm and pulled myself out.
Sophie describes Lee's body as looking like something from a horror movie.
You've seen Jaws. It was kind of like that, you know, there was a lot of blood, a lot of bone. It was just, you know, it was pretty horrendous.
He's exceptionally lucky that that crocodile didn't get a good grip, go into a death roll and drown him. That river is known for very large numbers of crocodiles in the waters.
You never see anyone swimming here. All the locals know not to swim in the waters around here.
Lee's broken arm and stitches will heal, but he'll carry the scars of the attack for the rest of his life. But hopefully by now his feelings for the backpacker have calmed down.
She's beautiful, caring and kind. I didn't know there was a croc there. I just done it for Sophie.
Croc attacks don't only happen in the wild to careless fishermen and tourists. Professionals are also fair game in places you expect would be perfectly safe. Renee Robertson was working in an enclosure at the Billabong Sanctuary in Townsville. A 2.5 metre croc named Tipper suddenly moved towards Renee and backed her into a corner before it lunged and latched onto her arm, dragging her to the ground. Another handler came to the rescue and beat the croc with a pole until it eventually released her, but not before mauling her severely. Handlers at the Billabong Sanctuary should have known the dangers, because many years before, something terrible had happened. Staff were attempting to separate a female from her eggs. The eggs were to be hatched in an incubator to protect them from predators. But the angry mum, called Hot Lips, well, she didn't like that idea at all. Charlie Finn had the job of trying to secure those lethal jaws when the croc struck. Despite being held down by 3 men, the croc managed to grab his hand and flip him over in the infamous death roll. Charlie suffered a badly fractured arm and deep cuts, but it could have been much worse.
A croc can step up quite fast and catch someone off guard. You need a lot of time to be working with crocs and working out when to work closely with them or when to back off.
At the Shoalhaven Zoo, southwest of Sydney, all it took was a moment of overconfidence. Seconds after a terrifying croc attack, this video shows zoo staff trying to coax the 300-kilo culprit out of the water. Handler Trent Burton had been feeding Shoalhaven Zoo's star attraction, Big John, when he tried to retrieve a piece of meat from the 3.7-metre male's mouth. Onlookers watched in horror as Trent suddenly found himself under attack.
Oh, the scariest lick I've ever seen in my life.
He was feeding him meat and the crocodile took it before the designated area to be fed. And so the trainer went to grab it out of the crocodile's mouth and the crocodile just grabbed the trainer's hand and put him to the ground and dragged him into the water.
Even Trent's colleagues were amazed at his moment of poor judgment.
Trent's tried to reach and take it out of his mouth. Why you do that? I don't know.
He managed to break free and get out, suffering bite wounds to both hands. Another very lucky guy with a brain snap that nearly cost him his life. Recovering from surgery and missing his thumb, croc handler Ian Jenkins knows he's a lucky man.
I might not have got out of there actually, so which is another thing. You know, I've got a wife and
and 3 daughters. You know, it's just to put them through that sort of thing is just, it's not on.
The 58-year-old was feeding a croc named Macca during a show at his own zoo when it attacked.
All I can remember is climbing out of the pond, but apparently did do a roll where I lost my thumb.
A death roll, but Ian escaped, blaming himself for the attack.
It's just an instinctive reaction to have a grab at what was close. I'm fairly annoyed with myself there. So a stupid reaction, which is could have been very costly, so I'm very lucky.
Fellow handler Louise Smith is the person Ian owes his life to.
I did what I could to try and distract Macca's attention from Ian and give Ian a chance to remove himself from the situation.
She jumped in and hit the enraged croc with a stick.
She managed to whack him on the head. He was coming in to finish me off, I think, by the sound of it, and I think she broke the stick on his head.
Saltwater and freshwater crocodiles have long been hunted by Australia's Indigenous communities for food, but commercial crocodile hunting didn't occur in Australia until the 1930s. After the Second World War, the increase in the value of crocodile skins, combined with the availability of powerful rifles, led to a croc-killing boom that had devastating consequences, as reported in 1966.
Saltwater crocodile has few defenders and is disappearing rapidly from our coastline. As the female does not breed until she is about 8 years old and fully grown, the possibility of extinction is strong. In 100 million years, it has survived everything but the white man.
By 1970, the hunting practices had become unsustainable. Only 3,000 saltwater crocodiles remained in the Northern Territory, and the species was listed as endangered and protected from hunting in 1971.
Back in the mid-70s, early 70s, right up to the early 80s, it did wipe out a lot of our natural population, wild population of crocodiles.
As decades passed, crocodile numbers gradually increased, and from the late 1990s, Indigenous communities were granted permission to hunt a quota of crocs for food and skins. Meningrida, on the coast of Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory, is the capital of saltwater croc country. For this remote community, crocodiles are a major resource.
This is very important for the people of this community because apart from the rangers hunting for them, they also provide meat to the community and the people.
Here, when night falls, the local community use the same croc-catching techniques they've employed for tens of thousands of years. Once hauled in, the crocodile's jaw is tied shut. Young crocs are thrown back. Adult crocs have their bellies inspected. Scarred belly skin won't fetch a high price, so this adult male is also thrown back. Crocs that have been selected for their skins are killed with a gunshot to the skull. Today, crocodile numbers have recovered, with experts estimating there are over 150,000 crocodiles in Australia. Despite this, there are still only 1 to 2 fatalities annually. But in 2014, the Northern Territory lost 4 people in that one calendar year, the highest number since records began.
I guess like any animal, once it does start killing people and people start fearing it, they want to kill it. That's the first instinct. They want to get rid of it.
This rise in killings had the effect of intensifying the debate between conservationists and big game hunters.
You know, in all the old books, they were the arch enemy, you know, throw them to the crocodiles. They're a water's edge predator. They're designed to see things, dive, come underwater, come up right next to them, then boof, you know, up they go. It's very successful.
No one admires crocs more than Graham Webb. Based in Darwin, he's one of Australia's foremost authorities on these fearsome reptiles.
What makes a crocodile the successful animal they are is that their head is all designed like a submarine. Stick up.
Now he's proposing a radical solution. Lift the ban on hunting crocs and promote safaris for big game hunters who'll pay up to $30,000 to bag a croc. Graham's suggestions are founded in extensive research. Here, he and his team capture and tag a large croc to study the population. This young male is captured and fitted with a tracking device, and all the research is pointing to one thing.
Crocodiles in the Northern Territory have recovered to, as far as we can tell, the numbers and densities that were there historically when first settlement came.
Graham believes unless crocs are worth something to landowners, they simply won't want the animals around.
If they're not worth money to people today, people aren't going to put up with it. Make conservation profitable. You're not going to have to push people to conserve things, they'll push you.
This is about the great white trophy hunter coming over from Germany and the US to shoot Australian wildlife for the sheer hell of it, for pleasure, not for food, for pleasure. And that's a very grisly niche market that I really don't think Australians want to pander to.
Nicola Benyon is an animal rights activist with the Humane Society International, one of the many groups lobbying the government to reject Professor Webb's controversial scheme.
Let's not forget that it wasn't so long ago that crocodiles were an endangered species, and they were endangered because of hunting. The only reason that those populations have recovered now is because they were protected.
Up in the Territory, the idea of trophy hunting is not new. It's already happening with buffalo. European hunters are prepared to pay thousands of dollars to trophy shoot one of these feral animals.
Was dank.
The majority of people who hunt have ethics and morals. They do it properly, they do it humanely.
At Bullo, Mari has permission to trap problem crocs for their leather. They were granted a licence because numbers had skyrocketed and the crocodiles were killing hundreds of cattle every year. One croc skin alone is worth more than 20 head of cattle, but trophy hunting is even more lucrative. This croc could be worth more than 15,000 Australian dollars to a trophy hunter. The bigger the croc, the bigger the fee.
This is going to be tourists, and it could be someone who's never shot an animal before who'll be allowed to get out there with a harpoon or a gun. The person who's doing the shooting is what counts when it comes to the suffering that the animal will face.
We've got a totally unique situation up here because crocodiles generate all sorts of benefits, economic benefits, social benefits, cultural benefits. They're a win-win situation. If we lose that, we lose the crocodiles.
Unsurprisingly, there's a long history of illegal croc poaching. And because of the vast areas and rugged terrain, strict policing is almost impossible. But there's one type of poaching that is legal: commercial egg harvesting. Dangling from a helicopter above the Northern Territory wetlands is the first step in the lucrative business of crocodile farming. 100 k's outside of Darwin, crocodile hunters scour the top end for mothers guarding their nests of up to 70 eggs. These eggs are removed, then hatched and raised in captivity. These remote wetlands can only be accessed by air, and you can only get to the eggs if you can get past the angry mothers.
Sometimes you come in and you land beside them, and sometimes you come in and you land on them, and there's a bit of a bloody commotion goes on then.
Mick Burns runs multiple crocodile farms and is aware of the dangers of his business.
It's a really dangerous job, and we know it's dangerous, like there's helicopters, and most people are pretty nervous just about the helicopter aspect itself, but then you combine it with really remote locations. It's very hot, it's very humid, it's very testing, it's very demanding. And then you introduce crocodiles, so yeah, like it's testing, there's no question. Yeah.
Armed with just a pole and a bucket, farmers like Mick get the mother away from the nest.
often it just comes down to that sort of fight or flight, and it's a big game of bluff.
So you just come around here.
And 9 times out of 10, probably 99 times out of 100, you win the game of bluff, and when you don't, well, you've just got to make sure you've got that exit, so.
Yeah. With the crocodile far enough away from her nest, the eggs are collected and flown away. It may seem cruel, but Mick insists that there are benefits both economically and environmentally.
Well, most of those eggs will drown, and if they don't drown, a large percentage will cook or be predated through wildlife and the likes. So it's only 1 in 100 of those eggs that'll actually become an adult crocodile. We don't shy away from the fact that it's a commercial outcome and it's a commercial platform, it's a commercial base, but the conservation is actually a big winner at the same time.
These hatchlings will grow into just a few of the over 70,000 crocodiles Mick has on his farms. Skins like this are worth around $1,000 Australian and are used as crocodile leather by Europe's most exclusive fashion houses. From Darwin, the singlet and thong capital of the world, to the most stylish city on the planet, Paris. Here, 3 to 4 croc skins at a time get handcrafted into a fashion piece de resistance, the Birkin bag. Made by Hermes from crocs raised on Mick's farm, the Birkin bag has a multi-year wait list and an astronomical price tag, some selling at auction for over 60,000 euros.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Over 1 million visitors travel to Australia's Northern Territory every year to experience the incredible scenery and amazing wildlife. And for those looking for their very own croc encounter, they'll find it in the heart of Darwin, the multi-million-dollar tourist facility Crocosaurus Cove. Here, people come by the thousands to marvel at this lethal predator. The place is literally infested with crocs, and the whole idea is to get up close and personal. Kids can get a thrill swimming next to some of the younger crocs. But being lowered into a croc enclosure with nothing but a perspex case for protection is the ultimate way to get your blood pumping. This 5-metre, 80-year-old croc, Bert, is so aggressive he's killed every female that has been brought into his enclosure. His instinct on seeing a new entrant into his watery domain is to investigate and attack. The more the swimmer splashes around, the more interested Bert becomes. But it's okay. Bert hasn't managed to break through the cage. Far from the safety of a tourist park, Matt Wright and his team are at it again, tasked with removing a troublesome croc from a Queensland swamp.
We've still got to be careful. We don't know how aggressive this fella is. He's been laying up just in here, right?
His every move captured by his film crew. Matt's having a hard time getting the croc to play ball.
You got him. Damn it. I just found this croc and he was just here in front of us. He's just moved off. Ah, it's gone. Here, give me that.
And that tinny is looking very small.
Jumped up at the back of the boat and bit the back of the boat, about half a foot away from my knee.
They were just centimetres away from landing in the croc's den.
Oh, that was in his nose. Go, 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 go.
Good work, Jonesy.
Good work. Yep. Come here, mate. We don't want him to go in there. Ah, yep.
They got him in the end.
We got him.
But in the end, the croc could have got them. The relationship between man and crocodile has always been a complex one. It involves respect and, of course, fear.
Saltwater crocodile, it's a prehistoric animal. It's been around millions of years and it just keeps on surviving.
They were here a long time before we were, hunted almost to extinction. Now crocodiles are thriving, so man and beast better figure out a way to get along.
It's a tough reptile and he's gone through a lot of hard times, but he's here to stay.
Summer in Australia means trips to the beach, long days in the sunshine, and family holidays. But when weather turns bad and natural disasters threaten, paradise can quickly become a nightmare. Over the next hour, you'll see ships in peril and sailors under attack, terrifying winds and raging seas, unbelievable rescues and cities wiped off the map. On Savage Australia, storm. Every year, more than 5,000 cubic kilometres of rain fall to Earth. It nourishes and feeds the planet. Winds sweep the globe, carrying with them the rains and life-regenerating spores and seeds. But in their extreme forms, these elements can take lives, destroy property, and cause suffering on an enormous scale. In Australia, tropical cyclones, east coast lows, and supercell storms are a regular part of the weather pattern. They can all be deadly, and they're getting more severe.
Global warming already appears to be having an impact. What we expect to see is more intense tropical cyclones occurring, more Category 4s and more Category 5s, and in some ocean basins, a higher number of tropical cyclones.
So what is a cyclone, and why is Australia in the firing line? Cyclones are born in warm seas near the equator. Tropical waters across the top of the country, from Western Australia to Queensland, are ideal cyclone breeding grounds. Warm, moist air rises rapidly and forms massive thunderclouds, leaving areas of low pressure in its wake.
Once the circulation begins to occur, we have air rushing in at ground surface, and if the upper atmospheric conditions are conducive, then that air will flow outwards. It's almost like a vacuum cleaner in the sky. You need to have one end where it's sucking the air in and one end where the air is moving outwards.
The severity of cyclones in Australia is measured by categories from 1 to 5, essentially determined by the wind speeds.
Generally, a Category 1 cyclone will have wind gusts around about 100 to 125 kilometres an hour. We have various other categories, 2s, 3s and 4s, right up to Category 5 cyclones, which will have wind gusts in excess of around about 285 kilometres an hour.
Darwin is a thriving city with a population of about 12,500. On a Saturday morning, it's alive with shoppers. Informality and friendliness are typical of Darwin.
Situated at the very top end of the country, Darwin's unique character was a product of its remoteness and relative isolation. And its far northern location made it a prime target for Japanese bombers in World War II, giving Darwin its first taste of disaster. 30 years later, on the morning of Christmas Eve 1974, a relatively small tropical cyclone called Tracy was tracking safely past Bathurst Island.
Darwin's not a very easy place to hit with a tropical cyclone because you have Coburg Peninsula to the sort of north and northeast, where a cyclone has to basically miss Coburg Peninsula and then make a sharp turn to come back in towards Darwin, which is exactly what Tracy did.
This freakish behaviour put Darwin right in her sights. A dangerously intense cyclone was bearing down on an unprepared town.
The Bureau was putting out a lot of warnings, but people were a bit lax at the time. They didn't take heed, and they were impacted by a very, very severe cyclone.
The cyclone is imminent. The cyclone is imminent.
As Christmas Eve ticked over to Christmas Day, she unleashed her fury. At 3 a.m, the airport recorded 217 km/h winds before the instruments failed.
We don't know exactly how strong it was because the Bureau's anemometer was blown down and the winds were probably much stronger. This was a very, very severe, one of the most severe tropical cyclones to hit anywhere in Australia.
December 25th, 1974 was a Christmas day like no other for the residents of Darwin. In just one night, their hometown had been virtually wiped off the map.
The full extent of the damage to Darwin is very, very hard to comprehend. And everywhere the scene is like this. Streets littered with debris, houses crumbled, trees blown over. Huge steel girders which make up the telegraph poles have been bent.
For the survivors, it was a night that changed their lives forever.
I've never experienced anything like it in my lifetime. We thought it was the end. We thought it was the end. I did anyway. I thought, well, this is the end. We won't get over this.
Yeah, all gravelled and windburnt from there up to there because I lost all my clothes.
She was pretty rough though. People just lost everything, you know. There's just nothing standing in the place.
Experienced an earthquake in Japan in 1946, but this is far more terrifying because it went on for about 3 hours.
In my area in the northern suburbs, there's not a house really livable in.
Well, nobody have a Christmas dinner. Only thing they have is hard time, that's all.
You could hear nothing. It was just a continual roar and people screaming and things banging around, that sort of thing, and we all had to try and converge and get into this room, as I told you. Well, it was a bit of a battle to do that, picking up small children and that sort of thing, and in the dark, no electricity, only torches and candles that could get.
And the whole house seemed to explode, and there was just nothing left.
And the floorboards collapsed and we were sucked out 30 feet down and 30 feet out. And I rolled on top of my baby. And he's all right now, and my husband grabbed him and ran to a car.
There's nothing wrong with me at all. I've only lost an eye, and that's nothing compared to legs and arms and speech, and, you know, I'm not blind completely.
Well, what were your thoughts in the middle of the cyclone?
I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die.
The death toll was always going to be terrible, but on that Christmas day, the full extent of the horror was still not known.
This, believe it or not, is an entire house. There's a young boy missing from this home. Police fear that he could be somewhere in there still. Everywhere around here there have been people injured. The number of injured is incalculable. Just a couple of 100 yards away from here, a man died.
As the search for bodies began, survivors faced the heartbreaking task of cleaning up. Meanwhile, health concerns escalated, with light planes spraying disinfectant over the rubble. As another precaution to prevent disease, residents were even asked to give up their pets to be put down.
You must be very sad to be saying goodbye to the old dog.
That's right. Now, with this possibility of the disease, it's private to depart with him. Yes, a bit more than I can take.
The annual Sydney to Hobart yacht race has been an institution since 1945. It's one of the top 3 ocean racing events in the world. In perfect conditions, it's a couple of days of smooth sailing. But when the wind gods turn nasty, it's a hair-raising ride that tests boats and crews to their limits. But none of the competitors would have been prepared for what 2001's race threw at them. The maxi yachts Nicorette and Wild Thing were battling rough conditions off the New South Wales south coast when a massive waterspout formed right in front of them. As winds and hail shredded Nicorette's mainsail, the crew huddled below, hoping for the best. Meanwhile, Wild Thing's luck held out, but it didn't last long.
And we just thought we'd made it, but we couldn't believe it when it hooked back and got us.
With its mast gone, Wild Thing limps back to Sydney, race over, thanks to a one-of-a-kind twister. But perhaps the mother of all twisters to hit the mainland was this one, which struck northern New South Wales in 2010. Residents of Lennox Head were amazed when a 100-metre wide waterspout appeared just off the coast, but their amazement turned to fear as it closed in. When the twister hit the town, it destroyed bus shelters, ripped off metal sheets and sent them flying. Nothing in its narrow path was spared.
Waterspouts aren't necessarily confined to thunderstorms, but they will often be associated with storms. They typically form in the Australian region over the sea, and they can move on to the land, like the Lennox Head example.
The hit-and-run tornado turned a seaside resort town into a disaster zone. It destroyed 12 homes and knocked out power to 500 others. 2 people were injured, but miraculously, no one was killed. After Darwin in 1974, when 71 people died and an entire city was virtually wiped out, Tracy was the benchmark by which Australians measured cyclones. Over the next 2 decades, scores of severe tropical cyclones hit the coastline. None could match Tracy's legacy of devastation and tragedy. The Australian coastline is vast, rugged and diverse, containing many of the nation's most iconic environmental features, from the Great Barrier Reef to tropical mangrove forests and the famous Bondi Beach. For millennia, storms and tropical cyclones have been smashing into the country's shorelines, relentlessly sculpting its unique beauty. Long before modern forecasting, Indigenous Australians carefully watched the size of coastal waves as a way of predicting an incoming tropical cyclone. When the first settlers arrived and towns and cities developed, the impact of cyclones increased dramatically. Reports from ships at sea provided only minimal warning.
In terms of the early forecasting prior to the satellite and radar era, then really we relied upon observations either from ships or from remote locations, and people would be able to tell us that a cyclone was approaching or it passed by or crossed the coast nearby to them. Reports were less frequent in those days compared to the time period now, but nonetheless we still have some good information about cyclones in the early 1900s and late 1800s for our region.
It wasn't until the 1960s that weather forecasters finally had the satellite technology to detect and track powerful systems.
It's a classical picture of a cyclone. It shows the eye of the cyclone very clearly, and also the spiral bands associated with the tremendous wind fields. In this particular cyclone, we've got winds of more than 100 miles an hour.
Although it took another 10 years for continuous monitoring right across the top end of Australia. We've come a long way since the early days of weather forecasting. These days, supercomputers and sophisticated programs allow the Bureau of Meteorology to pick up bands of low atmospheric pressure as soon as they form off the coast of Africa or far off in the Polynesian islands. Combining these observations creates an accurate early warning picture of what's coming. The latest in radar technology takes the guesswork out of weather forecasting. Previously, it only sent out horizontal pulses and could only detect rain. Now, it shoots out horizontal and vertical pulses and can tell the difference between rain, hail and snow.
We've got a pretty good idea these days of where a cyclone is going to form and where it's likely to track to and what part of the coast it will cross, and also at roughly what intensity that cyclone will be.
It's not just far northern Australia that is affected by dangerous weather events. Further south towards New South Wales, there lurks the dreaded East Coast Low.
East Coast lows are technically a cyclone, but not a tropical cyclone. They tend to occur off the east coast of New South Wales or very southern part of Queensland. They can actually look like a tropical cyclone on radar and satellite imagery. And sometimes people do get confused and think that they are a tropical cyclone. But the main difference is that they're not warm cored and they don't have an eye to them. Yet they can also produce very, very strong winds, equivalent to a Category 1 or Category 2 tropical cyclone, as well as bring a lot of rainfall and large waves onto the coast, which can cause a lot of beach erosion and coastal recession.
And the incredible power of these systems has claimed some prize victims over the years. The city of Newcastle in the 1970s was a thriving industrial harbour, with hundreds of ships literally lining up to transport cargo of coal and steel throughout the world. It was the 25th of May, 1974, and East Coast low was lashing the New South Wales coast, with gale force winds and heavy seas. Newcastle reported swells of more than 17 metres and winds of 160 kilometres per hour. The giant Norwegian bulk carrier Signa was anchored 4 kilometres offshore when the storm hit. The captain, ignoring warnings, headed to sea. The ship dragged anchor and ran aground off Stockton Beach.
She lies, broken-backed, beyond all hope of salvage, a mere 100 yards off the shore.
28 crew members were airlifted off, but because of concerns over salvage rights, the skipper and engineer wanted to reboard the ship, so lifesavers risked their lives by ferrying them back to the Signa in dangerous seas. In the days after, the waves took their toll on the wreck.
Well, the Signa saga has taken another very dramatic turn this morning when the ship actually broke in two.
Its bow section was towed away, and what remains of the stern still lies rusting away. In 2007, a deadly East Coast low claimed another ship when the Pasha Bolka ran aground, threatening an environmental disaster. Early on the morning of June 8th, the Newcastle Port Corporation radioed the 56 ships waiting off the coast and warned them to move out to sea. The Pasha Bolka was one of the last to do so, and by the time the storm hit, the bulk carrier was unable to clear the coast and found itself in terrible trouble. It struck a sandbank at Newcastle Beach with waves of 17 metres crashing against the ship, forcing it closer to the shore. With fears growing that she was beginning to buckle, the crew had to be rescued before it was too late. In terrifying conditions, the chopper struggled to keep level in the howling winds of 70 to 80 kilometres per hour. Waves lashed the ship, and water combined with leaking oil meant the deck was dangerously slippery. One at a time, the 22 crew members were winched to safety, the steel cable twisting in the winds and static electricity giving rescuers a jolt every time they touched down. Remarkably, all were unhurt.
Worst conditions I've ever been in, like.
2 weeks later, as the weather eased, authorities were trying to figure out how to get the Pasha Bolka, now Newcastle's #1 tourist attraction, off the sand. The idea was for the Pasha to winch itself off by cables attached to 3 giant anchors, with assistance from some big super tugs. At a high tide in the middle of the night, the plan was executed to perfection.
See you later, Pasha. Bye. Just lost our tourist attraction. What are we going to do?
With the Pasha Bolka back at sea, crew was celebrating, and the beach was quiet once again. Apart from the winds and the torrential rains, East Coast lows and cyclones have another powerful weapon in their armoury, the storm surge.
So in simple terms, a storm surge is when the sea invades the coastline, and it's caused by a combination of factors. Low atmospheric pressure, that leads to a rise in the sea surface. The second is wind, of strong onshore winds piling the water up against the coastline. And on top of that, thirdly, you've got waves. Previously breaking further offshore, now they're breaking on the coastline. And that's where the issues and the damage starts.
The late 60s and 70s were a bad time for the east coast of Australia, as a series of massive lows struck the shoreline. The damage was terrible, right through New South Wales and up into Queensland's Gold Coast. In 2016, Sydney was smashed by the mother of all lows.
That was a big event. There's no question there was significant property loss. The unique thing there was that was a function of an east coast low directing waves in a certain direction. So as it turned out in that event, it was the southern end of some of those Sydney beaches which got damaged the most because they were facing into the east coast low. So they were looking into the teeth of the low system and the storm surge as a result.
The northern beach of Collaroy suffered terribly as houses had no defence against the surging waves. The eastern beaches of Sydney copped a hammering as well.
Historically, more people have died in storm surges than due to the wind effects of tropical cyclones. Fortunately, in Australia, we haven't had too many storm surges have a major impact on a major urban area. But that's only a matter of time, and we will see one hit a major regional town or a capital city, and then we'll really see some real damage done.
There is one weather event that everyone is familiar with, the classic thunderstorm. But a thunderstorm is a complex beast and can come in many different guises.
So we can really have three main types of thunderstorms: single-cell thunderstorms, multi-cell thunderstorms, and we can have super-cell thunderstorms. The single-cell one has just got a single zone of updraft and downdraft. Multiple-cell thunderstorm will have multiple cells of updraft. A supercell will be a very well-organised multi-cell thunderstorm that can last for many hours. So you've got a regular inflow of air and moisture and regular outflow, and because it's very well organised, it can get to quite severe intensity.
This is what it's like to be caught in the middle of a severe Sydney supercell, with winds up to 200 kilometres an hour, turning everything into lethal missiles. This is the result of a supercell storm in the Sydney suburb of Kurnell.
All the roofs started caving in, so we got under the table, and then all the glass all blew in and smashed everywhere. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever been through. I thought I was going to die.
Homes were literally torn apart. Trucks blown over and debris littering the street. It was part of a series of supercells across Sydney, sending residents scurrying for safety. It brought heavy rains and flash flooding, while lightning split the roof of this home.
I heard a loud noise, like boom.
Crowds at this Bondi shopping centre had to be evacuated as parts of the roof gave way. 500 properties were extensively damaged. Not a cyclone, but try telling that to the homeowners.
So supercell thunderstorms are often going to produce the largest hailstones and the most severe hailstorms. That's because there's a lot of updraft and downdraft up in the clouds in the higher levels of the atmosphere. And so what we're getting is the freezing of water particles until that ice becomes so large that it can no longer be held up there in the cloud and it falls to the ground. And so a very severe hailstorm can cause a tremendous amount of damage.
And this is the result of one of those supercells, a massive hailstorm which smashed into Sydney in 1947.
Hailstones cut a swathe across Sydney one January afternoon. It was one of the worst on record, and in only a few minutes caused more than $1 million worth of damage as thousands of windows and tiles were shattered. Some stones exceeded a pound in weight, one of Sydney's worst icy air raids.
In just a couple of hours, 1,000 people were injured. In 2007, a supercell hit Australia's capital, Canberra, and dumped 39 centimetres of ice on the city, triggering flooding and landslides. In March 2010, 650 kilometres south, the city of Melbourne came off second best from a supercell. When the rain came, it poured, with central Victoria bearing the brunt of it. Flash flooding created rivers in Bendigo. It dumped 19 centimetres of rain in less than half an hour and caused $220 million of damage. 2 weeks later, on the other side of the country, Perth got 1 month's worth of rain in just 7 minutes.
Large hailstones battered the city as lightning lit up the sky. For some, cars provided the only refuge.
But the biggest, baddest supercell of them all was the one that sliced through Sydney in 1999, leaving the country's most damaging natural disaster in its wake. April in Sydney is usually mild, so when radar showed a front coming from the south and storm clouds appearing on the horizon late on Wednesday the 14th, no one gave it a second thought. It started as a spectacular light show. Then came the sound of small hailstones, but that gave way to something else. Sydney-siders knew they were in trouble. Hailstones the size of tennis balls were smashing down at 200 kilometres an hour.
I really thought it was the end of the world.
Just like a hurricane's hit it.
Oh, it's like someone hurling rocks at the wall.
Homes, cars, streets and people were subjected to a relentless barrage of icy missiles. Roof tiles, windows and skylights were no match for the hail. In the 90 minutes it took to cross Sydney, the storm unleashed 500,000 tonnes of hailstones on the city and suburbs.
Yes. Look at them! Quick, quick! There's a river of ice!
Emergency services received calls every 10 seconds as roofs were ripped off and houses flooded.
It was one hell of a storm, mate, I'm telling you, I've never seen nothing like it in my life.
The storm's victims were faced with an awful legacy. The scale of the damage was unbelievable, and rescue crews simply couldn't keep up with the demands for help. The final damages bill was $2.7 billion. Australians are used to weathering ferocious thunderstorms. But the one that raced through country Victoria and slammed Melbourne in 2016 was loaded with added, unexpected peril. Within minutes, the entire city was left gasping for air in a mass asthma epidemic. What caused it was a highly unusual phenomenon called thunderstorm asthma. It barreled across Victoria towards a totally unprepared city. Mania Makalani and his cousin Maddox were the first to feel its impact.
Trying to breathe, it was like I was choking. I was really short of breath. I couldn't really talk.
Seeing my cousin like that, like someone in so much pain, right before my eyes, so I got very, very scared.
Half an hour later, and 30 kilometres to the east, young mother Jackie Falzoni was woken up by an asthma attack.
I thought I was going to die. I was telling my partner I'm going to die.
For the first time in her life, medication was useless.
It just kept on getting worse and worse, and it kept on blocking off my breathing until I couldn't breathe much anymore.
Within 90 minutes, ambulance services were hopelessly overwhelmed. Distress calls were coming in every 4 seconds. Ambulance Victoria's Paul Holman and his response team were blindsided.
The scale of it and the spread of it was something I'd never seen, heard, read about, or even envisaged in our planning.
At one point, the emergency services line was hit with 140 simultaneous Code 1s, the most extreme category. 20-year-old law student Hope Carnivale had been a severe asthma sufferer all her life. When the storm hit the outer suburb of Hoppers Crossing, Hope's sister and mother were powerless to help her.
Suddenly it hit her and she could not breathe, she couldn't talk, she couldn't sit up. So then I went over to her and I was helping her. And then Mum got home and we called the ambulance.
How far away is the ambulance? They're coming lights and sirens as quickly as they can, ma'am, OK?
And it wasn't just asthma patients. People who had never suffered from it were struck down, like the otherwise healthy 11-year-old JL.
Inside, it felt like it was squeezed together, really wanting air to come out, but nothing was barely coming out. It was just a really little wheeze, and I was thinking, what's gonna happen? Am I gonna die?
When Rebecca rushed her daughter to the nearest hospital, she found it overrun with people desperate for asthma treatment, which had long since been exhausted.
And I looked around me and I just said, what's happening? This must be the end of the world. This must be the last day on Earth.
It wasn't Armageddon, but Melbourne had been hit by a deadly plague of pollen. Ideal growing conditions meant that fields of ryegrass were ripe with pollen, and the ferocious winds had sucked thousands of tonnes into the gathering storm front. Normally, ryegrass pollen is too large to enter the airways and spark an asthma attack. But this megastorm was different. It was highly charged and heavy with moisture. Those two factors caused millions of large pollen particles to explode, scattering trillions of microscopic specks over the city and deep into the lungs of everyone who breathed them in. Amongst those struggling to breathe was Mania, who knew he was in deep trouble.
I thought it was over. Yeah, I didn't know what to do.
Mania's cousin Maddox rang for an ambulance, and he was lucky. His call was answered. Paramedics Anita and Georgie were dispatched and made it with minutes to spare.
He couldn't speak. He was so unwell that he couldn't speak. He was only answering my questions with a nod. He was so unwell that it was likely that we were going to lose him. Normally, we'd hopefully have 3 or 4 of us to manage a patient that was that unwell. But on that night, we just had to manage just the 2 of us.
Meanwhile, Hope Carnevale's family was still desperately waiting for an ambulance.
We carried her outside and she was just on my shoulder, and then at that point, she started crying and telling me that she was scared, and that's when it really hit me. And I started to get emotional and I started crying. We're just crying with each other, and then I kind of realised that I might lose her.
Hope's family had been waiting for over 30 minutes for an ambulance that would never arrive.
We heard sirens, but that unfortunately was for a house just behind us. And then probably about 2 minutes after we heard that siren, we couldn't feel a pulse. Had I been told that an ambulance wasn't in the vicinity, it wasn't dispatched, they had none left, I would have put her in that car in a heartbeat and I would have had her at that hospital.
Hope Carnevale was one of the 9 people who lost their lives that day.
I love you so much.
As a result of the asthma storm that hit Melbourne on November 21st, 8,500 people were treated by the city's health services. According to scientists, there will be a next time. From the days of Cyclone Mahina, when hundreds perished at sea, the waters around Australia have been home to incredible rescues and terrible tragedies. In 1992, off Yamba in New South Wales, this 9-metre yacht was struck by a massive storm and rolled several times, destroying the boom and blowing out the windows. When she began taking on water through the cracks in the hull, concern for the crew turned to fear as rescue was put on hold because of the weather. Eventually, rescuers arrived, with crewmen battling 7-metre swells to reach the yacht.
Conditions were pretty uncomfortable out there today, and the people were a bit panicky. They weren't very happy about being on board. They wanted to get out and get winched up and get back to safety.
Thanks to the rescue effort, this time everyone made it home. Sailing from Cairns to South Africa was the trip of a lifetime for 2 Aussie adventurers, Helen and Robert Holt. But it almost killed them.
We were knocked down. Actually, this is what I wrote down here, knocked down. That was our position down there. Approximately 200 nautical miles.
The winds began to rise without warning. By 7 that night, it was blowing a 50-knot gale. By the next day, it was roaring at 70 knots.
The seas at that stage were foam. There were breaking crests from what little we could see, which was very little. And and the wind, and it was still increasing. The wind was still increasing.
At 5:30 a.m. on Saturday, they were waiting for the morning light when a massive wave drove their 16-ton yacht deep underwater.
We heard a roar, a large roar, and then all I've termed it as is a sledgehammer. A huge bang hit us, and all I saw was blackness. It felt as though she was a piece of paper, flipping over a piece of paper like a page on a notebook or something. It was incredibly fast.
Miraculously, she came back up, but Robert found Helen unconscious on the cabin floor.
I couldn't detect any breathing. I gave her a few whacks in the chest, in the middle of the chest, started to apply CPR.
We're so grateful to be alive.
Robert had been sending out distress signals, and finally a plane and frigate arrived. After many tries, a tow rope was attached in an attempt to save their boat, but it wasn't to be.
The captain, he said, "I've been instructed by Canberra to drop the tow and take you on board."
Frenchman Thierry Dubois and British-born Tony Bullimore were taking part in a round-the-world solo yacht race in 1997 when they were both swept deep into the Antarctic Ocean by enormous waves and non-stop gales. They became the subject of a massive search and rescue mission by the Royal Australian Air Force.
We've never had a rescue so far south. It's closer to Antarctica, and it'll be really stretching all the resources for this one.
The frigate HMAS Adelaide was deployed to the area as the rescue mothership. After flying 3,000 kilometres over the wildest ocean in the world, one of the spotter planes located Dubois.
Contact, Taco Enter, it's contact. Okay, the survivors on the yacht. Stand by on top. Stand by on the drop.
The Frenchman had somehow managed to cling to the hull of his upturned ocean racer in huge seas and freezing winds. But there was trouble with the life raft drops. 4 life rafts had been dropped until Dubois was finally able to scramble aboard one to relative safety. Meanwhile, the upturned yacht of second missing sailor Tony Bullimore was located and the rescue mission swung into action.
Yeah, it's almost nil in there.
There he is, straight ahead.
A weak emergency alarm raised hopes that he was alive under the hull.
Bullibore's been found in the hull of the yacht and he's alive. Should be okay. They'll get him on Adelaide pretty soon. Yeah.
For the men at search headquarters, the relief after 5 days and nights of searching was overwhelming.
They've just found the Englishman.
That's bloody amazing.
A Navy lifeboat races to the yacht with the rescuers pounding on the hull, and suddenly at the other end of the boat, Tony Bullimore emerges.
He's alive. He's getting out of the cottage. He's there. That's him. I got him. That's him.
The Navy diver leaps into the water, and within seconds, Bullimore is lifted on board, safe at last. And he wasn't afraid to show his gratitude.
Yeah, it was fabulous, absolutely fabulous. The banging on the side of the hull, which was an illogical banging, a big heavy banging, it was like heaven. It was like heaven, and I actually heard a voice outside, and then I started shouting, "I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming," and it took me seconds to get from one end of the boat to the other. And then a few deep breaths, I dived out the boat and over. And boy, when I saw this ship standing there and a plane going over the top and a couple of guys, you know, peering over the top of the upturned hull, it was heaven.
How he survived 5 days was a miracle. When the yacht flipped in the enormous seas, he was trapped in a 1.6 metre high air pocket. The experienced sailor had rigged a hammock to keep him just above the water, with air coming through a tiny hole in the hull. He survived on a bottle of water and some chocolate. And news of the rescue shot around the world.
Tony Bullimore was heading for dry land in an Australian frigate today.
A daring, dangerous and remarkable story of an ocean rescue down under.
Sauvé, un seul mot. Thierry Dubois et l'anglais Tony.
Back home in England, Mr. Bullimore's wife, Layla, got the news from hundreds of well-wishers camped on her doorstep.
We hug, we kiss, we jump, we shout. You're wonderful. We open a bottle of champagne and we drink and we shout and we scream and we say, he's alive, he's alive.
In Australia, 2017 had been a quiet year for cyclones. Queensland had had a relatively peaceful summer and autumn was just kicking off. But March 28th brought a nasty surprise. Tropical cyclone Debbie is tracking towards the coast and growing rapidly. It's predicted to hit as a Category 4, with winds up to 240 kilometres per hour. Authorities didn't hesitate to act, evacuating 5,000 people and issuing dire warnings.
Make sure you do your last-minute preparations. This cyclone will have a big impact.
You could say that Debbie's probably the most significant tropical cyclone since Yasi.
With Yasi still fresh in the nation's memory, troops were deployed, property was secured, and the community braced itself for the worst. Just after midday, Debbie struck the coast at Airlie Beach and the Whitsunday Islands.
Yeah, you can feel that gust. You know, that has to be up to 100 k's an hour now.
We're going to remain behind the shelter of the concrete wall here. The brick wall will have a sneaky peek around the side here and have a look at this. This is the absolute power of a cyclone in full flight.
The winds are insane. I can't imagine it getting any worse than this. All the trees are destroyed. It looks like World War III, mate.
That actually, we heard it rip off our roof, so that bit's come off. And a couple of those roofs in the front have lost their flashing and their roofs are starting to lift as well.
Trying to get back into safety. It's too dangerous out here now. Way too dangerous.
The cyclone was going through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle, which means it starts to intensify and then weakens a bit and then starts to intensify again. Whilst it was doing this, some of the islands just offshore in the Whitsundays were being impacted.
Luxury yachts were ripped from their moorings as 260 km/h winds battered the area. Further south in Mackay, a massive storm surge was smashing the coast on the back of a high tide. The cyclone destroyed buildings and blanketed the town in a sea of foam. But Bowen was where Debbie showed her true colours.
Outside, it's blowing real hard. There's trees and branches coming down.
Bowen was a war zone. Debbie was taking out trees, power lines, blocking roads, tearing homes apart and smashing businesses. Making matters worse, Debbie was crawling along at an agonising 12 km/h, subjecting towns to a prolonged onslaught. As Debbie weakened, she tracked south to New South Wales and merged with a cold front. The resulting floods were catastrophic and the cause of many deaths, including, tragically, 3 members of one family swept into the Tweed River. In the end, Debbie's rampage was responsible for 14 deaths overall and $2.4 billion worth of damage. As for the future, it's looking grim, according to the weather experts and climatologists. As the climate warms and greenhouse gases kick in, the number of intense thunderstorm days in Australia is expected to increase. Storm surges are expected to worsen as they are now riding on rising sea levels of 3.4 millimetres per year.
The coast of the future has the real potential for being a different landscape that we're familiar with. And with sea level rise, global warming, that there's the real risk that storm surges will reach higher and further inland.
Our best defence is to be clear-eyed about the future That means ensuring our infrastructure is prepared, our emergency services are ready, and our communities are aware of what's headed our way. Australia is no stranger to wildfire. It has stalked the land down through time, a primal force. But man has increasingly populated areas in fire paths and is only now learning we are no match for the ferocity of an Australian firestorm. In this episode, events that defined a nation, stories of survival.
There's my house, it's still standing.
And tragedy. Races with death.
Gun it.
And unwinnable battles. Trapped and face to face with a monster. The victims, the heroes, and the unstoppable power of nature. On Savage Australia, Fire. Indigenous Australians were masters of control burning and fire management.
The Indigenous people of this great land use fire in so many ways, whether it was for clearing, whether it was for revegetation to help them with hunting and access to food. There is much that we can learn from the traditional owners of the land and how they use fire.
During the 18th and 19th century, European settlers' inability to cope with alien and extreme environments led to unprecedented devastation. Since those early days, the biggest fires have burnt themselves into Australian history. These fires were named after the day of the week they occurred: Black Thursday, Red Tuesday, and the one that changed Australia's attitude towards fire forever, Black Friday.
The Gippsland forests of Victoria are swept with smoke and raging flame. Some of the worst bushfires that Australia has ever experienced. Fires that bring destruction and even death. In these amazingly dramatic pictures, we show you a holiday camp surrounded by fire.
On Friday, the 14th of January 1939, the temperature reached 45.6 degrees Celsius in Melbourne. These extreme conditions caused a number of fires to break out. A strong northerly wind swept the state, causing several of the fires to combine into one massive front. The fire leapt from mountain peak to mountain peak, obliterating towns in minutes. 3/4 of the state of Victoria was affected by the disaster.
1939, particularly for Victorians and probably for Southeast Australians, was the pivotal moment for us in fire history. It was the time that white settlers said, hey, we get significant fires in the landscape. And you need to understand, it wiped out large towns. It wiped out communities. It took 71 people's lives.
It was the fire that changed everything and marked the beginning of the modernisation of firefighting in Australia. From bitter experience, our understanding of the nature and science of bushfires has grown over the years. When a bushfire reaches a certain size, its behaviour begins to change, becoming dangerously powerful.
When you've got a large bushfire occurring, the air's being all drawn in, we see these convective columns being formed out of large-scale bushfires, which become very volatile.
As wind pushes the fire front forward, it gains speed and intensity, consuming the fuel in its path. A huge convection column rises high into the atmosphere above the inferno.
You're talking about an extraordinary force of combustion and energy coming together, and once it starts, it continues to self-generate and build itself.
On February 16, 1983, more than 180 bushfires fanned by powerful winds swept across South Australia and Victoria. The Ash Wednesday bushfires were to be the most devastating Australia had ever seen. Prior to that fateful February day, It had been the worst of summers, with more than 10 months of severe drought. On the land, animals searched for food on the side of roads. Many farmers made the heartbreaking decision to destroy their precious livestock, while in the city, they were running out of water. The week before the Ash Wednesday bushfires, there was a hint of things to come. Strong winds lifted 200,000 tonnes of dry soil from the ground, creating a huge dust storm across southern Australia. The dust cloud was so large and thick, it blocked out the sun in the middle of the afternoon in the capital of Victoria, Melbourne. The day began with clear skies and an expected temperature of 34 degrees. The concern was a hot, dry, northerly wind forecast for the area. In Adelaide, the temperature soon hit 40, and with wind gusts expected to reach more than 100 kilometres an hour, it was a recipe for disaster. The first hint of what was to come started shortly before midday in Adelaide, when a fire was reported just south of the city. Reports of more fires came quickly. From the north in the Adelaide Hills, farming country in the southeast, and on the other side of the mountains. In just 2 hours, major fires were burning on 6 fronts, and the strong winds kept the fires coming.
Something like 120 houses at risk up here. I don't know how many have gone. We are in deep trouble.
Fires moved at such speed that thousands of firefighters and volunteers just couldn't compete. Visibility over Adelaide became so bad, traffic stopped, power went off in many areas, and people trying to flee their homes were trapped. Adelaide radio journalist Murray Nicol put his life on the line that day, working as a volunteer firefighter. He reported on the ferocity of the firestorm.
At the moment, I'm watching my house burn down. I'm sitting out on the road in front of my own house where I've lived for 13 or 14 years. It's going down in front of me. The roof is falling in. It's in flames, and there's nothing I can do about it. Absolutely nothing. There's been a fire unit here from Summertown pumping water till we ran out, and the flames are in the roof. And God damn it, it's just beyond belief. My own house, and everything around it's black. There are fires burning all around me, all around me.
The journalist was lucky. On that same street, 4 people died. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind changed direction. There were now dozens of major fires burning around Adelaide. Locals were powerless. The fires were moving too fast. The fire crews simply no match for the flames. Such speed and ferocity had never been seen before. Meanwhile, in Victoria, it was early afternoon when the first fires broke out. Temperatures had hit well over 40 degrees, and just like South Australia, nobody could have predicted the disaster that lay ahead. An outbreak began at Deans Marsh, a small dairy inland from the Great Ocean Road. Fire tore through the surrounding ranges and struck out at coastal towns. Further along the coast, 100,000 hectares of rich dairy country would be destroyed as thousands of residents were evacuated.
Bushfires can burn up to 1,000 degrees, if not more, at the main fire front. You see the results of the intensity of that fire decimating and consuming whatever it might be in its path.
50 kilometres from Melbourne, in the Dandenong Ranges, more fires raged, spreading south and east, taking out entire towns. By the early evening, people were fleeing for their lives. Many had frightening escapes.
And the flames came right over the top of the car.
Top, and then the wind changed and blew them right back over us again. And that happened about 3 times before someone came and got us out.
The daylight hours of Ash Wednesday were bad enough, with so many fires burning through South Australia and Victoria. But just before dark, with the wind suddenly switching direction again, the worst was yet to come. At sunset along the Great Ocean Road, the wind change sent the fire back along the coast at enormous speed, covering 10 kilometres in 8 minutes. The fires burned through towns and bush, only stopping at the sea. The whole of the hills were alight. Houses literally blew to bits.
a windstorm come in about 140 mile an hour and put fire from Clark's Spur back into Aireys Inlet. And most of the trucks that they were waiting there, fire trucks and emergency service are waiting there, were lucky actually to get out of there with their lives, not alone their vehicles, because the wind was so strong and you couldn't see a couple of feet in front of you. It broke windscreens of cars and backs of cars and houses, just lifted houses and roofs up hundreds of feet into the air, and mattresses, and they just floated around up in the sky. You could see them, you know, it was a fantastic sight to see, but a terrible sight to see at the same time.
What was once a haven for holidaymakers, retirees and honeymooners was now just charred remains. At dawn on the Great Ocean Road, where the crowds had fled to the foreshore, people woke with no idea of what, if anything, was left.
We've got nothing. We took 2 budgie cars with us and a few baby clothes, and I think my daughter and I might have a pair of slacks each, and that's about it. We just didn't have time to get anything.
The widespread destruction from the Ash Wednesday bushfires was nothing like we'd ever seen before. Over 3,700 buildings destroyed, hundreds of thousands of livestock were lost, and a total of 75 people were killed. They died while fighting to save their properties, and they died as they tried to escape. Ash Wednesday, one of the worst natural disasters in Australia's history.
One of the big characteristics of bushfires is that they're burning very heavy fuels, large leaves, you've got lots of twigs, you've got bark, all the debris getting rushed up into this massive column, they're all burning in a light, so the column starts pouring them out the top, and with the strong winds, the columns can take all those burning embers, many hundreds of metres, many tens of kilometres in the most extreme circumstances, well ahead of the main fire front. And as those embers are landing in unburnt country, they're starting new fires.
Many of these spot fires are drawn into the main front. For anyone inside the impacted area, the surrounding fires can appear chaotic, leading to confusion and wrong decisions. In 2003, southeastern Australia was in the grip of severe drought. Among the worst affected areas was the Australian Capital Territory, home to Canberra. In January, several small fires were burning around the edges of the ACT. A series of dry lightning strikes swept over the vast expanse of the Namadgi National Park and Brindabella Mountains. Fire crews were dispatched into some of the most remote sections of the bush, but the eucalypt forests had been decimated by years of drought, making the fires difficult to contain.
The smoke close around, you could only see 100 metres or so. It was pretty eerie and rather worrying, and you felt very much alone.
For more than a week, a fleet of choppers kept the flames at bay. But in the nation's capital on the morning of Saturday, January 18, residents woke to the news that the fires had broken containment lines overnight and were being fanned towards Canberra's suburbs.
Once it gets to this road, we're going to let it burn right up to the road, but we're going to stop it from getting in the suburbs. That's our objective.
The plan was to stop the fires from crossing the Murrumbidgee River corridor. The gusty winds and high temperatures had other ideas.
T0 Delta 4, the fire has broken across Yarragamba into the houses, over.
OK, what do you need?
What started out as a few discreetly burning fires was now one enormous blaze.
I have flame height probably over 100 feet on Warrigan.
By midday, firefighters' worst fears were realised.
Sam, this is a rare situation. We need some pumpers here urgently. We've got houses alight everywhere, and we really need some more structural protection.
The ferocity of the blaze had taken the whole country by surprise.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a special bulletin updating the fire crisis in the Australian Capital Territory. And the situation in Canberra is far worse than anyone could possibly have imagined.
As the crisis worsened, there was no sign of authorities gaining control.
Sam, we've lost total visibility. Whoa.
Terrified residents were caught out and fighting to stay alive.
We have lost.
Get in, mate. Quick, Steve.
When they left over.
Good luck, boys.
And firefighters battled to keep it together in the confusion.
Mission's blowing up. We're trying to put some water up. Put this house up here. She's going.
Is Burnsy here with you?
No, he's not, mate.
Comes in, we've got 2 firefighters unaccounted for.
The firefighters were eventually found, but the confusion continued. Burning pine forests surrounded the southwest suburb of Duffy, where the first houses were lost. Firefighters were dispatched to the suburban fringe, but were quickly forced to retreat. Almost simultaneously, Revette, Holder, Evatt and Canberra were alight with residents fleeing for their lives.
Come on, jump in the fire truck and we'll take you up there. It's much safer, okay?
Yeah, right.
There's nothing you can do here, okay?
Our animals, we've got animals.
I know, just come, it's just not safe here, okay?
Thousands of residents took shelter at emergency evacuation centres as fires ravaged their homes. A cool wind change brought an end to the fire emergency, but it was too late. The damage was done. 4 people were confirmed dead. They'd all been battling the fire front in vain. More than 500 homes were destroyed and thousands of people left homeless.
A very intense bushfire will take control away from you. The trauma that it brings, it tests every element of your resilience. You think you've got a plan, you've got everything sorted out, and next minute smoke is billowing over you, you can't see. Fire will take over your environment. What comes with that? It challenges our senses, our ability to cope, our mental health, our physical health. It has huge impacts.
Victoria was in the midst of an intense heat wave and had gone 2 months without rain. On Saturday, February 2nd, 2009, the sun rose over a parched land. The temperature quickly climbed into the 40s and the winds blew hot and strong. Mid-morning in the Melbourne CBD, and senior firefighters are concerned. They were studying the Fire Danger Index, which measures temperature, wind speed, humidity and fuel load.
I can remember the day of Black Saturday when the Bureau of Meteorology gave us the forecasted figures, and we looked at them and these can't be right. These are literally off the scale. And at that point, we've gone, we're in trouble.
An hour's drive north of Melbourne lies the town of Kilmore. At 11:47, 60-kilometre-an-hour winds tore down power lines. A fire was ignited and the catastrophe had begun. By the time firefighters reached it, the fire was uncontrollable and racing towards the 4-lane Hume Highway, jumping it like it wasn't there. Outrunning the fire trucks and with warning systems already stretched, it began taking out houses in its path. One of the first towns to be hit was Clonbinane, home to the Cyclone family.
There's fire down there, Dad.
I arrived home, probably about 10 minutes before the fire hit. My family was already putting things in place. Sprinklers were on around the house. They were getting all things prepared.
We've got fire down there, down the back.
Do we?
Yeah.
All right, so it's coming to us. Yeah, look at the embers. We're getting embers.
Inside now, bud. Inside.
It's strange, even when the fire was coming, my partner said to me, you know, there was almost a feeling of, let's get this over and done with.
Look how big it is over there. Come on, we go. Let's go take refuge. One more. It's right on us here. Have a look.
The trees were getting totally consumed as it was coming at us. And there were probably 2 or 3 times when we thought this is the main front coming.
The gas bottle!
Put it back on the gas bottle! All right, in now, Dad.
Come on,
in. Go, let's go.
We realised that we were getting a wave of fire, and then we'd go outside and do some more preparation work. And then I think about the 3rd wave of fire, we realised that this was the one that really had the sting in it.
Don't go out anymore, Dad, because this is getting hot. The door is. No, we're surrounded now, Dad.
All right,
this is too hot. This is too hot.
Out of here now, Dee. All right, windows closed. Put the blinds down.
We were hoping that the windows would hold. The sprinkler system would put enough water down to create enough water vapour, I guess, to take the sting out of the fire. Deep down, when I saw the front coming, there was a real concern on my part as to whether we'd made the right decision to some point to stay and defend. but there was no other option either. You know, there was no leaving at that point. Yeah. We were literally surrounded by fire. Every window we looked out at, there was just fire everywhere. The ember attack was enormous.
What?
Where?
Close the door!
Just load.
All right, someone go upstairs.
I'm right to go out and have a look, all right?
No, not yet. No, I was showing you later.
No, I'm not going to check.
Nah, not on this side yet, Dad. It's still burning very fierce.
You got what?
It's still,
What's that?
it's still very fierce on this side.
It is, Tony. Don't go out there yet.
In the end, they got through, but the fire continued to burn up into Mount Disappointment as the winds built, sweeping it southeast towards the tiny town of Strathewen on the other side of the range. At 3:37 p.m. in Melbourne City, the temperature reached 46.4 degrees. It's now the hottest place on Earth. More fires blazed into life, and by mid-afternoon, 10 out-of-control fires were burning. The catastrophe was growing. Emergency services were hopelessly swamped as call after call came in. Firefighters in many cases could only sit and watch and try to save themselves.
Do not move. It's too dangerous to move out onto the road at the moment. Just stay in survival mode.
Stay in survival mode? That's an understatement.
The sprinkler system on top of the truck saved their lives.
Here it comes. Oh, Jesus, look at it. Hey? Yeah, we're copping the full brunt of it at the moment. We'll be right.
Hundreds of fires were now interacting, the firestorm throwing embers up to 35 kilometres ahead of itself and spotting into new fires. No one had ever seen anything like it.
This is literally unprecedented. It is outside what we'd experienced, it's outside what we'd been taught. It was something completely unique and different.
At 3:45, the fire reached the ridge above Strathewen. Tragically, the residents still had not been officially warned as the fire exploded over their town.
You had no idea of the chaos that was going to happen. Absolutely none, because it just hit Strathewen in an absolute firestorm.
Look, people are trying to evacuate.
By the time the crews reached the town of Strathewen, it was way too late. 22 lost their lives. Refugees of Strathewen head for the presumed safety of Kinglake, but they are heading into a maelstrom. Confusion and panic ruled the roads as people, in desperation, attempted driving to safety. But fires were everywhere, and there was nowhere to run. With visibility at near zero, there were inevitable deadly pile-ups and accidents. Some just drove off the road, leaving the occupants at the mercy of the flames.
You will see so many cars on the sides of road, into trees, down into culverts, smashing into other cars, because you simply lose all visibility.
21 people died that day on the road or in their cars. By early evening, 400 fires are raging and 50 lives have been lost. Unbelievably, it was all about to get much worse. The fires had been swept by the winds to the southeast, the fire stretching from Kilmore to Strathewen and St Andrews. But now the wind begins to shift. It's the nightmare scenario. The southerly change starts to push the fire to the northeast, which means the eastern flank has now become the head of the fire. It's now a 50-kilometre long fire front.
The big issue for us is the wind change. That's where people get killed. It's this complacency thinking, oh, the fire's heading down south. The wind change and the fire then heads towards the east, and that front takes out a lot of people, a lot of houses, a lot of property.
At 5:55, an urgent threat warning is issued for the town of Kinglake. But it's too late. Panic erupts. The main street is suddenly an inferno. Survivors describe what happened.
And we just listen to everything just explode. Houses exploding, cars blowing up. It's apocalyptic up there.
It happened so quick, no one had any hope of getting off this mountain.
We've lost a lot of people up here and a lot of homes.
It rained fire is the best description I can give.
At one stage, a mother called a radio station to plead for help. She was trapped with 8 children.
It's surrounded completely by fire and we're just waiting for it to hit. I don't know, we've seen no emergency or anything like that and we really need help right now.
Her brother came to the rescue, driving a tractor to the house and saving everyone. But Kinglake was on its own.
We could not get trucks in. People don't realise that as the fire went through, trees came around everywhere. There were people trapped on roads. It was just absolutely horrific and very, very difficult, bordering on impossible for us to deal with all those issues.
Witnesses spoke of tornadoes of fire bearing down on them.
Fireballs just going, you could hear them exploding like flames, I reckon, 60, 70 feet high. I've never seen nothing like it.
In desperation, some broke into the local pub to hide in the cool room, while others scrambled for any shelter they could find.
And all we could do is actually crawl underneath a pipe about this big, underneath the roadway, where a creek was going through. I'd be dead right now if I didn't.
For Brian Burke and Kylie McGill, it was a living nightmare, and Brian somehow captured it on this amazing video.
6 o'clock, it's supposed to be light. This is the sky. It's really, really smoky. I don't know if you can hear that noise, I'll be quiet, but it sounds like a thunder.
Brian and Kylie were at home when the fire came out of nowhere.
I've never heard a sound like that before in my life, and it's pretty scary. This is the house next door, but I can't save it. The front of the paddock across the road is on fire. Are you okay? Just please, Kylie, get in the house. No, you'll get burnt. We haven't got any water to fight this with. We've just got to help try and save Trev.
Brian was working hard to help his neighbours and takes command.
Yeah, just keep wetting it. Wet the house, wet the roof too. There's no point putting that out because you won't get it out, just wet the roof. I can't breathe, I've got to go inside. That's it, I can't breathe. I thought we were gone. I didn't think we had any chance. There's trees exploding, as you probably just heard. Oh no, I can't believe this. Anyway, we'll do what the...
Not convinced he was going to make it out alive, Brian recorded video goodbyes for his children.
Alex and John, if anything happens to me, I love you guys so much. You're my whole world, and everything in my life is for you, and I love you both.
Everything I've built, gone, going. 2 beautiful children are going to grow up without a mum.
Thankfully, they decided to retreat inside their house. That's probably what saved them.
The biggest advice we give people, don't be there. There is only one fail-safe measure in southeast Australia, one of the 3 worst bushfire-prone areas of the world, and it's not to be there.
Darren Gibson was one of the many who had moved his family to the area for the good life. His wife, Leslie, and his 3 children, Kiona, Jai and Ava. But no one could have imagined what would happen that day as the fire approached Darren's house.
I looked across at the paddock. It was a bare paddock with just like wheat fields, and I could see the fire starting to race towards me.
Darren tried to fight the fire with the garden hose, but the heat was too intense. The family took refuge in the house.
We had to stay inside for some sort of shelter, even though the house was on fire. And then the house, even the flames, was going across the roof. And we were still there, but then I got a big gulp of like poisonous gas or something like that, and it almost choked me, and I said, get out, get out.
Darren grabbed 3-year-old Jai and baby Ava. His wife Leslie took 4-year-old Kiona. But once outside, the flames seared their skin.
And then Leslie was screaming, "It's burning, it's burning." So then I said, "Leslie, we've got to go down the mountain." So I said, "You have to jump the fence and go," you know? And so she's jumped the fence with Kiona and gone down.
But when Darren caught up, he found Leslie slumped on the burning hot earth.
And I'd noticed her sitting there. I noticed her sitting there on the ground with Kiona like this, nursing her. And I just couldn't understand why Leslie was sitting on the ground over there. And I've yelled to her, "Get to the dam, go to the dam." The dam was about another 20 metres. And she yelled to me, "I can't move." And she was sitting on the ground, and I don't understand how she could be sitting on that ground. So I thought, okay, I've got to try and save Ava first. And I put Jai down on the towel. And I ran straight across to the dam. There's a little fence. I just threw Ava over. I don't even know where she landed. Just threw her. And then I'd run back. And I was screaming every time my feet hit the ground because my shoes had melted off already by this time. And I was running. Every step I was just yelling, try and get the pain away.
In terrible agony, Darren searched desperately for his son.
I got back to where I thought Jai was, and I'm looking around. There was a lot of smoke, and I couldn't find him. I couldn't see him anywhere, and it's so, you know, and I just ran back, seen Leslie and Kiona had passed away, and
his wife and daughter dead and unable to find Jai, Darren raced back to where he'd left 2-year-old Ava at the dam.
And we laid there on the edge, just on the edge with all of our body in the water and just our heads out. And she was just laying there with her eyes closed saying, "Mum, Mum." I told you Ava was tough. She was just laying there going, "Mum, Mum." And I was talking to her, "Sweetheart, we're getting lollies soon. We're going up to the shop and we're going to get lollies and we're going to go and see Mum." But she had her eyes closed. I don't know where she was. She might have been in limbo, I don't know what. And at that time I started to nod off myself, actually.
Father and daughter were finally found by a neighbour and rushed to hospital, where Darren spent a month in a medically induced coma. He awoke to find that Ava too had died.
She looked really peaceful, and when they decided to turn the machine off. So she was really peaceful, and I prefer to think of it as she decided to go with her mum and her brothers and sisters. It's probably a good thing because she was quite burnt. Although I would have loved her to be with me today.
Darren suffered shocking injuries, so bad that he eventually lost parts of his legs. Remarkably, Darren has since bounced back, and with new prosthetics and a new partner, he's somehow making the most of a whole new life. Sitting low in a valley, picture-perfect Marysville had always considered itself relatively safe from fires. But as the monster gathered on the range above, the feeling of dread was palpable. Resident Daryl Hull shot these scenes before the fire reached them, a huge plume of smoke hanging ominously over the township. But locals were unfazed, going on with daily chores, thinking the smoke was coming from a different fire at Kilmore. Then, embers began raining down from the surrounding hills, thousands of them. Daryl made it to a lake and spent around an hour partially submerged and sheltering under overhanging branches. Those that could make it gathered at the Oval, including fire crews, who could do nothing but watch in horror and receive treatment themselves. When Daryl emerged, he continued to film buildings in flames around him.
Look, it was just shocking. There was death in that community. It was just horrific stuff, just horrific, gut-wrenching sort of stuff in that Marysville community.
More than 30 people died in Marysville. and almost all the houses were destroyed. Meanwhile, the fire that has ravaged so much and killed so many is not finished. It rages north, engulfing the towns of Hazeldean and Flowerdale. In these towns and the surrounding hills, the night's carnage is appalling, with 9 dead. The destruction and despair continued for many days. Until at last, the monster was subdued, but what was left was in ruins. Houses, landscapes, and lives. Despite the incredible efforts of more than 19,000 Country Fire Authority members, there were 173 deaths in total, the nation's highest ever loss of life from a bushfire. 414 were injured, 640 homes lost, an estimated 7,500 people were displaced. The Black Saturday fires will live in infamy as Australia's worst bushfire disaster to date. One of the key factors in the deadly speed of the Black Saturday fires was the steep terrain.
Topography plays a big part in bushfires and bushfire behaviours. Fire travels uphill for every 10 degrees of slope. You add a doubling of the speed of the fire up that hill. The vegetation is being preheated by the fire as it's coming up the hill. You add to that wind pushing the fire behind, so it's preheating and getting things combustible much quicker than it would be if it was burning across flat country.
On the 16th of October, at the Marangaroo Army Base, 3 kilometres west of Lithgow, a fire accidentally ignited when anti-tank ammunition was detonated in a military training exercise. What started out as a minor fire quickly became a major concern.
It was hot, it was dry, and it was windy. The conditions were right, these fires started, they took hold very quickly, and then they effectively, with strong winds, consumed whatever was in their path.
By early afternoon, the fire had spread more than 30 kilometres and could now be seen heading for the southern side of the iconic Blue Mountains. By midday on October 17, the weather conditions had deteriorated even further, and the battle to save the Blue Mountains was on. The idyllic bush communities turned to hell on earth. Jeez. The howling dry winds and scorching temperatures were winning, with houses burning, streets closed, and hundreds of children caught in the middle.
My house is fine. My kids are in at the school, and we don't know. No one can seem to tell us where they are. I need to know, and no one's giving me answers.
On the northern flank of the Blue Mountains, a huge fire front was burning from Lithgow in the west to Bilpin in the east. Firefighters desperately trying to stop it jumping the Bells line of road. Another blaze took hold in bush around Mount Victoria, and in the east, fires were raging in the hillsides and valleys around Springwood and Winmalee, a fire ridge stretching a total of 300 kilometres. The speed and intensity of the bushfires was so severe, they were simply uncontrollable. Residents had to save what they could and get out.
Got the cat out. Nobody else here, so that's cool. Just comes tearing up from work. But, oh, geez. Yeah, I got to see what else I can salvage before it gets too bad.
Don't worry about it.
I got her.
It's time to go. Forget it, bro. It's time to leave.
Yeah.
It's too hot, it's too smoky. Get out, man. It's the smoke that'll get you. Let's go.
The erratic winds made it impossible to predict the fire's next move.
We've had the fire, it's gone over Hawkesbury Road. We've got through the first front. We're just doing property protection at the moment. I'm not sure where the front is now, but we're trying to make sure that everyone's safe in Winmalee. It's the most intense fire I've seen for a long time.
And it took its toll on the front line, with firefighters collapsing from heat and exhaustion. As the fire marched on, more and more volunteers arrived, but they were fighting a losing battle. Despite their heroic efforts, 2 lives were lost and 300 homes destroyed. As each Australian summer approaches, the forests are tinderboxes full of fuel, just waiting for a spark. But we are learning to fight fire with fire. It may look like arson, but this is protection.
Commence.
On the ground and from the air, authorities start fires early so they don't have to fight them later. Australians are only now realising what Indigenous Australians knew thousands of years ago. Fire can either be a helpful servant or a terrifying master.
My attitude is fire is part of our environment, and we can actually learn to use it in a way that provides a high level of protection.
I can't see us ever wanting to go back to an era where we allow the fuel to dictate the lives of our people. We must keep on top of the fuel, and prescribed burning is the best way to do that.
The thin line between bushfires and disaster are the firefighters. Since the early days, they've been battling the odds.
You don't have to go back too far when we were still using branches or saplings or hessian bags on the end of poles, or if you were pretty advanced, you had a leather beater, and they would literally beat the fires out.
Rudimentary equipment and techniques have gradually developed over the years, along with a better understanding of fire behaviour. Informal command structures have given way to highly organised systems. The volunteer firefighters of each state's rural fire services bear the responsibility for up to 90% of the state's land and assets. Being that most bushfires occur away from capital cities, that means that these volunteer firefighters are often the front line of defence in most bushfire emergencies.
It really has been, in more modern times, that we've seen a massive advancement in firefighting vehicles, firefighting tankers, but also firefighting equipment. We've got aircraft in the air, helicopters, right through to the very large air tankers, carrying up to 44,000 litres in one load. The men and women are still the ones that put the fires out on the ground, but it's the technology behind the scenes that's making a massive difference today, and is certainly a dramatic contrast to where we were only a matter of decades ago.
Despite these advancements, the authorities are still concerned. And with predictions of worsening weather in coming years, is Australia really a safer place?
Australia is a continent that's recognised as always being fire-prone. Tens of thousands of years ago, fires burnt across the landscape. The records show that, history shows that, early settlers identified that. And the reality is, fire is going to be a natural part of our landscape for centuries to come.
As we continue to build in and around the bush, we're tempting fate.
I love the bush because it's such a beautiful place, but there's going to be a day where the bush gets angry. So what is a beautiful environment, for all the reasons you want to live there, then all of a sudden it turns on you and it becomes the aggressive environment.
The message is, be aware of the dangers, heed the warnings and plan ahead. But if you find yourself in trouble, you're on your own.
It's what people do anywhere in the world in a natural disaster which will determine whether, and it's this stark, whether you live or whether you die.
Australia is a mecca for tourists. Each year, thousands flock to the beaches, the mountains and the outback for an up-close and personal brush with nature. Most return to their homeland with a suitcase packed with happy memories, with unforgettable experiences. But beware, reach into a rock pool or wander down a lonely bush track and very quickly things can go very bad. Over the next hour, discover the hidden perils of a natural wonderland. We'll discover the strange and terrifying array of creatures to look out for on land and in the oceans, and what happens to those who fail to heed the warnings.
They started to panic. I'm going to die.
On Savage Australia, animal attacks. It's one of life's true pleasures to swim through clear, warm, tropical waters, to laze amongst the myriad of life and dazzling colour of beaches and reefs. But these areas can be just as dangerous as swimming in the wide open ocean. You may think sharks are the only thing to be worried about, but up here, they might be the least of your concerns.
Beautiful tropical waters, we love it, but so do the animals because it's the right habitat for them.
The dangers along Australia's reefs and coastlines can often be beautiful, mesmerising, and potentially deadly. Often referred to as the most venomous creature on the planet, the biggest and nastiest version of the box jellyfish carries toxins that attack the heart, nervous system, and skin cells.
Box jellyfish, they're deadly. They're considered the most deadly marine animal that's out there.
Box jellies, also called sea wasps and marine stingers, live primarily in coastal waters off Northern Territory and North Queensland.
By their name, they are box-shaped. They have 4 corners with long tentacles hanging from each corner. They actually have eyes on each of those sides of their box, so they're quite sophisticated eyes, actually, so they believe that they're quite clever predators, that they can actually target their prey and hunt them down.
Up to 15 tentacles grow from each corner of the bell, and they can reach 3 metres in length. Each tentacle has about 5,000 stinging cells. Unlike most other jellyfish, they have developed the ability to propel themselves rather than just drift, jetting up to 4 knots through the water. Over the years, the species has killed over 60 people in Australia and caused countless disfigurements. The sting is so overwhelmingly painful, victims have been known to go into shock and drown or die of heart failure before even reaching shore. Survivors can experience considerable pain for weeks and often have significant scarring where the tentacles made contact. During the summer months, the only safe way to enter the water is in a stinger suit. At a Townsville beach in North Queensland, 7-year-old Osborne Q was enjoying a swim with his sister. Suddenly, Osborne felt a sting and started screaming in pain. His sister dragged him to shore, where a frantic fight to save his life began. Off-duty nurse Kim Riley happened to be walking her dog when suddenly all her skills were called upon as she battled to keep young Osborne alive.
I've done CPR before. I've had good outcomes and had bad outcomes. And this was one time I just did not want a bad outcome. I thought, just breathe, please.
She brought him back to life, not once, but twice. Osborne recovered, although with painful wounds to show for it.
If it wasn't for her, I'd never be alive.
We're so thankful. Like, words cannot express how thankful we are.
These are the unbelievable injuries inflicted on a young Rachel Shardlow after being nearly fatally stung while swimming in the Calliope River near Gladstone.
Said she couldn't see, and then she said, am I going to die? And then she said, I can't breathe, and fell unconscious on the ground.
The doctors called it a genuine miracle that Rachel is alive. They had never seen anyone survive such horrific injuries.
I won't even go swimming at the beach, just in pools.
And these predators are found as far south as Stradbroke Island, which is where 15-year-old Michelle Karkless was severely stung.
That's how my hand got like that. Just lost my breath. Couldn't breathe to me. I thought I was going to die or something.
Further north in Mackay, 5-year-old Tennille was paddling in the shadows when a massive box jelly wrapped around her legs.
We tipped the vinegar all over. She was screaming hysterically the whole time in, acute pain.
Although she recovered within days, there's a good chance the scars will remain with her for life as a stark reminder of her awful encounter. There's another creature that's been inflicting pain on swimmers over the years, and there's millions of them.
Portuguese man of war, or as we call it here, the blue bottle. During summer months, we'll see them all up and down the east coast of Australia, and it is actually a colony of animals. It has a breeding section, a feeding section, and a stinging section.
Blue bottles are active hunters, dragging their tentacles through the water in search of prey. And then the main fishing tentacle contracts the prey towards the mouths, yes, plural, of the blue bottle. The prey is violently impaled by thousands of tiny harpoons, then immobilised with deadly toxins. And amazingly, these armada of blue bottles have little floats that act like sails to catch the wind.
They actually have left-handed and right-handed floats. So only half of the armada will be blown on shore, and the other half will still be able to survive. Even on shore, those stingers can still sting, so there's no point going along and popping them with your heel like lots of Australian kids were taught to do in the early 70s. Leave them well alone.
Blue bottles have been a menace on Australian beaches for decades.
For the second day in a row, blue bottle stingers were washed up on beaches. Most of the people stung were treated at clubhouses, and some had to be taken to hospital. One boy, aged 12, was taken to the Prince of Wales Intensive Care Unit after he had difficulty breathing.
Shallow waters, tidal rock pools and coastal reefs have long been a playground for the inquisitive and the adventurous. But they can also be a highly dangerous place, with deadly sea creatures lying permanently in wait. Unlike sharks or crocodiles, the dangers of these marine stingers are not visible to the naked eye. Camouflaged against rock, sand and coral, the stonefish can be easy to miss, the most venomous of all fishes. The danger lies in the base of their dorsal fin, where 13 needle-like spines stick up and secrete potent neurotoxins when threatened. Their highly poisonous venom causes extreme agony within seconds and can last for days.
He would have only been about that big, a real little sucker he was. So, yeah.
How painful is it?
Yeah, it's pretty painful. Pretty painful.
The pain can be so strong that victims can go into shock or cardiovascular collapse, causing death. Stonefish antivenom is the second most administered in Australia. Also in shallow waters around Australia, hundreds of varieties of cone snails sit quietly awaiting their prey. Beneath their attractive shells, the cone snails have a poisonous harpoon-like tooth, which spikes and paralyses their unsuspecting targets. Once immobilised, the proboscis extends and the prey has been devoured.
So if you actually accidentally touch one of these snails on the barrier reef, you can get paralysed or you can actually die.
For humans, stepping on a cone snail or even picking it up can trigger a defensive sting, causing intense pain, vomiting, muscle paralysis and respiratory failure, and at least one death was recorded in 1935. More active and just as dangerous is the tiny blue-ringed octopus, so named for the rings that appear when the eight-legged sea creature feels under attack.
The blue-ring octopus, when they're provoked, it will give you a very nasty sting. The venom is injected and it's very, very toxic. Again, it's a neurotoxin. You've got to get help as quick as you can.
Death is likely caused by paralysis of the diaphragm, resulting in suffocation. They are responsible for at least 2 deaths in Australia before 1960. In Darwin, back in 1954, a 21-year-old sailor placed a small blue and yellow octopus on his neck while wading back to shore after spearfishing with a friend. The friend noticed a tiny trickle of blood from where the creature had been. The sailor was unaware of being bitten, but soon complained of a dry mouth and difficulty breathing, and he was taken to hospital. The distraught friend said the sailor's last words were, "It was the little octopus. It was the little octopus." When it comes to dangerous creatures, size definitely doesn't matter. Just ask Sam Canizay.
They're interesting looking creatures.
While the 16-year-old was icing his leg at Brighton Beach in Victoria, recovering from a football match, the pint-sized piranha prawns were feeding on his flesh. For half an hour they chewed away, his legs numb from the freezing water, until he got out.
By the time I'd walked across the sand about 20 metres to put my thongs on, I looked down and noticed that I had blood all over my ankles.
We just thought, oh, we better clean off this bit of blood, and then realised it wasn't washing away, so made the call immediately that he needed to be in a hospital.
Doctors were totally stunned with hundreds of pinpricks appearing on his ankles and no idea what caused them. Confirmation that the culprits were flesh-eating sea fleas only came after Sam's father decided to investigate by scooping out some seawater and adding a piece of meat. Results were immediate. Marine biologists say they are arthropods, scavengers of the sea, similar to leeches.
These bugs are pretty small. There were just obviously thousands on Sam's legs in order to do the damage that they did.
They've been known to bite people before, but I've never seen anything like what happened to this boy.
I certainly won't be going icing my legs again anytime soon.
But some stingers can kill in the most unexpected ways and with the most unexpected victims. Closely related to the shark, there are 60 species of stingrays spread throughout tropical and subtropical waters. They love it in the shallows and spend much of their time half buried in the sand, which make them practically invisible to humans. Lacerations to the feet and lower legs are the predominant injuries.
Stingrays are a fairly docile creature unless they're feeling threatened by you. Several species have a very strong barb in their tail with venom in it, which can often result in a lot of pain.
This only adds to the surreal nature of the death of one of Australia's best known and loved wildlife experts, a man very much at home with the most dangerous of animals. It was the last thing anyone expected when on the 4th of September 2006, Steve Irwin and his crew set out from Port Douglas, bound for Bat Reef near the Low Isles, to shoot some footage for his daughter Bindi's TV show on dangerous marine animals.
If ever he was going to go, we always said it was going to be the ocean. On land he was quick thinking, quick moving, and the ocean puts another element in there that you have no control over.
Steve was on board Croc 1, heading for the reefs, the creatures, and his fate. Paul Henley, a local architect, took this last photo.
Basically the whole office went to the back deck and gave him a wave, and I'm just amazed that I was able to capture that. Perhaps one of the last shots taken of Steve.
Steve and his cameraman had got some great footage of a massive stingray. They went down for one last shot.
Basically, he came around over the top of it. The camera was ahead of it, of the ray, and Steve came in over the top, and that's when it happened.
Then, without warning, the creature attacked. It started stabbing wildly with its tail. Hundreds of strikes within a few seconds. It all happened so quickly, no one immediately realised something had gone badly wrong. The huge barb hadn't just stung him, it had ripped a gaping hole in Steve's heart.
It's just like a knife wound, end of the heart, but then on top of that, there would be a significant amount of the cardiac toxin.
Steve was brought to shore by boat. A rescue helicopter was dispatched, but he died in the hands of the paramedics.
All the animals that Steve Irwin is known to wrestle and wrangle and carry on with, to go by stingray is just almost ridiculous.
To man, it is the most sinister, the epitome of evil. But anyone attempting to argue a case for their preservation runs up against one of our most instinctive fears.
Australia is famous for its deadly snakes. Approximately 20 of them are the most venomous snakes in the world. So we're doing really well on an international level.
550 people are admitted to hospital annually with snake bites, resulting in approximately 1 to 2 deaths per year.
You would expect that most snake bites would happen out in the bush. Actually, a lot of snake bites from venomous snakes happen inside the home.
Like this red-belly black snake found in a wardrobe. Or these carpet pythons discovered mating in a city roof.
and about 70% of people who've been bitten were actually trying to handle the snakes or kill the snake at the time.
Oh, hey fella.
Watch out.
These Brisbane snake wranglers are kept busy as the temperatures soar. A juvenile red-belly black snake was found next to a busy bike path.
And we got a result. We've done a lot out of the CBD here, but yeah, not many people know they are here.
In just one day, this team bagged 9 deadly eastern brown snakes and 4 red-belly black snakes.
It's okay, Darwin, settle down.
Right near major playgrounds and tourist spots in the CBD. Fast-moving, aggressive and known for their bad temper, eastern brown snakes, together with other browns, are responsible for more deaths every year in Australia than any other group of snakes.
The brown snake is the second most venomous snake in the world.
They thrive in populated areas. This 1-metre eastern brown male was caught in a suburban garden net that wildlife surfacers carefully extracted. And weirdly, there are even beach-loving browns.
One bite's enough to kill 7 men.
Well, we just came back from a swim, came back to dry ourselves, and there's a few snakes.
Came about that close to me.
But in the bush, they can be hard to spot.
There goes. So what have we got here, mate?
If disturbed, the eastern brown raises its body off the ground, winding into an S shape, mouth gaping open and ready to strike. Its venom causes paralysis and stops the blood from clotting, which may take many doses of anti-venom to reverse. Victims can collapse within a few minutes. By the late 1980s, anti-venoms had long been proven as lifesavers, but the snake identification process still had issues. In suburban Adelaide, this almost led to a tragedy in the case of 3-year-old Josh Harper, who was bitten by a brown while he was taking a drink in the local park. His mother, Lorraine, rushed him to emergency.
As we walked through the door, Josh's heart stopped. Partial paralysis had set into his body. He was unconscious, of course, didn't know who I was or anything. I was starting to panic because I looked at them and I said, is Josh going to die? And the doctor just glared at me. He didn't answer me, just sort of shrugged his shoulders. He explained then what they were doing and why it seemed to be taking so long, that they really needed to identify this snake because nothing can be done until it is.
I think it's that one.
The doctors were standing there with a snake and books and trying to identify the snake, and they would come in and look at him and just sort of shrug their shoulders at me and say, well, you know, we're trying. But as time was going on, you could see that Josh was losing, we were losing him.
With just minutes remaining before certain brain damage, snake expert Dr. Julian White arrives.
And Dr. White he walked in, and as he walked past the doctors, he said, that's an adult brown snake, this is the type of venom, this is the amount, now get on with it. If Dr. White hadn't walked in, and at the very moment that he walked in, Josh would be dead. He would not be alive today.
And brown snake venom can cause some alarming symptoms. Safety Bay is a pretty coastal suburb of Perth, Western Australia, and home to Janine Taylor, who's also lucky to be alive. She looks like this because of a snake bite, but she wasn't bitten on her face. She was bitten on her foot.
Horrifically scared. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't put it to the sting on the toe.
It happened outside her local bowling club.
Felt like a sharp prick. I actually thought maybe a spider had got me or a bee. My head was spinning, my brain was spinning. I couldn't move my legs.
She was rushed to hospital where the doctors first thought it was a heart problem, until several hours later when her face started bleeding because the venom was thinning her blood.
Then they started to panic. I'm going to die.
7 hours passed before the doctors realised she'd been bitten.
At 5 o'clock in the morning they said to me, do you want us to call the kids because we don't know whether you'll be talking to them in 20 minutes.
Doctors took a punt on the type of snake, giving her anti-venom for a brown snake.
People have died, you know, irrespective of anti-venom, they die.
But Janine pulled through and doctors couldn't believe it.
Quite dramatic signs of active bleeding into the soft tissues suggests that she was very lucky to survive.
If you think that's a lucky escape, how about this? In Alice Springs in 1994, Carol Matthews was just back at work after a kidney operation when things took a bizarre turn.
I felt the first prick and didn't think anything of it and just kept looking.
But when she felt a second prick, it made her look down. She couldn't believe what she saw.
A snake suspended in a spider web.
It wasn't just any web, it was home to a redback spider, and the snake was a deadly brown. She was rushed to hospital where there were doubts about her story.
Well, I don't think they believed us until Mum walked in with the jar with both of them in it.
Doctors say it's a miracle she survived. The red-bellied black snake is somewhat less venomous than many other Australian snakes. Its bite is certainly no picnic. It can still knock you off your feet.
If you are bitten by a red-bellied black snake, it is very serious. You will need hospitalisation, you will need the antivenom, and they are very dangerous.
This is Marie Enza meeting a black snake for the second time in a fortnight. She was nearly killed by one at her Sydney home, and it left a painful souvenir.
It literally felt like barbed wire being pushed into your body, and you're trying to walk against it. It was pulling you back.
A far more serious snake is the aptly named death adder. Unlike other snakes that flee from approaching humans crashing through the undergrowth, common death adders are more likely to sit tight and risk being stepped on, making them more dangerous to the unwary bushwalker. The venom contains a type of neurotoxin which causes loss of motor and sensory function, including respiration, resulting in paralysis and death. In Cairns 2012, Alicia stepped out into the backyard and was attacked by a death adder.
I screamed.
She screamed, in pain, obviously, and I came running out.
So I was very scared.
Quick-thinking mum applied pressure bandages so well, Alicia didn't suffer any symptoms until the doctors took them off.
Within a couple of hours, she started showing classic symptoms of a snake bite. That's when they did the venom kit test.
After a good dose of anti-venom, Alicia pulled through, having stared death right in the face.
Yeah, be careful.
In 2001, 7-year-old Anthony DeLuca was attacked by a death adder in his home on Magnetic Island. Luckily, his quick-thinking grandmother, June, was there to save the day.
By the expression on his face, I thought, well, he has been bitten by a snake. I raced inside and saw the death adder. So I grabbed his foot, sucked as fast as I could. I knew it was wrong, but it was instinct, and I did it I wanted to save him.
Grandma quickly wrapped a tourniquet, and he was airlifted to hospital when the venom took full effect.
He was on to his 4th dose of the anti-venom. He still couldn't swallow. He could see me, but there were 2 of me. His arms were still flying around in the air. He couldn't move other than involuntary reactions. With that last dose of anti-venom, he's just miraculously recovered.
This is the coastal taipan. You don't want to make an enemy out of one of these guys. Extremely nervous and alert, they put up a ferocious defence when surprised or cornered, freezing before hurling their lightweight body forward to inflict several lightning-fast snapping bites.
The taipan is one of Australia's unique species of wildlife, and certainly its most deadly.
Before the introduction of an anti-venom in 1956, taipan bites caused many human deaths.
A snake of this size to kill something like 23,500 laboratory mice. It's one of the most potent venoms in the world.
The venom affects the nervous system and the blood with nausea, convulsions, internal bleeding, destruction of the muscles and kidney damage. In severe cases, death can occur in just 30 minutes.
The coastal taipan has up to 1 centimetre long fangs. They can grow to 9 foot long and they have the 3rd most powerful toxin. And they're a fairly serious snake when it comes to defending themselves. So they're pretty deadly, yeah.
Meet Eli Campbell, the toddler who in September 2016 had Australia holding its breath. When Eli was collecting eggs in the family chicken coop in Queensland's Agnes Water, he was attacked by a coastal taipan, the 3rd most deadly snake in the world. The 2-year-old was bitten 3 times, which for a boy his size should have been fatal.
Within seconds I hear, ow, ow, ow. I could see the snake. It was, probably pushing 2 meters long. Knew right away this is very serious. Ears were starting to kind of go bluey purple, losing his colour, losing kind of consciousness quite quickly.
Mum, Brittany, applied a pressure bandage. In the ambulance, Eli's heart stopped. He was considered dead for 6 minutes.
My partner's telling me, you've got to say goodbye to your boy because he's gone.
But after a week in a coma, little by little, Eli recovered, much to the delight of his parents and the entire country, with almost $100,000 donated to help with his recovery. Sadly, he will have to live with some long-term health issues, but the fact that he's still with us is truly a miracle.
Just rooting for him, every little thing he does, you're just like, yes, keep going, kid.
Over the years, there have been some strange and unlucky encounters with snakes.
He's coming right out now.
We're not sure if the driver recovered after this close encounter with the hitchhiking red-belly black. It might be the heat of the engine, but snakes do like a road trip.
He's going up on top of the tank, so it just looks like he goes in like that and his head's just sitting there like that.
This freeloading red-belly black caused chaos on a busy main road. The wheels of commerce were halted when a tiger snake was discovered in a Victorian bank. Staff were quick to down tools while a snake handler was called to rectify the situation.
Yeah, it's just a baby tiger snake that I've just removed from the kitchen.
But one man's snake encounter gives new meaning to the term up close and personal. The man was bitten on the penis by a brown snake during a roadside toilet stop in remote North Queensland.
I found a little tree to get in behind and I went to do my business and actually just sat down and started up, and yeah, I must have been right on top of him. Seen the fang marks and a bit of blood come out, and yeah, pretty much knew I was in trouble. It actually started to give me a bit of a burning sensation, so I shoved a cold rum can down there just to try and cool it down.
And after such a traumatic episode, did he and his member recover?
Yeah, it's all good, mate. Yeah, it's been tested, so she'll be right.
It's estimated that there are 10,000 species of arachnids or spiders in Australia, although only around 3,000 have been identified. Incredibly, considering their reputation, less than 50 are harmful to humans, but we wouldn't recommend getting this familiar, as the dangerous ones are very, very dangerous. Sydney, Australia. A city of over 5 million people. This suburban sprawl grows every year into bush and grasslands, pushing wildlife much closer to home. Found in all regions of Australia, the iconic redback spider has a bad reputation, with thousands of bites recorded every year. Although nobody has died since 1956, when a redback antivenom became widely available. The Sydney funnel web is the deadliest arachnid in Australia.
It is the most dangerous spider you can find.
Its fangs are larger than a brown snake's and so powerful they can pierce toenails. From the fangs, a lethal quantity of highly toxic venom is injected that attacks the human nervous system. This is an aggressive, capable killer. The funnel web burrows in moist, cool and sheltered habitats, often turning backyards into dangerous playgrounds. These small holes were home to a cluster of funnel webs. Upon discovery, they were killed with an insecticide sprayed into their burrows. At least 138 people have been attacked by funnel webs, with outdoor laundries a frequent location of bites. In 1978, after her husband Albert was bitten on the finger by a funnel web, Dorothy Stryver recalls how a washing basket held more than just socks.
I heard him saying, "Dorry, quick, Dorry, quick," and I come out and he just tried it. And I said, "Is it a funnel web?" And of course, we was running around in circles. He said, phone the hospital. And so I just got a lump of string and just tied the tourniquet on it. That's all I know what to do. I didn't know what else to do.
Dorothy's action saved her husband's life. The tourniquet prevented the poison from travelling deep into his system, but it turned out Albert was lucky. The female spider on the right is the one that attacked Albert. Had it been this much larger male, things could have been a lot worse. Ryan McChrystal and his family also escaped a potential danger in 1979. They were shocked to discover dozens of funnel web holes beneath the grass their children were playing on. Ryan poured gasoline down the hole to kill the spiders, and at least 15 crawled to the surface to die.
How do you supposed to feel? You just feel upset and worried about the kids, and you know, just have to get someone in to exterminate the place, and you know, just go from there. The wife's not too happy. The kids won't be playing out here for a while, that's for sure.
And in 1982, high school student Don Raymond could have been the next fatality were it not for a newly invented anti-venom.
Well, I was doing rugby training for the school, and I just started doing some sit-ups. I felt a bite. I thought it was only an ant, and I got up, looked around, I saw the spider there. The mates just grabbed me and laid me down, and they ran up, called an ambulance, got a stretcher out, and I just waited till the ambulance came.
At the time, the anti-venom cost $16,000 per dose. The cost has since been reduced, but no value can be put on its life-saving capabilities. There are so many dangerous spiders, snakes and stingers in Australia that researchers had to work for decades to find foolproof cures against these deadly creatures. To create the anti-venom, a small amount of the venom is injected into another domestic animal, such as a horse or a rabbit. The antibodies the animal creates in response to the venom are harvested, purified and stored for injection. The Australian Reptile Park, north of Sydney, is the only supplier of venoms in Australia.
These are some of the spiders that have come in recently.
And staff regularly milk more than 300 snakes and 500 spiders.
Oh, look at that. Huge squirt. This isn't the anti-venom, this is snake venom. So this is what's sent away. They process this and turn it into anti-venin to save lives.
Australia is famous for its deadly creatures in the ocean and on the land. But there are other dangers, and they come from the skies. Bats can be found in every Australian state. In many cities and towns, tens of thousands fill the night skies as the massive colonies search for food at dusk. But some bats and flying foxes now carry the deadly Lyssa virus, Australia's rabies. So far, the virus has killed 3 Australians, and every case has occurred in tropical Queensland. This peaceful resort of Long Island is nestled amid the pristine beauty of Queensland's Whitsundays, a paradise for tourists, and for 8-year-old Lincoln Flynn, it was an idyllic childhood playground.
He was an image of health with this beautiful tanned body and these blonde locks and big blue eyes. He just looked amazing.
In 2010, Lincoln's mum Michelle took over as Long Island Resort's general manager. Stepdad Colin became maintenance supervisor.
He was a mad fisherman. He would swim, he would paddle on the paddle boards, anything really outside. He wasn't a typical modern city type kid, I guess, who spends too much time in front of the TV and the Xbox and the PlayStation. He was actually out there doing it, and he loved his life. He really did.
These loving parents thought they knew all the potential dangers that could harm their 3 children.
Certainly snakes and spiders.
Marine stingers, perhaps?
Yeah, the irrigangi, but a bat, never knew that there was even such a thing as Lyssa virus.
Australian bat Lyssa virus is a modern name for an ancient disease. And as with other types of rabies, it spreads the same way. Through a bite or scratch. Its victims turn violent and froth at the mouth. And when the Lyssa virus struck Lincoln Flynn on Australia Day in 2013, he displayed another classic rabies symptom.
You know, and he said to me Friday night he had a temperature, and when I gave him some water and Panadol, he thought I was trying to burn him and scald his throat.
Overnight, Lincoln developed seizures. He was admitted to hospital the next morning, but doctors were baffled. A barrage of tests failed to find any answers.
He just really wanted out at that point. And that's when he knelt up on the bed and ripped out the IV lines. And, you know, obviously nurses and doctors come running. He literally threw them off like they were teeny-weeny people.
It wasn't Lincoln, it was the Lissa virus. The virus can lay dormant in the body for years before becoming active. Once it does, it's unstoppable. It creeps from nerve cell to nerve cell towards the brain. There, it begins to replicate, causing irreparable damage and driving its host to seek out and attack new victims. It then makes its way to the saliva glands to await transfer to the next host.
The strength that came through with this virus, and he had a lot of mouth secretions at that time because the virus was trying to escape and impart itself to as many people. And now you know it, it's just like it all looks back, and it was horrific.
Lincoln's seizures became so violent, doctors placed him in an induced coma and continued tests. As the family also searched for an explanation, Lincoln's sister recalled that he'd been scratched by a flying fox 2 months prior to his hospitalisation.
Okay, come back to me.
If Lincoln had told his parents about the scratch, he might have been alive today. A rabies vaccine administered at the time during the 2-month incubation period would have stopped the Lissa virus in its tracks. But once symptoms appear, it's too late. Doctors knew if the second round of tests found Lissa virus, it meant a death sentence for Lincoln. Briefly awoken from his coma, Lincoln confirmed that he had been scratched by a bat on Long Island. The tests came back positive, and a few days later, his brain stopped functioning. He became the third person in history to be killed by Australian rabies.
The main point here is that any flying fox, any microbat in any colony could potentially carry these deadly diseases. We constantly put the message out there that if you come in contact with a bat or a flying fox, you need to seek medical assistance. The reality is this could happen in any of a number of locations around Queensland. And so the message clearly is that if you come in contact with any bat, any flying fox, please seek medical assistance as soon as possible.
Right across Australia, it pays to look out for attacks from the air. A survey has revealed that 90% of Australian men and 75% of women have been attacked by magpies. This amazing native bird is highly intelligent with very complex social behaviour. And for a few weeks of the year, while the chicks are nesting, the males can turn very nasty indeed.
Magpies are extremely territorial, and it's all about being good parents.
In 2015, in Gosford, New South Wales, little Isaiah Hang is lucky to be able to see. At 10 months old, he underwent surgery to save his eye after he was attacked by a magpie at a park near his home.
It never crossed my mind that a magpie would peck my baby in the eye and he could possibly lose his eye. So yeah, it is pretty scary.
Soon after, 6-year-old Peter Adam Berry came close to losing his eye. He was attacked by the same angry bird along with 3 other children.
The magpie swooped me right here. There's a cut right there.
Ophthalmologist Dr. Michael Jones says the injuries can be devastating.
We've had cases where people have had to unfortunately have an eye removed, but the sight can be damaged, and when you're damaging the central part of your eye, you can lose your vision to the point of being legally blind.
4-year-old Seth McGuinness was tragically one of those cases. He was attacked and left blind in one eye.
The male birds, for some reason, they get this huge boost of testosterone and they get super aggressive.
And it's not just kids who are the target. The magpies are particularly fond of terrorising pushbike riders.
Magpies are very intelligent. They recognise people. If they swoop on you, you could go home and change clothes, and they still will remember you and still swoop on you again.
The aerial ambush on cyclist James Musgrave happens every morning.
A couple of people have said, he should be shot, but I'm on Maggie's side.
But there is no one that ruffles the bird's feathers more than the magpie's prime target, the postie.
I saw in the corner of my eye this little black dot, looked like a little meteor. Just wings back. It was just like doing this massive dive bomb.
For years, Australian post workers have been attacked from the skies by these territorial troublemakers. But now the posties are hitting back with a battle plan.
If they're going to hit you, they'll hit the helmet at the back, keep your bike under control. So we just need you to be careful and vigilant out there.
Posties are being briefed on defensive techniques before donning their armoury and rolling out. The defence methods against the Maggie are many and varied, including eyes in the back of the head and scary masks. But do they work?
From my experience, no.
Australia's most deadly insect is found right across the country, from the outback to the densely populated cities. On the Sydney railway line, a swarm of bees began building their nests on the tracks. As rush hour approached, passengers were guided away from the active bees, disturbed by passing trains. Bee experts tried smoking the bees to calm them, but they simply moved onto the next platform. It is this instinctive capacity to move as one that makes bees so dangerous. The sting of one bee, if disturbed or swatted, injects venom into the victim and also releases alarm pheromones that signal the hive to attack.
Of the whole list of animals that are dangerous to Australians, the two top animals that kill people are horses and bees. Everybody's surprised by this. The bees in particular sting people, we know this, and people die from anaphylactic shock. It's the toxins in their venom that stop the heart beating, and people die from that situation.
The sting of the honeybee can cause anaphylaxis in roughly 3% of the population, with at least 25 deaths recorded in Australia since the year 2000, and on average is responsible for 2 deaths every year. Essential to Australia's farming and agriculture industries, the introduced European honeybee are known to aggressively defend their nests. It was a lucky escape for 1-year-old Natalia Saver. She was stung more than 200 times by bees kept in a hobby hive at her Sydney home. Nathalia's mother died in the attack after shielding her daughter from the swarm and suffering a severe allergic reaction.
Australia has dangerous animals everywhere. They've got stingers in the ocean, we've got things that can bite you and eat you, and we've got snakes and spiders.
When travelling in Australia, the risk of encountering a dangerous animal is real, but mitigating that risk is the key.
There's some beautiful creatures, deadly but beautiful. Leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, but come and enjoy the beautiful, amazing animals that we have here in this country.
Australia, an ocean continent renowned for its endless coastline and vast interior. Travelling the country can mean journeys that are long, challenging, and sometimes disastrous. In this episode, disasters on the highways, the railways, and in the air.
We're on fire. Just a warning, something is seriously wrong.
Stories of catastrophe.
I knew we were gone.
And courage.
It's come straight down on a carriage here. Most of the carriage is underneath the bridge here.
How we got out, God only knows.
As we witness the desperation, the heartache.
And there's a little girl around the other side, she's dead.
And the heroes on Savage Australia, Fatal Journeys. Of all the countries on Earth surrounded by sea, Australia is the largest. Its landmass is 50% greater than all of Europe combined. The harbour city of Sydney is a 16,000 kilometre flight away from Europe. Almost 3,000 kilometres from Uluru in the heartland, and over 1,000 kilometres away from the Great Barrier Reef. These distances mean a massive transport network, over 820,000 kilometres of road, black ribbons of seemingly endless highway, and dusty dirt tracks that crisscross the land. And it's the same with the steel highways. Some 30,000 kilometres of track traverse the continent. Australia was the last of the habitable continents to be colonised by Europeans. Her destiny was shaped by the tyranny of distance, both from the colonisers' homelands and between our own coastlines. The population concentrated at the fringes of the continent, creating capital cities hundreds, sometimes thousands of kilometres apart. Soon after settlement, the new colonials realised they'd need to head west to grow food and graze livestock. As distances between farming towns and cities grew, so did the need for automated transport. From the mid-1800s, it was the steam trains that began to meet the ever-growing needs of Australian passenger travel and commerce.
This train, travelling through nature's ramparts, descends eventually to open country after dragging its black load over mountains nearly 4,000 feet high.
The movement of coal became a driving force behind extending the great rail highways. The increase in rail and rolling stock throughout the states signalled the end of isolation and the beginning of Australia's history of fatal journeys. In 1908, the country town of Sunshine became the site of Victoria's most deadly train crash. On a fine Easter Monday, two trains packed with holidaymakers collided at the station. The impact tore the carriage apart, taking the lives of 44 men, women and children and injuring over 400 passengers. There were disasters on city trains too, like this one, just out of Melbourne.
On July 18, 1910, in foggy conditions, an incoming commuter train collided with a stationary locomotive. 9 people were killed and more than 100 injured.
But there'd be no stopping progress. Locos were already full steam ahead.
Australia's first streamlined train, helping to celebrate South Australia's centenary.
As trains moved from steam to electric and simple tracks turned into massive networks with hundreds of trains needing to switch tracks, the risk of collisions increased. So too did the efforts to prevent further disaster. Teams of railwaymen were trained in signalling, switching and keeping track of train movements to avert the potential of head-ons. But with such vast and ever-growing networks and so many train movements to and from the major cities, collisions were inevitable. Miraculously, only minor injuries occurred in these train crashes just outside Sydney in the 1930s and early 40s.
Passengers were again lucky to escape death in January 1945 when this train came around a bend near Maryland Station in Sydney's west, heading for the city at 65 kilometres an hour and struck a 17-centimetre bolt which had been placed lengthwise on the rail. Boys were thought to have placed the bolt on the line, and with more than 200 people on board, it was a miracle that no one was killed.
But as the number of rail passengers grew, that was set to change. The Southern Aurora's journey from Melbourne to Sydney in 1962 was heralded as a new era in train travel.
Crossing the Murray River, the border between New South Wales and Victoria, the Southern Aurora proceeded along the existing standard gauge line to Wodonga, the commencing point of the new standard gauge line.
Two powerful 1,800 horsepower diesel locomotives pulled 14 luxurious stainless steel carriages. The first direct passenger train between Australia's two major cities drew crowds of excited onlookers. The scenic journey of almost 1,000 kilometres took passengers through stunning and isolated countryside. But less than 10 years after the Southern Aurora's inaugural journey, disaster struck 174 kilometres north of Melbourne in Violet Town. Just after 7 a.m. on the 7th of February 1969, the Southern Aurora crashed head-on with a fast freight train at an estimated speed of some 172 kilometres per hour. 8 of the Southern Aurora's 14 cars were derailed, 9 people were killed, and more than 50 injured.
Unfortunately, there were many others that were just not as fortunate as us.
The toll could have been much higher. Shortly after the crash, fire swept through the carriages.
Many of the 600 residents of Violet Town rushed to the scene of the devastation, using any means they could to help the rescue mission. It would later be revealed that the driver of the Aurora suffered a heart attack, missing the signal to move on to a loop track and leaving the train speeding on a collision course. A terrible tragedy, but dwarfed by what was to come. On the morning of Tuesday, January 18th, 1977, just like every other workday, thousands of people commuted from outer townships into Sydney. Passengers on the 6:09 a.m. commuter train from the Blue Mountains, 100 kilometres west of Sydney, expected to reach the city just after 8:30 a.m. By the time the 6:09 was nearing Granville, the 8 timber carriages were packed with over 400 passengers. But at 8:10 a.m, as the train, travelling at 75 kilometres an hour, took a left-hand curve towards the station, the engine derailed. The train collided with one of 2 stanchions holding up the concrete bridge above. Within seconds, the bridge crashed down onto the carriages below. The aftermath was one of absolute horror.
There's just bodies everywhere. Everywhere. I thought it was just the carriage under the bridge at first, but then I had a look on the other side of the bridge. The locomotive's on its side, and one carriage, all you can see is the floor of it. It's on its side. It had the top ripped off it.
It appeared that the back end of our carriage hit the remaining part of the staunch, bringing the bridge down, which happened 5 seconds. It's very hard to estimate time. It's just a gap of time.
It's come straight down on a carriage here. Most of the carriage is underneath the bridge here.
The derailed first carriage, with 73 passengers on board, had been torn apart by a power pole.
She started to rock and then she went over and the front carriage split apart like a sardine tin. How we got out, God only knows.
Miraculously, the derailed second carriage remained upright, with all its occupants surviving. But for the passengers trapped beneath the bridge in carriages 3 and 4, there appeared to be little hope. It would become one of Australia's longest rescue and recovery operations ever. It was undertaken by teams of emergency workers, doctors, nurses, police officers, firefighters, railway workers, and civilians, all who rushed to help. Within 20 minutes, there was some 1,500 people in the cutting, many risking their own lives to save the trapped and injured.
I was trapped under the bridge for the very end part of the bridge for about 2.5 hours. I was cramped up and my arm was over my chest and my head was half into the other seat where the other gentleman was. All I could hear was just saws above me or hammers or something trying to get the rubble off me.
The The general public watched on in disbelief, wondering how such a massive tragedy could occur in a major metropolitan station. Panicked relatives desperately tried to find their missing loved ones.
Can I go and see? What makes you think there's somebody in there? Well, it's the 8 o'clock train from Parramatta. Yeah. She always gets that train. Who's that? Jenny. Your daughter? Yes, and she hasn't arrived at work. Can't go down there.
Although it's too early to know the reason for this accident, it is grimly clear that safety procedures didn't work here today at Granville.
The injured began being stretchered from the rubble and ferried to ambulances. There were so many injured that 6 hospitals postponed standard operations and put emergency teams on standby to deal with the massive number of victims.
Inevitably, some of the victims were rescuers, like this ambulanceman overcome by butane gas while trying to treat some of the injured at the crash site. A number of other emergency personnel and firemen were also affected by the gas.
When police weren't overseeing operations at the site, they were running a high-speed shuttle service for urgently needed blood and medical supplies. Ice was ferried out to the accident scene for severed legs and amputations. The number of injured meant that there was a severe shortage of blood on reserve.
I'd like to tell you once again that the blood transfusion service in Sydney has made an urgent appeal for donors of all types of blood. I'll repeat that, all types of blood.
Within hours, as many as 500 people lined up at the blood bank headquarters offering blood for the train victims. So many volunteers turned up that some hospitals were unable to cope with the demand. Throughout the day, the casualties just kept coming, but at least they were free of the massive concrete and steel slab that still held so many trapped. By 1:30 that afternoon, 19 bodies had been recovered from a section of the 4th carriage. But to extract the living from the rubble would prove to be a long and desperate operation.
That slab of concrete, unbeknownst to the outside world, was continuously going down. Where you had someone trapped, eventually you lost another 2 inches in the space that you had to work.
As an increasing number of bodies were lifted from the wreckage, there were grave fears there could be many more.
As far as we know, there could be as many as 40 bodies trapped underneath the vast concrete span of the bridge which collapsed there over the train this morning. A doctor I was speaking to just a few minutes ago said he'd counted 20 bodies, and we just don't know how many there are.
When night fell, the search and rescue teams worked under lights in a desperate and seemingly hopeless bid to find any more survivors.
People who are still down there, there's very little hope that we will find any more alive. And I've been rescuing now 23 years, and this is the worst disaster, the worst scene that I've ever come across.
After 14 hours, they knew they could not help the 67 other victims still trapped, but they kept that knowledge to themselves as they called in more teams of jackhammers.
Eventually, the first slab of concrete was prized free. What lay underneath sickened those who had to look.
For veteran paramedic Paul Featherston, it was his first experience of a major disaster.
They finally got the roadway off, and there was a train on the track, and you could see the rows and rows of people.
The police have told us some quite horrifying stories about the people who remain in that wreckage. They remain frozen in the positions in which they were when they died, reading newspapers or with their arms out the window.
One by one, the bodies were extracted and carried 20 metres to a large tent, the local field morgue. For exhausted medical aides, it was now a matter of identification. It was only then that rescue workers, many of whom had laboured over 30 hours, had time to stop and think about the dangers they themselves had faced.
You're always in hope that when you lifted that bridge and you lifted that carriage top, that there may have been people alive under there, you know, with an air pocket or whatever. So in our professions,
We never stop looking and hoping for people alive until they're all accounted for and we have what we have.
Even to this day, the 1977 Granville train disaster remains the most fatal rail journey in Australian history. 84 people died, more than 213 were injured, and thousands were affected by grief. Some of the worst train disasters have occurred on remote sections of railway, where trucks cross in front of an oncoming train. There are over 23,000 sites where rail and road intersect. Every one of them poses a deadly risk. One officer who's experienced the horrific aftermath of level crossing crashes is retired Senior Sergeant Jeff Smith.
In the time I was at the collision group, we investigated hundreds of collisions at level crossings, both in the country and in the city. 95% of the crashes that were happened at level crossings when I was there was driver error or sheer driver stupidity.
CCTV footage reveals a constant dice with death by impatient drivers who gamble their lives against the might and power of our biggest trains.
It's a train and a car. Who's going to win that one? And who's going to die? And it's usually the person who's made the mistake.
Things like that coming up is always a problem.
Many of Australia's level crossings are in the middle of nowhere. And 2/3 of them have no warning bells or boom gates. But even when they do, some drivers ignore them at their peril, and the result is utter carnage. In May 2006, a truck driver died when his vehicle, loaded with 30 tonnes of citrus pulp, collided with a massive freight train near the Victorian town of Lismore. 700 metres of carriages were compacted by the immense forces into a 150-metre long pyramid of twisted metal. Nearly 250,000 bottles of premium wine en route to Europe were shattered. Aside from the tragic human cost, the total damage of the bill from this one truck collision alone ran over $27 million. When a driver hits the emergency brake on a 1.5 kilometre freight train travelling at 100 kilometres an hour, it can take almost 2 kilometres for the train to stop.
1,266 metres it took, and I couldn't do it any faster. It just doesn't stop.
When the locomotive is hauling passengers rather than cargo, the aftermath of an impact can be catastrophic. In 2007, near the remote town of Kerrang in central Victoria, a truck and train collision resulted in the most horrific rail disaster since Granville.
I was at the collision group for 17 years, and in terms of just absolute carnage, that was the worst job I've ever seen, and nothing comes near it.
The front of the semi-trailer was squashed flat, its cargo strewn around the scene, but the damage to the train and its passengers was far more confronting. The train driver had done his best to avert the disaster.
He blew the horn a number of times, and he started to get concerned that the driver hadn't started to slow down. So at that stage, the driver's doing about 102 kilometres an hour, and that's roughly 40 metres a second. So he's got 10 seconds to wake up to the fact that the train's coming.
The semi-trailer braked too late, slamming into the side of the train and peeling carriages open like a sardine tin.
When we arrived, we could see straight away one of the carriages on its own, and it had a massive gouge out of the side. The other carriages were back near the actual intersection where the crossing was itself, and it had had the whole side ripped out.
So horrible, just
people screaming, you know, beside themselves. There's a dead woman in the first carriage that I had to get in and help get their gear out. And then the next carriage, it was just, you know, horrible. Just that many dead people laying around and people dying.
Rescue workers were swift to arrive, setting up a triage and transporting dozens of injured passengers to hospital.
People were ripping like lining and seats out to get to injured because you could just hear the people that were underneath. They were under all the metal that was peeled back from the train.
But for many of the passengers, there was no hope.
The death toll from the Kerrang train disaster could rise today. Emergency crews have resumed the grim search for bodies, with 3 people still unaccounted for. 11 passengers have already been confirmed killed. 23 others remain in hospital.
After every disaster, there are investigations and new promises to increase safety at level crossings. But the carnage continues.
Mother of 4, Vanessa Carlson, had simply failed to stop.
In recent history, more than 100 incidents a year have occurred in country Victoria alone. With trains getting faster and more vehicles on the road, the potential for more fatal crashes looms large. There are now over 400,000 trucks on Australian roads. With the advent of the dash cam, we can see just how close to death many drivers come. But some defy all the odds. This is footage of a woman next to her car, seconds after colliding with a fallen tree.
You all right?
Suddenly, an out-of-control truck flies around the corner. It swerves to miss the other truck and heads straight for the woman.
I'm about to be killed. That's what went through my head.
The truck ploughed into her sedan, pushing it down the highway just seconds after she made it to safety. A dash cam in Sydney in 2014 captured a truck travelling so fast it's almost airborne. As it topples over cars stopped at the traffic lights. As the lights change, a pedestrian rushes across the road to help. No one could believe what had just happened on their regular daily commute.
My life flashed before my eyes, yeah, it was just, it was shocking.
Rescue workers rushed to the scene and extracted the injured from the 7 crushed vehicles. Miraculously, there were no fatalities.
Everyone in that accident has actually walked away with no life-threatening injuries, and I just frankly can't believe it.
Even the driver of the runaway truck survived this horrendous accident. One of the busiest and most dangerous roads in Australia is the Pacific Highway on the east coast of New South Wales. It's known as the Black Ribbon of Death, an 800-kilometre stretch of road that's taken the lives of thousands of travellers. Up until the late 1990s, much of the road was undivided, adding to the risks and incidents of head-on collisions. With such great distances to traverse, many truck drivers choose to travel at night. It's a practice that likely contributed to a fatal collision on the 20th of October 1989 at Grafton. The nightmare locals had been predicting for years came at 4 a.m. on a straight stretch of the Pacific Highway.
It's believed the semi-trailer veered to the wrong side of the road, side-swiping the tourist bus and flipping it onto its side. The collision left bodies and debris strewn over half a kilometre.
Lift this bus and see if we can find any more.
The truck driver died instantly. So did 18 passengers who were torn from their seats when the semi ripped open the coach's right side.
As police set up a roadside morgue, rescuers worked desperately to free the injured, many of them children. With the crash so far from any major city, the seriously injured needed to be airlifted for treatment. Survivors spoke of being trapped under the weight of bodies. Many were asleep when the collision occurred.
All I can remember was this, it was the worst bang I'd ever heard. And then the next thing, there were people on top of me and metal, and my head was squashed between two seats. I was just lucky, very, very lucky, and I prayed when I got out of that hole.
I was asleep at the time, I think, and when I woke up, I was outside the bus, wet and drenched in blood.
For the ambulance and police officers who responded to the call-out, the scene was confronting.
Well, I was at the Granville train disaster, and the comparison between these two accidents was eerie.
On a road this narrow, it was impossible for the bus driver to avoid the semi, resulting in the death of 21 people and the injury of a further 22. Subsequent crash investigations revealed something all too common in the long-haul trucking industry.
We would analyse blood from truck drivers routinely, and routinely you would get amphetamines found in therapeutic levels, which means that at some stage probably the drivers had drugs in his system which weren't therapeutic levels, and when they come down to the level of a normal person, they have what's called a drop-off and they fall asleep, and there's your crash.
Just 8 weeks after the horror of the Grafton bus crash, another collision 200 kilometres south on the same highway was the scene of yet another deadly road journey. A truck driver on the Pacific Highway at night saw a bus pass by.
And there was these girls on the left-hand side of the bus all give us a big wave and a cheer and a smile sort of thing as I went past, and I just pulled in behind him and followed him along.
But by the time he'd caught up to it, the bus had been destroyed. So soon after the horror of Grafton, an even worse road disaster seemed incomprehensible. At 3:30 a.m, just 3 days before Christmas, 2 coaches had slammed head-on at Clybucker Flat near Kempsey.
So severe was the collision, one bus speared through the front of the other. Rescuers found bodies littered through the wreckage.
The debris of seats, people and hand luggage was from the floor to the ceiling.
Priority was given to tending the survivors. Many of them were trapped and pleading for help.
Well, in this situation, we just got to treat the greatest number of people. We had a fellow that stopped breathing over here. We just had to leave him. We couldn't resuscitate him.
The 2 buses bound for Sydney and Brisbane were packed with Christmas holiday makers. Their journeys cut tragically short when one of the coaches veered onto the wrong side of the narrow highway.
No doubt many of the passengers were heading for families to share with them for Christmas time, and to have this happen just sort of accentuates the tragedy.
Even for the most experienced police, the disaster was a terrible shock.
This is the most horrific accident that I've ever seen in 38 years in the police force.
By the time they dragged the coaches apart, the death toll had reached 35, with a further 41 injured. The only upside in the face of such a huge loss of life were demands to have Australian coaches fitted with seatbelts, to help avoid other massive tragedies. But it would be years before those laws were implemented. In 1994, Boondall, an outer suburb of Brisbane, was the site of Queensland's deadliest bus crash. On a straight, modern stretch of divided road, a now all too familiar tragedy. A coachload of mostly retirees ended up on its side down a steep embankment. Before emergency workers reached the scene, members of the general public entered the wreck to find a nightmare.
There was just a mess of bodies, legs, limbs, all intertwined with each other and entwined with the seats. So we had to sort of untangle them and lay them out. Many were bleeding.
There's one lady I pulled out who had her arm severed right off, just below the elbow. And there's a little girl around the other side, she's dead. And I think I brought another lady out, she'd die too.
And I think most people wonder whether they're going to be able to cope with what they actually see, because it's not like a movie, it's for real and something has to be done immediately.
While 25 ambulance crews rushed to treat the injured by the roadside and ferry them to hospitals, a makeshift morgue was set up for the 12 passengers who died. No one escaped injury. The elderly who did survive were shattered. For everyone at the scene, it was a trauma they'd be unlikely to recover from anytime soon.
They never get easier, and they're one of the types of incidents that we dread coming to.
Everyone there did their best to help others, including Beth, who was separated from her friend.
And she just put lipstick on her lips, and I turned to her and I said, "Oh, gee, you look pretty now." And then after she came and lay down on the grass beside me, and I said, "Now you're a bloody mess, aren't you?" She had blood in her hair, blood all over her face, and tried to make her laugh, but poor darling.
In the decade or so since these fatal road journeys, the dangerous black spot on the Pacific Highway has been bypassed. Most of the highway is now a divided road, and seatbelts are enshrined in law. But that's not necessarily the end of fatal journeys on Australian roads.
Who could believe that you'd have a bus without seatbelts in them? I mean, where on outer space does that come from, that you'd be driving around in a bus worth 400 grand and there was no seatbelts in them? Well, now that's changed. Things like that will stop, I hope, the big ticket crashes.
Air travel is an essential reality for most of the population. And international flights to Australia can be some of the longest in the world.
Here we come.
These long-haul flights are nothing compared to what they once were. In the 1930s, the journey from Sydney to London took 10 days, with 30 refuelling stops on what became known as the Kangaroo Route. What was conceived as a mail run evolved into the most exotic international travel imaginable. It marked a golden age of aviation for passengers who could afford the trip in luxurious Qantas Empire class Catalina flying boats.
Up from the bay on full takeoff power. Flaps up and engines back to cruising speed for a single circuit.
But with the outbreak of World War II in 1939, the Australian government put the flying boats into service with the Royal Australian Air Force. By 1944, all bar one had been destroyed. Since the very early days, there have been many journeys by air that have ended in tragedy.
As it attempted to land on that runway, apparently it crashed.
In the years between 2005 and 2014, 254 aircraft have been involved in fatal journeys, with 374 deaths.
One side of the popular shopping centre was torn open, intense flame, fuelled by aviation gas. The plane's tanks would have been full.
The newest addition to Australia's commercial airlines, the Fokker Friendship Able Tasman.
But it was in the 1960s when a Fokker Friendship went down, creating the country's worst commercial disaster. A TAA flight smashed into the sea at Mackay, it disappeared into the ocean along with all 29 on board.
Mackay today is a city in mourning.
The cause remains a mystery 56 years later. In another commercial air tragedy, a Transair flight that took off from far north Queensland in 2007 failed to reach its destination of Lockhart River. There were 13 passengers and 2 pilots on board.
We're still searching along the flight path to determine what may have happened to the aircraft, and we have had absolutely no indication of what may have happened at this point in time.
The following day, in rugged hills, just minutes from safety, the flaming, smouldering wreckage was found. Little was left. The plane left Bamaga on the tip of Cape York on a scheduled service flight to the Lockhart River. But just 11 kilometres north of the airstrip, it slammed into a mountainside and burst into flames. Conditions were poor, with cloud cover as low as 400 metres. They missed clearing the top of the mountain by 100 metres. All 15 people on board, including the 40-year-old captain, perished. As the decades rolled by, commercial planes became bigger, faster and safer. But even one of the world's safest airlines has had its incidents.
We're on fire.
In 2008, a huge hole was blown in the side of a Qantas jumbo when an oxygen cylinder exploded mid-air.
The paramedics and ambulance people into the aircraft.
That major incident was followed by another 3 months later. 100 passengers suffered injuries when a computer fault caused an Airbus A330 to nosedive more than 300 metres. An emergency landing was made in Western Australia, but worse was still to come. On the 4th of November 2010, another Qantas Airbus A380 carrying 469 passengers suffered an incredible 60 system failures. The captain, Richard de Crepney, was a 25-year veteran of Qantas. Before that, he was a pilot in the Air Force. For him, what happened in 2010 was a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I don't think an Airbus aircraft has ever been challenged as much as this has. I think a Rolls-Royce engine's never failed so spectacularly.
Master warning, something is seriously wrong.
We heard a bang and we just passed off turbulence. Only 5 seconds later, we heard a louder bang, almost like a bomb sound. And then we saw smoke almost directly onto the left wing.
Slightly more stressful when the piece of wing at the front flew back across the top of the wing, back behind the plane. And I had an elderly couple beside me that I couldn't really say, hey, you should have seen that, that's not good.
QF-32 was only minutes into its flight out of Singapore. And unknown to anyone, there was a small oil leak in engine number 2. In the super hot engine, the oil ignited. Within seconds, one of the 160-kilo turbine discs exploded at incredibly high speed. 2 pieces smashed through the wing, severing the plane's controls, while a third did the same underneath the plane.
Engine number 2, overheat and failure. Engines 1 and 4 degraded 2 levels in thrust. Electrically, the left-hand side of the aircraft was dead. We lost 50% of the hydraulic systems. The brakes underneath the wings were reduced to 30% braking efficiency. And anti-skid was inoperative. Fuel system, 3 tanks out of 11 functioned. No transfer system was available. No jettison system was available. We had multiple holes in the wing, which disrupted the airflow over the wing and caused the stall speed to increase.
Modern aircraft automatically send data to the engineers on the ground in real time. So the drama in the sky was frantically being tracked back in Sydney.
There's a hole in the wing, there's fuel gushing out of the wing, and the engine is in a bad state.
Despite all this chaos in the cockpit, The captain was unbelievably calm.
I do apologise. I'm sure you are aware we have a technical issue with our number 2 engine. We have dealt with the situation at the moment. The aircraft is secure at this stage, and as we progress with this, we'll keep you informed. At this stage, everything is secure. The aircraft is flying safely, and we'll get back to you very shortly with further information. Thank you for your patience.
As more checks came up, you started to question how many systems will I have left? Has a whole aircraft failed?
20 Centre. We have emergency services on standby.
Qantas 3-2, we were required to hold for at least another 30 minutes before making an approach.
Qantas 3-2, Roger, you are priority traffic. Report ready for approach.
I'm sure you are aware we're not proceeding to Sydney at this stage. We're making our left turn now to track back towards Singapore. We're going to have to hold for some time whilst we do lighten our load by dumping some fuel and a number of checklists we have to perform.
I thought, let's protect this aircraft at the most basic level possible. And that was to position it within gliding range of Singapore. And that's what we did.
At speeds of over 400 kilometres an hour, and with the automatic brake systems failing, Richard made the emergency landing at Changi Airport.
And we're onto the ground.
He had to use manual foot brakes to stop the aircraft. But the drama was far from over. Fuel was leaking onto the tarmac. Passengers were kept on board while the plane was hosed down and electricals disconnected.
When we landed, we were kind of kept in the plane for an extra hour and a half, so we were kind of stuck in the sweltering heat, and there were kids crying, and, you know, I was getting like a sauna in there.
Miraculously, not a single person on the ground or in the air suffered a serious injury.
Cheers.
Passengers toasted the skills of the captain and crew.
Could have been catastrophic. We could have been not talking today.
I was proud to be in command of that aircraft.
Australia's commercial airlines remain among the safest in the world. And in recent years, her rail and road systems have become more sophisticated. There's been a huge push to make all highways dual carriageways.
The roads are in a very unforgiving environment. As they duplicate more roads and improve the roads, you've got to get on to educating the drivers, both the heavy vehicle drivers and the guys who just drive the motor cars with their families, and it just gets harder as there gets to be more on the road.
And while train travel may become safer as the first driverless trains are brought into the metro lines, the fact remains that there are tens of thousands of kilometres of track for governments to maintain, while safety systems can be easily affected by human error.
You're always going to have the situation like Kerrang, where humans will be humans. And generally, when humans are being humans, it's never a great thing.
Australia, an ocean continent renowned for its endless coastline and vast interior. Travelling the country can mean journeys that are long, challenging, and sometimes disastrous. In this episode, disasters on the highways, the railways, and in the air.
We're on fire. Last warning, something is seriously wrong.
Stories of catastrophe.
Yeah, I knew we were gone.
And courage.
It's come straight down on a carriage here. Most of the carriage is underneath the bridge here.
How we got out, God only knows.
As we witness the desperation, the heartache.
And there's a little girl around the other side, she's dead.
And the heroes on Savage Australia, Fatal Journeys. Of all the countries on Earth surrounded by sea, Australia is the largest. Its landmass is 50% greater than all of Europe combined. The harbour city of Sydney is a 16,000 kilometre flight away from Europe. Almost 3,000 kilometres from Uluru in the heartland, and over 1,000 kilometres away from the Great Barrier Reef. These distances mean a massive transport network. Over 820,000 kilometres of road, black ribbons of seemingly endless highway, and dusty dirt tracks that crisscross the land. And it's the same with the steel highways. Some 30,000 kilometres of track traverse the continent. Australia was the last of the habitable continents to be colonised by Europeans. Her destiny was shaped by the tyranny of distance, both from the colonisers' homelands and between our own coastlines. The population concentrated at the fringes of the continent, creating capital cities hundreds, sometimes thousands of kilometres apart. Soon after settlement, the new colonials realised they'd need to head west to grow food and graze livestock. As distances between farming towns and cities grew, so did the need for automated transport. From the mid-1800s, it was the steam trains that began to meet the ever-growing needs of Australian passenger travel and commerce.
This train, travelling through nature's ramparts, descends eventually to open country after dragging its black load over mountains nearly 4,000 feet high.
The movement of coal became a driving force behind extending the great rail highways. The increase in rail and rolling stock throughout the states signalled the end of isolation and the beginning of Australia's history of fatal journeys. In 1908, the country town of Sunshine became the site of Victoria's most deadly train crash. On a fine Easter Monday, two trains packed with holidaymakers collided at the station. The impact tore the carriage apart, taking the lives of 44 men, women and children and injuring over 400 passengers. There were disasters on city trains too, like this one, just out of Melbourne.
On July 18, 1910, in foggy conditions, an incoming commuter train collided with a stationary locomotive. 9 people were killed and more than 100 injured.
But there'd be no stopping progress. Locos were already full steam ahead.
Australia's first streamlined train, helping to celebrate South Australia's centenary.
As trains moved from steam to electric and simple tracks turned into massive networks with hundreds of trains needing to switch tracks, the risk of collisions increased. So too did the efforts to prevent further disaster. Teams of railwaymen were trained in signalling, switching and keeping track of train movements to avert the potential of head-ons. But with such vast and ever-growing networks and so many train movements to and from the major cities, collisions were inevitable. Miraculously, only minor injuries occurred in these train crashes just outside Sydney in the 1930s and early 40s.
Passengers were again lucky to escape death in January 1945 when this train came around a bend near Maryland Station in Sydney's west, heading for the city at 65 kilometres an hour and struck a 17-centimetre bolt which had been placed lengthwise on the rail. Boys were thought to have placed the bolt on the line, and with more than 200 people on board, it was a miracle that no one was killed.
But as the number of rail passengers grew, that was set to change. The Southern Aurora's journey from Melbourne to Sydney in 1962 was heralded as a new era in train travel.
Crossing the Murray River, the border between New South Wales and Victoria, the Southern Aurora proceeded along the existing standard gauge line to Wodonga, the commencing point of the new standard gauge line.
Two powerful 1,800 horsepower diesel locomotives pulled 14 luxurious stainless steel carriages. The first direct passenger train between Australia's two major cities drew crowds of excited onlookers. The scenic journey of almost 1,000 kilometres took passengers through stunning and isolated countryside, But less than 10 years after the Southern Aurora's inaugural journey, disaster struck 174 kilometres north of Melbourne in Violet Town. Just after 7 a.m. on the 7th of February 1969, the Southern Aurora crashed head-on with a fast freight train at an estimated speed of some 172 kilometres per hour. 8 of the Southern Aurora's 14 cars were derailed, 9 people were killed, and more than 50 injured.
Unfortunately, there were many others that were just not as fortunate as us.
The toll could have been much higher. Shortly after the crash, fire swept through the carriages.
Many of the 600 residents of Violet Town rushed to the scene of the devastation, using any means they could to help the rescue mission. It would later be revealed that the driver of the Aurora suffered a heart attack, missing the signal to move onto a loop track and leaving the train speeding on a collision course. A terrible tragedy, but dwarfed by what was to come. On the morning of Tuesday, January 18th, 1977, just like every other workday, thousands of people commuted from outer townships into Sydney. Passengers on the 6:09 a.m. commuter train from the Blue Mountains, 100 kilometres west of Sydney, expected to reach the city just after 8:30 a.m. By the time the 6:09 was nearing Granville, the 8 timber carriages were packed with over 400 passengers. But at 8:10 a.m, as the train, travelling at 75 kilometres an hour, took a left-hand curve towards the station, the engine derailed. The train collided with one of 2 stanchions holding up the concrete bridge above. Within seconds, the bridge crashed down onto the carriages below. The aftermath was one of absolute horror.
There's just bodies everywhere. Everywhere. I thought it was just the carriage under the bridge at first, but then I had a look on the other side of the bridge at the locomotive's on its side, and one carriage, all you can see is the floor of it. It's on its side. It had the top ripped off it.
It appears that the back end of our carriage hit the remaining part of the staunch, bringing the bridge down, which happened 5 seconds. It's very hard to estimate time. It's just a gap of time.
It's come straight down on a carriage here. Most of the carriage is underneath the bridge here.
The derailed first carriage, with 73 passengers on board, had been torn apart by a power pole.
She started to rock and then she went over and the front carriage split apart like a sardine tin. How we got out, God only knows.
Miraculously, the derailed second carriage remained upright, with all its occupants surviving. But for the passengers trapped beneath the bridge in carriages 3 and 4, there appeared to be little hope. It would become one of Australia's longest rescue and recovery operations ever. It was undertaken by teams of emergency workers, doctors, nurses, police officers, firefighters, railway workers and civilians, all who rushed to help. Within 20 minutes, there was some 1,500 people in the cutting, many risking their own lives to save the trapped and injured.
I was trapped under the bridge for the very end part of the bridge for about 2.5 hours. I was cramped up and my arm was over my chest and my head was half into the other seat where the other gentleman was. All I could hear was just saws above me or hammers or something trying to get the rubble off me.
The general public watched on in disbelief, wondering how such a massive tragedy could occur in a major metropolitan station. Panicked relatives desperately tried to find their missing loved ones.
Can I go and see?
What makes you think there's somebody in there?
Well, it's the 8 o'clock train from Parramatta. Yeah. She always gets that train.
Who's that?
Jenny.
Your daughter?
Yes, and she hasn't arrived at work. Can't go down there.
Although it's too early to know the reason for this accident, it is grimly clear that safety procedures didn't work here today at Granville.
The injured began being stretchered from the rubble and ferried to ambulances. There were so many injured that 6 hospitals postponed standard operations and put emergency teams on standby to deal with the massive number of victims.
Inevitably, some of the victims were rescuers, like this ambulanceman overcome by butane gas while trying to treat some of the injured at the crash site. A number of other emergency personnel and firemen were also affected by the gas.
When police weren't overseeing operations at the site, they were running a high-speed shuttle service for urgently needed blood and medical supplies. Ice was ferried out to the accident scene for severed legs and amputations. The number of injured meant that there was a severe shortage of blood on reserve.
I'd like to tell you once again that the blood transfusion service in Sydney has made an urgent appeal for donors of all types of blood. I'll repeat that, all types of blood.
Within hours, as many as 500 people lined up at the blood bank headquarters offering blood for the train victims. So many volunteers turned up that some hospitals were unable to cope with the demand. Throughout the day, the casualties just kept coming, but at least they were free of the massive concrete and steel slab that still held so many trapped. By 1:30 that afternoon, 19 bodies had been recovered from a section of the 4th carriage. But to extract the living from the rubble would prove to be a long and desperate operation.
That slab of concrete, unbeknownst to the outside world, was continuously going down. Where you had someone trapped, eventually you lost another 2 inches in the space that you had to work.
As an increasing number of bodies were lifted from the wreckage, there were grave fears there could be many more.
As far as we know, there could be as many as 40 bodies trapped underneath the vast concrete span of the bridge which collapsed there over the train this morning. A doctor I was speaking to just a few minutes ago said he'd counted 20 bodies, and we just don't know how many there are.
When night fell, the search and rescue teams worked under lights in a desperate and seemingly hopeless bid to find any more survivors.
People who are still down there, there's very little hope that we will find any more alive. And I've been rescuing now 23 years, and this is the worst disaster, the worst scene that I've ever come across.
After 14 hours, they knew they could not help the 67 other victims still trapped, but they kept that knowledge to themselves as they called in more teams of jackhammers.
Eventually, the first slab of concrete was prized free. What lay underneath sickened those who had to look.
For veteran paramedic Paul Featherston, it was his first experience of a major disaster.
They finally got the roadway off, and there was a train on the track, and you could see the rows and rows of people.
The police have told us some quite horrifying stories about the people who remain in that wreckage. They remain frozen in the positions in which they were when they died, reading newspapers or with their arms out the window.
One by one, the bodies were extracted and carried 20 metres to a large tent, the local field morgue. For exhausted medical aides, it was now a matter of identification. It was only then that rescue workers, many of whom had laboured over 30 hours, had time to stop and think about the dangers they themselves had faced.
You're always in hope that when you lifted that bridge and you lifted that carriage top, that there may have been people alive under there, you know, with an air pocket or whatever. So in our professions, we never stop looking and hoping for people alive until they're all accounted for and we have what we have.
Even to this day, The 1977 Granville train disaster remains the most fatal rail journey in Australian history. 84 people died, more than 213 were injured, and thousands were affected by grief. Some of the worst train disasters have occurred on remote sections of railway, where trucks cross in front of an oncoming train. There are over 23,000 sites where rail and road intersect. Every one of them poses a deadly risk. One officer who's experienced the horrific aftermath of level crossing crashes is retired Senior Sergeant Jeff Smith.
In the time I was at the collision group, we investigated hundreds of collisions at level crossings, both in the country and in the city. 95% of the crashes that happened at level crossings when I was there was driver error or sheer driver stupidity.
CCTV footage reveals a constant dice with death by impatient drivers who gamble their lives against the might and power of our biggest trains.
It's a train and a car. Who's going to win that one? And who's going to die? And it's usually the person who's made the mistake.
Things like that coming up is always a problem.
Many of Australia's level crossings are in the middle of nowhere. And 2/3 of them have no warning bells or boom gates. But even when they do, some drivers ignore them at their peril, and the result is utter carnage. In May 2006, a truck driver died when his vehicle, loaded with 30 tonnes of citrus pulp, collided with a massive freight train near the Victorian town of Lismore. 700 metres of carriages were compacted by the immense forces into a 150-metre long pyramid of twisted metal. Nearly 250,000 bottles of premium wine en route to Europe were shattered. Aside from the tragic human cost, the total damage of the bill from this one truck collision alone ran over $27 million. When a driver hits the emergency brake on a 1.5 kilometre freight train travelling at 100 kilometres an hour, it can take almost 2 kilometres for the train to stop.
1,266 metres it took, and I couldn't do it any faster. It just doesn't stop.
When the locomotive is hauling passengers rather than cargo, the aftermath of an impact can be catastrophic. In 2007, near the remote town of Kerrang in central Victoria, a truck and train collision resulted in the most horrific rail disaster since Granville.
I was at the collision group for 17 years, and in terms of just absolute carnage, that was the worst job I've ever seen, and nothing comes near it.
The front of the semi-trailer was squashed flat, its cargo strewn around the scene, but the damage to the train and its passengers was far more confronting. The train driver had done his best to avert the disaster.
He blew the horn a number of times, and he started to get concerned that the driver hadn't started to slow down. So at that stage, the driver's doing about 102 kilometres an hour, and that's roughly 40 metres a second. So he's got 10 seconds to wake up to the fact that the train's coming.
The semi-trailer braked too late, slamming into the side of the train and peeling carriages open like a sardine tin.
When we arrived, we could see straight away one of the carriages on its own, and it had a massive gouge out of the side. The other carriages were back near the actual intersection where the crossing was itself, and it had had the whole side ripped out.
It's horrible, just people screaming, you know, beside themselves. There was a dead woman in the first carriage that I had to get in and help get the gear out. And then the next carriage, it was just horrible. Just that many dead people laying around and people dying.
Rescue workers were swift to arrive, setting up a triage and transporting dozens of injured passengers to hospital.
People were ripping like lining and seats out to get to injured because you could just hear the people that were underneath. They were under all the metal that was peeled back from the train.
But for many of the passengers, there was no hope.
The death toll from the Kerrang train disaster could rise today. Emergency crews have resumed the grim search for bodies, with 3 people still unaccounted for. 11 passengers have already been confirmed killed. 23 others remain in hospital.
After every disaster, there are investigations and new promises to increase safety at level crossings. But the carnage continues.
Mother of 4, Vanessa Carlson, had simply failed to stop.
In recent history, more than 100 incidents a year have occurred in country Victoria alone. With trains getting faster and more vehicles on the road, the potential for more fatal crashes looms large. There are now over 400,000 trucks on Australian roads. With the advent of the dash cam, we can see just how close to death many drivers come. But some defy all the odds. This is footage of a woman next to her car, seconds after colliding with a fallen tree.
You all right?
Suddenly, an out-of-control truck flies around the corner. It swerves to miss the other truck and heads straight for the woman.
I'm about to be killed. That's what went through my head.
The truck ploughed into her sedan, pushing it down the highway just seconds after she made it to safety. A dash cam in Sydney in 2014 captured a truck travelling so fast it's almost airborne as it topples over cars stopped at the traffic lights. As the lights change, a pedestrian rushes across the road to help. No one could believe what had just happened on their regular daily commute.
My life flashed before my eyes, yeah, it was just, it was shocking.
Rescue workers rushed to the scene and extracted the injured from the 7 crushed vehicles. Miraculously, there were no fatalities.
Everyone in that accident has actually walked away with no life-threatening injuries, and I just frankly can't believe it.
Even the driver of the runaway truck survived this horrendous accident. One of the busiest and most dangerous roads in Australia is the Pacific Highway on the east coast of New South Wales. It's known as the Black Ribbon of Death, an 800-kilometre stretch of road that's taken the lives of thousands of travellers. Up until the late 1990s, much of the road was undivided, adding to the risks and incidents of head-on collisions. With such great distances to traverse, many truck drivers choose to travel at night. It's a practice that likely contributed to a fatal collision on the 20th of October 1989 at Grafton. The nightmare locals had been predicting for years came at 4 a.m. on a straight stretch of the Pacific Highway.
It's believed the semi-trailer veered to the wrong side of the road, side-swiping the tourist bus and flipping it onto its side. The collision left bodies and debris strewn over half a kilometre.
Lift this bus and see if we can find any more.
The truck driver died instantly. So did 18 passengers who were torn from their seats when the semi ripped open the coach's right side.
As police set up a roadside morgue, rescuers worked desperately to free the injured, many of them children. With the crash so far from any major city, the seriously injured needed to be airlifted for treatment. Survivors spoke of being trapped under the weight of bodies. Many were asleep when the collision occurred.
All I can remember was this, it was the worst bang I'd ever heard. And then the next thing, there were people on top of me and metal, and my head was squashed between two seats. I was just lucky, very, very lucky, and I prayed when I got out of that hole.
I was asleep at the time, I think, and when I woke up, I was outside the bus, wet and drenched in blood.
For the ambulance and police officers who responded to the call-out, the scene was confronting.
Well, I was at the Granville train disaster, and the comparison between these two accidents was eerie.
On a road this narrow, it was impossible for the bus driver to avoid the semi, resulting in the death of 21 people and the injury of a further 22. Subsequent crash investigations revealed something all too common in the long-haul trucking industry.
We would analyse blood from truck drivers routinely, and routinely you would get amphetamines found in therapeutic levels, which means that at some stage probably the drivers had drugs in his system which weren't therapeutic levels, and when they come down to the level of a normal person, they have what's called a drop-off and they fall asleep, and there's your crash.
Just 8 weeks after the horror of the Grafton bus crash, another collision 200 kilometres south on the same highway was the scene of yet another deadly road journey. A truck driver on the Pacific Highway at night saw a bus pass by.
And there was these girls on the left-hand side of the bus all give us a big wave and a cheer and a smile sort of thing as I went past, and I just pulled in behind him and followed him along.
But by the time he'd caught up to it, the bus had been destroyed. So soon after the horror of Grafton, an even worse road disaster seemed incomprehensible. At 3:30 a.m, just 3 days before Christmas, 2 coaches had slammed head-on at Clybucker Flat near Kempsey.
So severe was the collision, one bus speared through the front of the other. Rescuers found bodies littered through the wreckage.
The debris of seats, people and hand luggage was from the floor to the ceiling.
Priority was given to tending the survivors. Many of them were trapped and pleading for help.
Well, in this situation, we just got to treat the greatest number of people. We had a fellow that stopped breathing over here. We just had to leave him. We couldn't resuscitate him.
The 2 buses bound for Sydney and Brisbane were packed with Christmas holiday makers. Their journeys cut tragically short when one of the coaches veered onto the wrong side of the narrow highway.
No doubt many of the passengers were heading for families to share with them for Christmas time, and to have this happen just sort of accentuates the tragedy.
Even for the most experienced police, the disaster was a terrible shock.
This is the most horrific accident that I've ever seen in 38 years in the police force.
By the time they dragged the coaches apart, the death toll had reached 35, with a further 41 injured. The only upside in the face of such a huge loss of life were demands to have Australian coaches fitted with seatbelts to help avoid other massive tragedies. But it would be years before those laws were implemented. In 1994, Boondall, an outer suburb of Brisbane, was the site of Queensland's deadliest bus crash. on a straight, modern stretch of divided road, a now all too familiar tragedy. A coachload of mostly retirees ended up on its side down a steep embankment. Before emergency workers reached the scene, members of the general public entered the wreck to find a nightmare.
There was just a mess of bodies, legs, limbs, all intertwined with each other and entwined with the seats. So we had to sort of untangle them and lay them out. Many were bleeding.
There's one lady I pulled out who had her arm severed right off, just below the elbow. And there's a little girl around the other side, she's dead. And I think I brought another lady out, she'd die too.
And I think most people wonder whether they're going to be able to cope with what they actually see, because it's not like a movie, it's for real and something has to be done immediately.
While 25 ambulance crews rushed to treat the injured by the roadside and ferry them to hospitals, a makeshift morgue was set up for the 12 passengers who died. No one escaped injury. The elderly who did survive were shattered. For everyone at the scene, it was a trauma they'd be unlikely to recover from anytime soon.
They never get easier, and they're one of the types of incidents that we dread coming to.
Everyone there did their best to help others, including Beth, who was separated from her friend.
And she just put lipstick on her lips, and I turned to her and I said, "Oh, gee, you look pretty now." And then after she came and lay down on the grass beside me, and I said, "Now you're a bloody mess, aren't you?" She had blood in her hair, blood all over her face, and tried to make her laugh, but poor darling.
In the decade or so since these fatal road journeys, the dangerous black spot on the Pacific Highway has been bypassed. Most of the highway is now a divided road, and seatbelts are enshrined in law. But that's not necessarily the end of fatal journeys on Australian roads.
Who could believe that you'd have a bus without seatbelts in them? I mean, where on outer space does that come from, that you'd be driving around in a bus worth 400 grand and there was no seatbelts in them? Well, now that's changed. Things like that will stop, I hope, the big ticket crashes.
Air travel is an essential reality for most of the population. And international flights to Australia can be some of the longest in the world.
Here we come.
These long-haul flights are nothing compared to what they once were. In the 1930s, the journey from Sydney to London took 10 days, with 30 refuelling stops on what became known as the Kangaroo Route. What was conceived as a mail run evolved into the most exotic international travel imaginable. It marked a golden age of aviation for passengers who could afford the trip in luxurious Qantas Empire class Catalina flying boats.
Up from the bay on full takeoff power. Flaps up and engines back to cruising speed for a single circuit.
But with the outbreak of World War II in 1939, the Australian government put the flying boats into service with the Royal Australian Air Force. By 1944, all bar one had been destroyed. Since the very early days, there have been many journeys by air that have ended in tragedy.
As it attempted to land on that runway, apparently it crashed.
In the years between 2005 and 2014, 254 aircraft have been involved in fatal journeys, with 374 deaths.
One side of the popular shopping centre was torn open, intense flame, fuelled by aviation gas. The plane's tanks would have been full.
The newest addition to Australia's commercial airlines, the Fokker Friendship Able Tasman.
But it was in the 1960s when a Fokker Friendship went down, creating the country's worst commercial disaster. A TAA flight smashed into the sea at Mackay. It disappeared into the ocean along with all 29 on board.
Mackay today is a city in mourning.
The cause remains a mystery 56 years later. In another commercial air tragedy, a Transair flight that took off from far north Queensland in 2007 failed to reach its destination of Lockhart River. There were 13 passengers and 2 pilots on board.
We're still searching along the flight path to determine what may have happened to the aircraft, and we have had absolutely no indication of what may have happened at this point in time.
The following day, in rugged hills, just minutes from safety, the flaming, smouldering wreckage was found. Little was left. The plane left Bamaga on the tip of Cape York on a scheduled service flight to the Lockhart River. But just 11 kilometres north of the airstrip, it slammed into a mountainside and burst into flames. Conditions were poor, with cloud cover as low as 400 metres. They missed clearing the top of the mountain by 100 metres. All 15 people on board, including the 40-year-old captain, perished. As the decades rolled by, commercial planes became bigger, faster and safer. But even one of the world's safest airlines has had its incidents.
We're on fire.
In 2008, a huge hole was blown in the side of a Qantas jumbo when an oxygen cylinder exploded mid-air.
The paramedics and ambulance people into the aircraft.
That major incident was followed by another 3 months later. 100 passengers suffered injuries when a computer fault caused an Airbus A330 to nosedive more than 300 metres. An emergency landing was made in Western Australia, but worse was still to come. On the 4th of November 2010, another Qantas Airbus A380 carrying 469 passengers suffered an incredible 60 system failures. The captain, Richard de Crepney, was a 25-year veteran of Qantas. Before that, he was a pilot in the Air Force. For him, what happened in 2010 was a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I don't think an Airbus aircraft has ever been challenged as much as this has. I think a Rolls-Royce engine's never failed so spectacularly.
Master warning, something is seriously wrong.
We heard a bang and we just passed off turbulence. Only 5 seconds later, we heard a louder bang, almost like a bomb sound. And then we saw smoke almost directly onto the left wing.
Slightly more stressful when the piece of wing at the front flew back across the top of the wing, back behind the plane. And I had an elderly couple beside me that I couldn't really say, hey, you should have seen that, that's not good.
QF-32 was only minutes into its flight out of Singapore. And unknown to anyone, there was a small oil leak in engine number 2. In the super hot engine, the oil ignited. Within seconds, one of the 160-kilo turbine discs exploded at incredibly high speed. 2 pieces smashed through the wing, severing the plane's controls, while a third did the same underneath the plane.
Engine number 2, overheat and failure. Engines 1 and 4 degraded 2 levels in thrust. Electrically, the left-hand side of the aircraft was dead. We lost 50% of the hydraulic systems. The brakes underneath the wings were reduced to 30% braking efficiency. And anti-skid was inoperative. Fuel system, 3 tanks out of 11 functioned. No transfer system was available. No jettison system was available. We had multiple holes in the wing, which disrupted the airflow over the wing and caused the stall speed to increase.
Modern aircraft automatically send data to the engineers on the ground in real time. So the drama in the sky was frantically being tracked back in Sydney.
There's a hole in the wing, there's fuel gushing out of the wing, and the engine is in a bad state.
Despite all this chaos in the cockpit, the captain was unbelievably calm.
I do apologise. I'm sure you are aware we have a technical issue with our number 2 engine.
We have dealt with the situation at the moment. The aircraft is secure at this stage, and as we progress with this, we'll keep you informed. At this stage, everything is secure. The aircraft is flying safely, and we'll get back to you very shortly with further information. Thank you for your patience.
As more checks came up, you started to question, how many systems will I have left? Has a whole aircraft failed?
20 Centre. We have emergency services on standby.
Qantas 3-2, we were required to hold for at least another 30 minutes before making an approach.
Qantas 3-2, Roger, you are priority traffic. Report ready for approach.
I'm sure you are aware we're not proceeding to Sydney at this stage. We're making our left turn now to track back towards Singapore. We're going to have to hold for some time whilst we do lighten our load by dumping some fuel and a number of checklists we have to perform.
I thought, let's protect this aircraft at the most basic level possible. And that was to position it within gliding range of Singapore. And that's what we did.
At speeds of over 400 kilometres an hour, and with the automatic brake systems failing, Richard made the emergency landing at Changi Airport.
And we're onto the ground.
He had to use manual foot brakes to stop the aircraft. But the drama was far from over. Fuel was leaking onto the tarmac. Passengers were kept on board while the plane was hosed down and electricals disconnected.
When we landed, we were kind of kept in the plane for an extra hour and a half, so we were kind of stuck in the sweltering heat, and there were kids crying, and, you know, I was getting like a sauna in there.
Miraculously, not a single person on the ground or in the air suffered a serious injury.
Cheers.
Passengers toasted the skills of the captain and crew.
Could have been catastrophic. We could have been not talking today.
I was proud to be in command of that aircraft.
Australia's commercial airlines remain among the safest in the world. And in recent years, her rail and road systems have become more sophisticated. There's been a huge push to make all highways dual carriageways.
The roads are in a very unforgiving environment. As they duplicate more roads and improve the roads, you've got to get on to educating the drivers, both the heavy vehicle drivers and the guys who just drive the motor cars with their families, and it just gets harder as there gets to be more on the road.
And while train travel may become safer as the first driverless trains are brought into the metro lines, the fact remains that there are tens of thousands of kilometres of track for governments to maintain, while safety systems can be easily affected by human error.
You're always going to have the situation like Kerrang, where humans will be humans. And generally, when humans are being humans, it's never a great thing.
Australia is the land of the great outdoors. Every day, Australians and tourists make the most of the natural beauty. In the bush, the skies, and on the beaches. But without warning, these innocent pursuits can turn deadly. In this episode, human endurance pushed to the limit.
At that point, I had the thought, this is it for me. This is my life done.
Heartbreaking tragedies and unbelievable escapes. On land, in the water, and in the air.
We don't base jump because we've got a death wish. We base jump because we want to experience life in a slightly different angle.
It's pretty dangerous.
On Savage Australia, Deadly Pursuits.
Australia is one of the wildest places, wildest continents on the planet. In every way you want to measure it. We're dry, we're flat, we're remote, we've got beautiful oceans, we've got incredible landscapes, and we've got incredible people who want to experience and interact with those landscapes.
Every year, millions of locals and tourists spend their summers at the beach, swimming and surfing. Keeping them safe are the famous bronzed Aussie lifesavers, highly trained volunteers who risk their own lives to rescue swimmers from the punishing waves and powerful currents.
Hustle between the red and yellow folks, the rip's pulling towards the left there.
From its inception in 1906, surf lifesaving enjoyed a perfect record with not a single drowning death.
The surf bathers along these beaches enjoy their bathing in comparative safety, owing to the fact that they are constantly under the vigilant eye of the lifesavers who patrol these beaches.
But one fateful day in 1938, Aussie lifesavers were tested like never before, or since. A day known forever as Black Sunday. Bondi Beach, Saturday, February 5th. A beautiful summer's day. The first Empire Games had opened at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and tourists flocked to the city in holiday mode. Bondi Beach was experiencing huge swells. The surf lifesavers even set a new record, 74 rescues in a single hour. On Sunday the 6th, despite the seas still being fierce, the inspectors opened the beach, knowing there'd be huge crowds wanting to cool off at Sydney's most famous destination. And as the mercury rose, 35,000 people descended on the Bondi sands. Sundays were surf boat race days for the lifesavers, unless the sea was deemed too rough.
The race is on.
But on Black Sunday, lifesaving captain Carl Jefferson made a decision that proved pivotal.
Luckily that morning when I was asked about the race, I said, yes, we'd have it. It was only a sort of luck decision. It could have gone either way. But that resulted in the fact that at that time at 3 o'clock, we had 60 members of our club on the beach, ready for us to enter this race. We had 2 patrols on, one just coming off, one going away, so we had our double-strength patrol.
At 3 o'clock, as the race boats were setting up, 3 freak waves struck without warning. They crashed over a sandbank, leaving swimmers out of their depth and struggling.
What happened was then a lot of people that were swimming in that area and standing safely got swept into the deep water. At that point, there was absolute panic. It was absolute chaos. Within the space of about 20 minutes, 200 people needed to be rescued.
But while the lifesavers tried to do their job, there was a problem they hadn't counted on.
What went against the rescue on that day, of course, the public, in their endeavour to help, they raced through and grabbed the lines, in addition to the lifesavers who were on the lines at the time, and pulled them in. And they're pulling them in all kinds of directions, you see. And naturally enough, they knotted. And this impeded quite a few rescues.
It was chaos. The sea was a mass of bodies as hundreds struggled against the undertow. The rescuers were doing their best, but there simply weren't enough belts or boats. Many lifesavers were themselves in peril, as victims clawed at the boats in desperation. At one point, over 20 people were strewn along the beach, receiving urgent mouth-to-mouth. The lifesavers struggled to cope. One man made the ultimate sacrifice. Lifting a young girl high above his head, he managed to keep her out of the powerful currents, but lost his own life.
Everyone came running down to help, and it's amazing with that sort of equipment that there weren't more lives lost.
Every day, up to 17,000 rips can be found on Australian beaches. And they are insanely powerful. About 10,000 people are pulled from the rips by lifesavers each year.
You see that sign just behind you? Yeah. That's right in front of that rip there, okay? Very dangerous where there's no breaking waves.
Well, rips are dangerous because they're almost like rivers in the sea. And they sit in channels, narrow channels, and they flow fast.
Rips are caused by waves coming into the shore and returning to the sea. As the water heads back out, it finds the deepest channel, creating a rapidly flowing and deadly current. Rips are hard to spot, but nearly every beach in Australia will have one. To survive a rip, raise your hand so lifesavers can see you. And remember, panic is a killer. It's not just coasts and beaches. Tragedy in the water can strike inland, and hiking in remote areas can be a dangerous pursuit. In 1990, a school excursion left Hobart, travelling deep into the Tasmanian wilderness to explore Mystery Creek Cave. But they were walking into a death trap.
When they went in, the water was described as being ankle deep to shin deep. And it had been raining apparently since about 10 o'clock the night before, and the water level in the cave had risen very, very little. And unfortunately, they were only in there for a period of a couple of hours when there was probably a 3 feet rise in the water in the cave.
The flash flood caught them by surprise. One student stumbled into the deluge, and when another student tried to help, they were both swept away. A teacher went after the two girls. All three of them drowned. Rescuers couldn't get to the rest of the party until the waters subsided the next morning. In 2003, the Stellard family of Western Australia set off for an afternoon's rock fishing on the brutal shores of Black Point, a perfect fishing spot, but known for its treacherous seas and razor-sharp rocks. Deborah was fishing with her husband and two sons when she stepped over a crevice just as a wave struck the rocks. Her feet were washed from underneath her and she was knocked into the turbulent waters. Their 25-year-old son, Paul, dived in to rescue her. Then 18-year-old Andrew followed with a rope. The father, Ron, was pulling them in from the shore. He almost had them, but then another massive wave struck and all three were torn away from him.
The last time he saw them was they were drifting past him, face down in the water. And, I mean, that must have been... God, it must have been one of your worst nightmares. My brother then had to make a choice between jumping in or going in himself versus the young family he had still at home. There were still 5 children at home.
The bodies of Deborah and Andrew were recovered, but Paul's was never located. A total of 158 fishermen drowned along the Australian coastline in the 13 years to 2017. Only 1% were wearing a life jacket. Fortunately, life jackets are now compulsory while rock fishing at many high-risk locations throughout Australia. Another high adrenaline sport pursuit is spearfishing. It has all the thrills of cave diving, but without the safety gear. A more extreme version of the sport is free diving, where divers take a huge gulp of air before travelling as deep as they possibly can. They routinely descend to 20 metres and stay down for minutes on just one breath. In 2014, Jack Gallagher and Aaron Strickland set out on a free dive in the sea off Cairns. This actual footage shows Aaron chasing a dog-toothed tuna down to depths of 17 metres, but the fish was proving hard to catch.
My gut feeling was that he was never going to get the fish. It was a sort of, right in the distance.
At the last moment, the fish turned, and Aaron managed to snag it with his spear. But then the powerful tuna began to drag him deeper. As he plunged towards the ocean floor, Aaron's lungs began to fill with water. He started to suffocate and fell unconscious.
His eyes were just rolled back in his head and, it was pretty sort of graphic.
Seeing his friend sinking to certain death, Jack dived after him and managed to haul him back to the surface.
Breathe out. And breathe.
For 2 minutes, Jack frantically tried to revive his mate with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but he was just a dead weight in his arms. Soon, another fisherman arrived in a boat.
Oi! Wake up! Breathe, bro!
That's when it sort of all hit me, you know, I might not be getting him back.
Finally, signs of life.
Breathe, you right? Breathe. He's all right. Breathe, mate, breathe. Hang on to the boat.
He had blacked out and had no idea where he was.
Yeah, pretty much. You weren't coming back unless you had to get out.
He was taken to the nearest hospital with saltwater aspiration and was in danger of getting pneumonia. Aaron survived the deadly ordeal thanks to his friend's quick intervention. While the water inspires the pursuit of extreme sport, so too does the air. The red deserts of Alice Springs in Central Australia look spectacular at sunrise. Seeing them from a hot air balloon is a major tourist attraction. On the 13th of August 1989, early in the morning, a group of tourists set off on a sightseeing adventure with local operator Toddy's. The balloon's basket was packed to capacity. There were 13 tourists in all, eager to view the sun coming up over the desert. But 15 kilometres south of Alice Springs, the balloon ran into trouble. The Toddy's balloon collided with another hot air balloon in mid-air. The upper balloon's basket brushed the lower Toddy's balloon, tearing a huge hole in it. The lower balloon instantly began to collapse.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing when the balloon just completely deflated and plummeted straight down to the earth. I can assure you it was sickening sight.
Rescue crews rushed to the scene of the crash, but it was too late.
On arrival here, the scene was checked and it was found that all persons on board had been killed on impact.
The tragedy was the world's worst balloon disaster for years, and the worst in Australia to this day. Australia is a land of extremes, and people are drawn from around the globe to exploit them.
A lot of people around the world who are into this high-altitude extreme sport envy us here in Australia, this incredible natural resource we have right over our heads.
Adventure tourism is a growing industry in Australia, with new ways for thrill seekers to get their kicks by living dangerously. Skydiving from a helicopter over Rottnest Island in Western Australia is one popular pursuit. The divers fall towards Earth at a heart-stopping rate of 200 kilometres per hour. Combines breathtaking views with a real adrenaline rush.
And we're starting to realise more and more that what we thought were the limits, they've just been blown apart.
That was awesome! Wow!
But even skydiving, which is heavily regulated, has its share of fatalities. In 2001, a skydiving training session turned deadly when 11 skydivers set off for a jump in central Victoria. One of the divers, Simon Lean, had over 10 years' experience.
As I was climbing out, getting ready to exit the plane, it looked as though Simon's reserve pin got dislodged, opening his reserve parachute and dragging him out of the door.
Simon was pulled from the plane and things turned even nastier.
His parachute entangled with the tail section. It bent about 45 degrees and then it was a couple of seconds afterwards tore off with him still attached. I was scared. That's not something you like to see.
Simon plummeted to the ground from 4,000 metres. He died from massive injuries soon after impact.
When I saw him land, I was still hoping and praying that he would be okay. I knew he was going to be hurt, but to what extent, I wouldn't know. And it's very unfortunate that he did die.
Barry's tangled chute sent the plane into a tailspin, and it hurtled towards the ground with 10 skydivers still on board.
I believe they were just fighting their way out, basically, to get out the door.
As the plane spun downwards, amazingly the pilot, Barry Dawson, managed to hold the aircraft steady, allowing the skydivers to jump out. But the increasing G-forces prevented his own escape.
The door had jammed shut and I couldn't get it open. I thought, oh, yeah, I did. I thought I was going to go in and I don't know, just...
It was only the thought of his wife and newborn baby that kept him going. Through sheer force, he managed to get the door open. He jumped from the plane seconds before it crashed and burst into flames.
One more second in that plane and I would have been part of it.
And to get himself out of that, an aircraft with the G-forces sort of holding him inside the plane, and to get the door open and get himself out, it's a pretty incredible feat.
Without the heroic actions of pilot Barry Dawson, all 10 remaining skydivers would have been killed.
We've got a whole plane load of jumpers in the plane, and yeah, worst case scenario could have been that whole plane load of perished, and it would not have been nice.
The incident proved that even for experienced skydivers, the skies are never truly safe. Humans are always searching for new ways to up their thrill factor. One of the most intense sports is wingsuit jumping.
Wingsuit is an inflatable fabric suit that when it inflates, it becomes the shape of a wing and it flies through the air like a wing, generates lift, and you can get out of a plane or jump off a cliff and fly for kilometres. Air is rammed into inlet vents on the suit, and that's what pumps it up into the shape of the wing.
Wingsuits are extremely sophisticated, featuring cutting-edge aerodynamics.
The stuff we've been doing, even for wingsuiting, it's quite pioneering.
To be able to fly a wingsuit in Australia, you have to be a qualified skydiver. It takes years to develop the skill set necessary to go wingsuit skydiving. That training plus the technology that we use is how we manage the risk.
Glenn Singleman is one of the top extreme sport athletes in Australia, a joint world record holder in base jumping and wingsuit flying. His day job is an emergency doctor, so he's used to staring death in the face. He and his wife, Heather Swan, have been passionate wingsuit flyers for years. And for them, it's all about the adrenaline rush.
You fly like a bird, like an eagle, like a hawk, like you imagined it was when you were a kid. It is personal human flight. There is nothing like it except being a bird.
We can be up there and be flying around the clouds, geeking at each other, barrel rolling, playing with the birds. That's just fun. It makes me happy.
So there's the savage part of Australia that most people don't even know about. It's right above our head. In winter, the polar jet stream comes up from Antarctica between 15 and 40,000 feet. It's howling like a gale at 150 knots. And we wanted to use that high-altitude jet stream wind as a tailwind to break the distance record in a wingsuit.
So in 2016, they planned to leap from a hot air balloon, 39,000 feet above the central desert. At that altitude, they were going to need oxygen.
So worst case scenario, the oxygen fails at 39,000 feet. We've got about a minute of useful consciousness before we become incapacitated.
If oxygen starvation was not enough, the flyers had to protect their bare flesh from temperatures of -50.
Exposed skin freezes in about 30 seconds, especially with a lot of wind blowing over it, like when we're flying in the wingsuits.
Yeah. You know, if anything happens, I can fly to there and back.
There was one man they were trusting with their lives, John, the balloon pilot.
I have some familiarity with the environment, but I'm still nervous about it. I am, genuinely concerned and want to make sure we get it absolutely right.
We're really trusting a lot to John, and we're also trusting that he won't be hypoxic, that he won't be incapacitated. But if any of that happens, we just don't get out. Just come down.
At 4 a.m, the balloon was ready for action.
This is the moment of truth. This is always the most nerve-wracking time. And yeah, I do feel nervous now.
The couple spent an hour sucking in extra oxygen to prepare for the extreme altitude. Finally, the balloon set off in the early hours of the morning. When the balloon reached the correct altitude, Swan and Singleman stepped out onto the narrow platform with the Earth far below them. The temperature was minus 53 degrees. The pilot began the tricky procedure of switching their air supply to their own cylinders.
Let's change you over, guys.
Singleman began to slump due to lack of oxygen. He passed out and fell off the platform into thin air. Heather Swan tried to follow him, but the pilot pulled her back into the basket.
Sorry to do that to you, Heather.
The two left in the hot air balloon had no idea what had happened to Glenn.
Oscar Pa, there is only one skydiver. Copy that. Confirming Heather is still in the balloon.
Somehow, Glenn regained consciousness as he fell and miraculously steered himself safely to the red sands below. Rescuers found him alive and well. The balloon, however, was struggling to land as severe 30-knot winds flung them across the desert.
Landing in a hot air balloon when it's windy is really treacherous. We were dragged across the ground, smashed into trees.
Finally, the pilot was able to crash land the balloon.
I said to them, why didn't you let me out?
This is Heather's first balloon landing. Wow.
And the last.
You guys all right?
It took a miracle.
God,
You left without me.
That landing, mate.
But Glenn and Heather were reunited. Despite the mishaps, Singleman still broke several records, including the highest balloon flight and parachute drop in Australia. He also shattered the world record for the highest wingsuit jump. Wingsuit flying is heavily regulated and requires meticulous safety checks and government approvals. It's why there have been no wingsuit deaths in Australia. Another extreme group of thrill seekers in Australia are the base jumpers.
So base jumping is jumping off fixed objects with a parachute. Most people who do base jumps have done lots and lots of skydiving out of planes, so they know how parachutes work. But still, it's pretty dangerous. In Australia, base jumping is not legal.
It's not only illegal, it's lethal. But base jumpers don't seem to realise that every time they leap from a cliff or building, it could be the last thing they ever do.
Base jumping's not a sport that you get into thinking, okay, this is going to kill me. It's like anything. I mean, if you were to enter any sort of activity knowing full well you're going to die, why are you going to do it?
Sydney's North Head is a popular spot for base jumpers, with sandstone cliffs rising to a height of 90 metres. Many have died here.
Extremely dangerous, verging on stupid. That area has claimed 2 lives in the last month, as it is.
The base jumpers use only a rope and swing down 100 metres to the pounding surf and jagged rocks, narrowly missing the cliff face. One British base jumper, Gareth Jones, fell to his death in 2013. He posted a photo of his legs dangling above the very rocks where he would die 2 days later, but not from base jumping. After climbing over a safety fence to view the sunrise with friends, he slipped over the edge, plunging 90 metres to his death.
The wind around there is very unpredictable. It's certainly no place to be playing.
Despite the death toll, these adrenaline junkies keep returning to the North Head cliffs. Base jumpers will travel deep into national parks to find the highest launching point to jump. The Blue Mountains outside of Sydney has some of the most seductive cliffs.
I guess every aspect of the sport really excites me. I love anticipating the jump, driving to the exit point, hanging out with my friends, jumping, who all share the same interests as me, and building up to it, finally getting there and going off is almost It's hard to describe.
Base jumpers live for adrenaline, and the anticipation of the jump is a big part of the thrill.
Completely dry mouth, legs shaking, you can hear your heart in your ears, and every sense is telling you, don't do this, it's not right. And it's at that point that you send to yourself, you know, this is it, I'm making the conscious decision, I'm going.
Yeah! Woo!
As you leap off, you cross over from the world that you know to the world beyond. And it's a feeling which you cannot describe to anyone unless they have done it.
Part of the attraction of base jumping is that you jump into stillness. It's like jumping into velvet, and you just accelerate into this space. And that's a special moment. It's a really peaceful moment of freedom because you're free of gravity.
Stepping off the edge of that cliff is it's indescribable. Yeah, the visuals you get when you're falling down the side, the cliff's going past you, oh, and the wind in your face. It's living. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Your mind goes blank and your brain actually slows down. You're able to compute everything really slowly because everything feels like you're running in slow motion.
Ready, set, go.
We don't base jump because we've got a death wish. We base jump because we want to experience life in a slightly different angle.
One of Australia's top base jumpers was Jason Fitzherbert.
I'd much rather die in pursuit of, travelling the world, jumping off stuff, experiencing life to its fullest, being healthy, fit, outdoors.
He was very skilled and very knowledgeable. He'd done over 800 jumps and had jumped in countries all over the world. He taught me a lot of what I know, especially about the more advanced and difficult jumps.
On October 30th, 2004, Jason Fitzherbert and his partner, Lavia Dickey, headed to Goulburn to attend the funeral of another base jumper. On the way, Jason Fitzherbert decided to go for a jump at the notorious Bungonia Gorge.
Jason was going to be trying a new jump that he hadn't tried at that site. That morning he was very focused and very determined.
But the jump went terribly wrong. He didn't have enough distance from the cliff wall. Slamming into the cliff face at a tremendous speed, he died instantly. Despite losing her partner, Lavia returned to base jumping days later. Jason isn't the only one to lose his life base jumping at Bungonia Gorge. Another thrill-seeking duo were Julia Stephan and Shane Rivette. Shane made a living out of filming his high-flying, daring feats. He was famous for parachuting off vertical cliff faces. He'd already survived 2 plane crashes and won a world record for the largest flag carry under parachute. He videoed himself abseiling down the fearsome Bungonia Gorge. The gorge, with its spectacular bluffs, was one of his favourite jumps, even though it had claimed the life of one of his students. His parachute ropes had twisted and he slammed into the cliff wall, dying instantly. Undeterred, Shane Rivette continued climbing and base jumping all over the gorge.
He had a really huge respect for the place. To him, the place was just awesome, beautiful. I think it was a very personal relationship he had with the place.
In May 1993, he scaled 200 metres down the cliff. Then the sun set and the gorge went completely dark. Shane lost his balance and fell to his death.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, I hear. He said first it and and just the noise, because on the bottom you have an echo. Oh, it's terrible.
It's a shame that it is illegal, because it does attract a kind of outlaw mystique and an outlaw element.
Base jumpers don't just operate in the great outdoors. The lure of the city is also strong. They often break into buildings at night so they can leap off the top undetected. One of those free-falling cowboys was Jason Rooney, who flouted the law with every jump. Late one night, he climbed the fire escape of a 19-storey building on the Gold Coast. Down below, a small audience cheered him on. But a wind suddenly blew him off course and he smacked into a tree.
The tree come at me from nowhere. I flared. I managed to get my legs in front of it.
All evidence of the illegal jump was cleared before the police arrived.
Got away, all being well, no police had turned up. Boy, we had fun.
Rooney performed all kinds of thrilling aerial stunts, such as dropping from a balloon in a hang glider, then parachuting down to earth. He also jumped off the Mooney Bridge on the New South Wales Central Coast. To increase the challenge, he jumped with a friend in a harness only built for one.
And I'm jumping on equipment designed for one person. So obviously we cannot land on land because we'd end up with spinal injuries. So we're going to attempt to swing it into the water where we've got a frogman to pick us out.
Risking a hefty fine and without a reserve parachute, they jumped from the centre of the bridge. This time, he made it. But his luck was running out. In 1991, Rooney jumped off Blues Point Tower, a 26-storey building in Sydney.
That's where he's going. It's about 200 foot by all accounts.
Then 2 years later, he climbed to the same roof to repeat the jump. But this time, it went wrong. His parachute didn't open and he plunged to the ground.
Just as I went to sit down, I saw a big, I thought it was a bag of garbage go flying past the window. A split second later, I heard a really loud thud.
Rooney died on impact.
I don't know why I didn't pull it off. He should have made that one.
It didn't look like it was a planned jump because, one of his shoes was missing. The parachute didn't appear to be open.
Police say finger marks on the roof suggest Rooney fell before he was ready and had tried to claw his way back.
There are very definite limits built into the rules and regulations, but there are, very obvious limits that you wouldn't want to exceed in terms of the weather, in terms of the conditions. And sometimes you just get that feeling of, I'm not on top of my game today, so maybe I'll just give it a miss. Everything's going to be there tomorrow.
Rooney died the day before he was due to leave Australia for England. His visa had expired. It's not just extreme sports that claim lives in the savage Australian terrain. The picturesque but deadly Wedding Cake Rock in Sydney's Royal National Park is a dangerously unstable cliff face. In 2015, 2 young men fell from the cliff top, landing on a ledge below. Unable to climb back up, they found themselves perched on the edge of a sheer drop. After a perilous 1-hour rescue operation involving an air ambulance and emergency crews, the men were rescued, with one being winched to safety due to spinal injuries.
I'm fascinated by human performance, and the more we understand, the more we realise that the old limits are just being shattered. We're understanding that the human body is able to adapt to extreme environments much better than we thought it could, so that it is possible to run ultra-marathon events in the middle of the desert, in the middle of Antarctica, in these extreme places.
In 2011, 41 super fit athletes took part in a gruelling ultramarathon across the Australian outback. A 100-kilometre torture test through the bush and desert of Western Australia's rugged Kimberley region. But as competitors raced along, a raging grass fire was burning out of control just kilometres away. Desperate warnings to organisers failed to get through.
It was coming over the range, it was about 2 kilometres away, and it would be on them in 2 hours.
Race organisers either misread or ignored the warning signs.
The fires has been extinguished, so there are no more fires. Well, a little bit next to the road, but everything should be okay.
But it wasn't okay. Runners were waved through checkpoints without any warnings.
Quite a decent grass fire that you can hear.
Even the front runners were concerned.
The fires are pretty bad. There's a lot of kind of smog happening as well. It's fire, like it can be really volatile. The wind can change, and it was moving with quite speed. And the flames weren't just like on the ground; they were quite high.
But the race went on.
It is stinking hot.
They put us running through a fire. So.
It got a brief mention, but not something that was impressed upon us that was, vitally important or some, a big danger issue to be very careful of.
Ellis Caffin and partner Heather Scott kept racing until it became apparent they were in trouble.
It was very late. It was to the point where the smoke was right in our face and we could hear the fire, and we thought, this is actually a problem.
The course was leading athletes straight into the heart of the fire.
We just climbed up a 150-meter embankment so that we'd get out of the line of the fire. But otherwise, our trail was sending us right through there. And if Ellis wasn't smarter, we'd be down there right now.
So we're still up on the ridge line, and now it started climbing up around it.
You've realized at that point you're not going to outrun it, and at that point I had the thought, this is it for me. This is my life done.
But they were the lucky ones. Taria Pitt and Kate Sanderson followed the course into a gorge, unaware the fire was blocking their exit. Right behind them were Hal Benson and Michael Hull.
I heard this big noise. I thought it was a road train, and I looked up and I just saw this massive wall of fire and smoke, where the flames were about 2 metres away from us, and it was just horrendously hot, and we were scared for our lives.
Surrounded by flames, the runners headed for higher ground.
So we headed for one of the escarpments because we thought there was a better chance of survival up there because there was a little less fuel to be burnt.
Hal led the way, but Michael and the girls got trapped halfway up the hill. With the fire bearing down on them, they faced an agonising choice: be overtaken by the flames or charge back into the fire front.
What we did instantaneously was just stop and just ran back in through the wall of flame, because we knew that the flame that was high, when you're on the other side of it, there was nothing left to burn. So if we can just get through that, it was our best way of survival.
Less than 1 kilometre away, Heather and Ellis were confronted by the same dilemma.
It was a case of we may have to jump through flames and get burnt somewhat. It's better than sitting there and waiting, for the worst, so that's all you can do.
For stamps, this is what it's come down to. Walking into a burnt area to avoid getting burnt ourselves.
We were very lucky. I felt like I had just escaped death.
But for Taria and Kate, the tactic changed their lives forever.
And then I looked down and the fire just blazing up the hill. And I just had to just put my hands on my face, and just the fire hit. And it just set my shoulder alight. So without thinking, I just stood up just to get to it. And then the fire just came around me, and I knew I was gonna die. I just knew.
Kate was just a little bit behind me, and I think the flames just licked her just as she turned, so hence the back of her was just horrendous. And then the other girl, Tracy, I think she stumbled on a couple of rocks, so she was actually in the fire just for that little second longer as well. So that's why their burns were so horrific.
The two girls lay in excruciating pain on the scorching rocks.
The girls were just screaming in pain. It's like, we were helpless, nothing we could do.
There's one point after a few hours, they just sort of said, when is someone going to come? This is so painful. We're getting sunburnt.
But help would not arrive for hours.
I find it hard to imagine what it would have been like in over 30-degree temperatures with extensive burns, limited water.
A rescue helicopter tried to set down in the unforgiving terrain and failed. But a second chopper pulled off a daring landing on one skid.
I've been a paramedic for the last 6 years, and I've seen burns, but those are some of the worst I've seen. And what was amazing is they were still walking at that stage, and just, with the severe burns, it was quite a testament to how tough those girls are.
4 hours after the brutal bushfire, the athletes finally arrived at hospital. While some had suffered significant injuries, for the girls, it was much worse. Kate Sanderson spent 6 months in hospital and had to learn to walk again.
I had my left foot amputated. I've had my licence taken off me. I can't work.
Taria Pitt, who was a mining engineer before the accident, had her life turned upside down.
I can't feed myself, wash myself, dress myself.
Although she suffered burns to 65% of her body and had 7 fingers amputated, Taria went on to run marathons, write books and inspire many. A government inquiry found the race organisers had been negligent in ensuring the safety of the runners on that terrible day.
Australia is full of these wild, savage but beautiful places, and being here in Australia is a great place to experience incredible beauty, incredible natural phenomena that you don't see anywhere else. I mean, where else can you fly over a gigantic salt lake the size of a state? That's only in Australia. It's incredibly beautiful. Where else can you fly over a coastline that goes to infinity with the Southern Ocean breaking in giant swells? I mean, you know, where else has the Great Barrier Reef? It's you know, it's just a land of extraordinary natural beauty.